Hello, guys and gals. Good morning. Guten Tagen. I'm going to be streaming all day, so figured I might as well get an early start. Probably won't go to bed till like 2 o'clock tonight anyway, so. Testing day. So what are we doing today? Very simply put, what are we doing today? We're going to be testing stuff. Alright, I want to test multiple builds. I want to play around with the Druid and the Necro. We know a lot about the Rogue. We know a lot about the Barbarian. We know a lot about the Sorceress, alright? We don't know as much about the Necromancer and the Druid. And I feel like we need to go through the process of testing these characters. Now, obviously, I want to hit level 25 first on my Druided, so I think that's going to be our first goal. I'm probably just going to go to the nearest dungeon and just run that dungeon over and over again, just to get this guy leveled up as quick as possible. He's starting to do pretty good. His gear's kind of bad, and honestly, I don't have access to the Occultist, which is a bug. So let me let you guys in on the bug. So, in Kyovashad, there is the Occultist, right? The Occultist has a quest that you have to complete to access the Occultist, alright? When you complete a dungeon, any dungeon, and you obtain a codex entry. So if you go to your collections and you go to your codex of power, notice that there's codex of powers in here, right? When you obtain a codex entry, it activates the quest, and then you turn it in, and she will allow you to remove legendaries and stuff. As of right now, I do not have access to the Occultist on this character, because I've already done all the dungeons and obtained all the codexes. So there are no more codexes for me to obtain, therefore I cannot activate the quest to initiate the Occultist, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and it's a bug that could only happen in a beta like this. So basically I'm SOL. I think the only way around it would be for me to take some time and transfer items to a character that does have access to the Occultist, and then rip off the legendaries on that character and then put them on the item on that character. It's going to be a big old roundabout nonsense, but I theoretically it should work. In fact, maybe I should do that first before I get started today, because he really does need a little bit of a defensive bump. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take every item of his that I'm wearing that gives me no benefit, or I need with a legendary effect on it, and I'm going to put it in here. And then I think I also have, yes, I have this, which may or may not help. There was something else that I had. I can't remember what it was. Can't even remember now. Well, my boy has no pants. Let's go to any other character that has access to the Doojank, and let's see if we can play around with this. Let me give my my thoughts on the Diablo II Necromancer real quick. I haven't done full testing and played around with all the builds, but I played around with a lot of the builds. And I think I can at least speak a little bit on the topic. This Necromancer is the most like the Diablo 2 Necromancer I've ever seen outside of the Diablo 2 game. And as a fan, as a lover of the Diablo 2 Necromancer, as a person who asked the Diablo 2 Necromancer to marry him and lived happily ever after in a house, I have an extreme affinity for the Diablo 2 Necromancer. And I am very pleasantly surprised and very pleasantly pleased about this Necromancer. This Necromancer is probably the closest I've ever seen to the Diablo 2 Necromancer ever in 23 years. It feels right. It plays right. It sounds right. They got almost everything correct. You can summon your skeletons from the bodies. Your skeletons don't auto-summon. The skeletons die if you don't take care of them. You can heal the skeletons. You have a golem. You can set up your army in different ways. You feel like a commander. You have your corpse explosion, which works almost identically to how it does in Diablo 2. And honestly, it has some cool additional features that make it very interesting. Just in general, overall, my impression of the Necromancer so far has been, like, literally magnificent. This is exactly what every Necromancer person, every Necromancer lover, every person who, like, played the Necromancer for years on Diablo 2 wanted in another game with the Necromancer. So the only thing we can put on there is the barrier thing, which I think I already have on that character. Which helps me none. Can't put anything on the pants either. Can't put anything on the boots either. Do I have anything in boot? In boot, helmet. Actually, hold on. Weapon. That's right. I might need to check the weapons too. You cannot imprint items that are not for your current class. So not only am I bugged that I can't use the Occultist, but now they're restricting me from being able to imprint the Druid's items. Looks like my idea didn't work, fellas. I mean, I like this one. I guess we could throw that one on there. Well, boots really aren't even that great, though. I could probably just put those on him, to be honest. Might be better. I'll just, you know what, we'll just skip that. I don't have any pants in here. I have 2 pants. The magical bubble one, which I already have on the amulet, and then the Frost Nova, which doesn't help me out at all either. And then weapons. 33% critical strike chance against injured enemies while you are healthy. You gain 65% increased crowd control duration. Distant enemies have 15% chance to be stunned. Trying to find anything that I can use. Critical strikes grant 10% movement speed for 1 second up to 6 seconds. Ooh, I like that. It's got that stupid flame shield and the Frost Nova on there, though. Movement speed, 27% poison resistance, fortify, all stats. That's actually really nice. No, I got him to 20 before I passed out. I was falling asleep. I'd been up since freaking like 7 o'clock in the morning. So, I was just tired.
I can take common
this. Hold on, we need to remove the aspect first. That's right. Alright. Now he's got some boots. To do this weapon, I'm going to have to go over on the Barbarian. They're making this needlessly complicated for no reason. I'm pretty sure the Barbarian can use the two-handed weapons, so I'm going to do a little bit of swippy-swappy, and hopefully I can get that weapon in imprinted as well. And just the stupid fact that I have to do all this is just so dumb. I really kind of want to put this on something, but I don't know all the items that it can be put on. Let's check it real quick. Crowd control spreading thing is kind of interesting. So it is placeable on helm, chest armor, boots, gloves, amulet, and shield. And I do have a helmet that I need an item on, an effect on, so that sounds good. So let's go ahead and rip that off. Let's put it on the helmet. Alright, so that gives me a better helmet. I still don't have anything on the pants, but there's really nothing I can do about that.
You see those fools up at the cathedral?
Oh yeah, can't I change? I can change one of the effects on those pants, those boots that I've got. Hold on, helmet. Right. Okay. And then these pants kind of suck. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so for the weapon, to do the weapon, I need to go to the Barbarian, basically. 33% critical strike chance against injured enemies while you are healthy. Gain this. I think that's the one I'm going to do right there. Alright, so we're going to take this one off. We're going to put it on this one. But to do that, because I can't do non-class items, this whole rigmarole... Since when does who stream, Ico? You talking about me? I stream more than any person on the face of the planet, I swear. It always boggles my mind when people come in and they're like, I finally caught your stream, I can't believe it. And I'm like, I literally stream for like 80 hours straight, like in a row. Like you could have caught my stream at any time. In those 80 hours that I was online, like, and I literally stream like every day for like eight hours a day, like literally like every day, 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, if not more. And so when people come in and they're like, I finally caught your stream, I'm like, what? What? I wonder if my boy can use this. Like, as much as it would be cool to put that other item on him, but, like, this one is, this one's pretty nice, too. Critical strikes with core skills increased your attack speed by, 52%. I mean, I could just share items. Can't I? Couldn't I? Can't I? Kunta Kinte? Kunta Kinte? I'm kind of confused about which one I want. I mean, I know people live in different time zones, but literally, like, okay, so last week, let me explain to you this, Lucas. Last week, I literally streamed for 50 hours straight. Like, Friday through Friday night, into Saturday morning, into Saturday night, into Saturday morning, or Sunday morning, into Sunday night, and then I also took a nap and then came back and streamed Monday. So I was literally streaming for like 4 days straight without stopping. And that's kind of like my thing. Like, I stream so much and so often that it always blows my mind when people are like, I finally caught you live. And I'm like, Yeah, pretty much no sleep. No sleep whatsoever. I didn't sleep until Sunday night, and I got some sleep Sunday night into Monday morning, and then I streamed all Sunday morning. Or Monday morning. I streamed all Monday morning. I can't make up my mind. Do I want the critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed, or do I want the increased critical strike chance against injured enemies? Injured enemies is 35% or lower, which is pretty low. And I feel like by the time they're that low, it's not even really that important. Like, I kind of feel like maybe I should just go with my boy's weapon here. And he doesn't even use that weapon anyway. Switzerland. I'm not mad or anything. I don't care when you watch me. In fact, I just, I'm the only thing I'm pointing out is that literally I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week sometimes. Like literally to the point of insanity. So it does seem rather odd. That like sometimes I get that message. Alright, so we should have fixed a lot of our issues with our boy here. We have an actual useful thing on our helmet, an actual useful thing on our weapon, an actual useful thing on our boots, and so forth and so on. So we're not just like running garbage now. Yeah, RTX 3050 should be fine, Cubson. There was no reports of an RTX 3050 on the list. Alright, let's go do some dungeons. Let's go do some dungeons. Let's go do some dungeons. Dungeons. Let's go do some dungeons. Let's go do some dungeons. I gonna go kill stuff. Yes, huh? We gonna go kill stuff. Yes, huh? Wait a minute, what is this? Attacking enemies with a basic skill increases the damage of your next core skill by 9%. Don't I already have that? I do already have that. Why was I holding on to that? Probably just reasons. Let me take a look at my stats real quick. What am I running? I got 55 strength. Intelligence is increasing my resource regeneration and my elemental resistance. Willpower is increasing my skill damage, improves healing received by, and my overpower damage. And dexterity is increasing my critical strike chance and my dodge chance. Oh yeah, before I forget, I was about to leave without doing this. Let me go grab my upgraded potions. What's up, Lady Try? Lady Try Sakuten. 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 Potions. Potions. A really long time ago, back when I used to stream just Diablo 2 Classic, even not even Diablo 2 Resurrected. Diablo 2 Beta came out. Diablo 2 Beta was a very fun time too, and I was going to kill Duriel on my Rabies Druid, which is kind of funny because I'm playing a Rabies Druid right now, and I remember I needed to go get potions before I fought Duriel, and I was literally singing. To myself, and I'm like, I need to get some potions before I take on Duriel. And literally, I was about to just go run a dungeon on my Rabies Druid, and I realized I needed my potion upgrade, ran back to town, and I'm over here, I need some potions before I take under you. I'm stupid, okay? I am dumb. I'm a dummy. I'm a dumb balumba, and that's why you guys watch me, right?
Try again.
+1 rank of trample. +1 rank of earthen bulwark. So what I could do is throw this effect on dem pants. They're not really that great pants, but they do got rabies on them. And it would be nice to have a little bit of an extra, you know, a bump in armor. And it's too bad I can't do that on this character. For reasons. Let's go do that real quick, though, because I would like to get him decked out to the nines. I've only played one build so far, Barbarian, but the werewolf plays almost identically to the werewolf in Diablo 2. Very much a melee character, very much a character that, you know, relies on attacking fast and dishing out critical hits and things like that. I mean, it's a very much so up-in-your-face character when you play a werewolf. Ah, dang it, I didn't mean to do that. Cancel. It's very much so an in-your-face character. There's tons of different builds, though, that I can see so far, and it's kind of impossible for me to just, like, give you a blanket statement on the Druid, because he really looks like the kind of character that that could be just about anything, like a magical caster, a melee caster, a melee damage character, a tank caster. I mean, there's like tons of different ways that you could potentially build him, and it's impressive because like the path that I'm taking right now is just one of many paths that you could potentially take for the character.
I can take common, turn it special.
Oh, hold on. Bink, 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 bink. Oh, he's got some aspects on him already. Oh, he's got a better armor one than the one I pulled off, I think. Of course, I don't even remember which one I pulled off, so. Alright, there we go. Now he's got some druided. He doesn't really need that intelligence either. Let's see if I can reroll the intelligence. I'm missing the fiend. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't. Failure. I should have done it before I enchanted it. So this is a quick lesson for you guys. You can reroll an individual stat on an item. Let me just go ahead and show you. It's this one right here, enchant item. So what you do is, let's say you had an item that had a stat that you didn't want, like, trying to find one. Like, this character's gear's pretty good. Alright, so let's do charge on the pants. If I wanted to reroll a legendary, notice it requires a fiend rose. They're kind of expensive. I don't really know where to get one, and I don't have them. All right. However, if you reroll it before you turn it into a legendary, like for instance with this pair of gloves, it only costs veiled crystals and not a fiend rose. So what you can do is you can reroll the item before you enchant it with the legendary power, and it's relatively inexpensive. And this will allow you to pick something else. Like for instance, I can change this to crit chance, and so now my boy has crit chance. I didn't mean to do that, which is great because now that skill that I wasn't using has changed to crit chance. But you can only do that before you turn it into a legendary, because then it costs fiend roses to do it. In fact, it seems like it's just in general better all around to take your item and upgrade it, enchant it, and do anything you want to do to it before you turn it into a legendary, because once it becomes a legendary, the cost goes way up. So I've been putting a lot of thought into that, Amber Brienne, whether Diablo 4 is an open world game or whether Diablo 4 is not an open world game. It's a tricky question because I feel like it's smoke and mirrors. So the way the game is set up is it appears to be an open world, right? It appears to be the same world that everybody is in, right? And we're all technically in the same world, but we're not. So the really strange thing is that it's exactly like Diablo 2. Now follow along with me here. In Diablo 2, you create a game with a username and a password. The game is the same for everybody, okay? There's 5 acts. You can go to every single place in the acts. Things may change depending on what quest flags you are on. But the moral of the story with Diablo 2 is that you're creating your own game, all right? In this particular game, in Diablo 4, the world map is the same world map that everybody has, okay? And it's almost as if like you're creating a game with your particular quest flags. When somebody joins your party, they transfer to your layer. In Diablo 2, when somebody joins your game, they're joining your specific game with your specific quest flags. So for instance, if we needed to do my quest in Diablo 2, I would create the game and you would join my game, right? So you would obtain my quest flags and we could do the quest. In Diablo 4, it works exactly the same way. Everybody has their own layer and everybody is technically in a different zone. They're technically in their own games. And while it does allow certain people to share layers, it must have to do with being on the same quest flags. So in the end, what ends up happening is it's a similar system with just some inserted smoke and mirrors between. Imagine, if you will, that instead of Diablo 2 having a game with each individual name and password, imagine we just created a game and we each had our own game, and where we overlap we could see each other because our worlds would overlap in those places, or if we had the same quest or something like that. There's probably some sort of algorithm that's involved in allowing us to see other players. But for the most part, we're sitting in our own games in Diablo 4. And it's not until you invite somebody else into your party that that person is pulled into your game. Much the same way that if you wanted to group with somebody in Diablo 2, you would go to their specific game. And it very much so seems like it's exactly like Diablo 2, just with a whole bunch of smoke and mirrors put in to kind of fool us into thinking that it's more than what it is. Basically, yes, because from what I can see, it's not actually an open world system. You can't see everybody. Like if there's 10,000 people sitting at a quest objective, the most that you're ever going to see is 11 other people, and only if they follow kind of the same quest flags that you're following. I didn't attack a single monster. They got it before I got here, unfortunately. It's a very interesting, a very interesting way of thinking about it, though, because I've never thought about it that way before, and it wasn't until recently that I really started to kind of realize that the instancing system is really just kind of like a complication, a over complication of the Diablo 2 system. In Diablo 2, you know, we make our game, we put our username, and we put our password on it, and it's very simple. And if I want to join your game, I join your game, and if you need to join mine, you join mine. And it's very clear and cut in that way that we know what we're doing when we do it. But in this game, everything is happening behind the background, behind the layer. And you have to make sure that you're joining the groups correctly. So like, for instance, in Diablo 2, what's the general rule? The person with the lowest quest, the furthest back, the person who is the furthest back in the quest line is the one that generally makes the game, right? Because if the person who's furthest back in the quest line doesn't make the game, then they can't do the quests, right? So it's kind of the same way here. The person who's furthest back in the quest line should be the one making the party. They should be the one who is the party leader. Imagine, if you will, the party leader is the person who is making the game. So when you join a party, you are joining that person's game. What's up, Abracadabra? I mean, Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra!
This might very well be my last journal.
Boom.
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of spirit. I need more spirit.
Roger Delaney, the Amber series of books. What is the Amber series of books? Oh, look at all the ghouls and they're going to die. Look at all the revenants of pizza in the pie. Come here, Mr. Revenant, I'll make you bleed to death. And then when you fall, I will take your stuff. Yes, I'll take your stuff. Taking all your things, taking all your stuff. Taking all your things and taking all your stuff. Oh, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, yeah, bum, bum. Yeah, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, bum, 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 bum. So how I have this guy set up, if you guys are new to the stream, he's a rabies druid, so I'm trying to beef him up with rabies, but I'm also trying to get as much poison damage as I can. So like I have a bunch of crazy ways that I'm getting poison damage, and it works out really nicely. Like, I have this one here, which is critical strikes with werewolf skills, deal 15% of their base damage as poisoning over 4 seconds. I've got the rabies, which is running, and then, of course, I also have the shred skill, which has a shred's third combo attack is larger and applies an additional 245 poisoning damage over 5 seconds. And then I also have the claw applies 48 poisoning damage over 6 seconds. And then I ran Blood Howl. So Blood Howl gives me this amazing attack speed bonus, reduces the cooldown, and also gives me another attack speed bonus. And then I also have this crazy ring, which gives me a critical strike bonus. And then I'm actually kind of stacking crits. Oh, I forgot to get my pants. I'm running around the dungeon with no pants on. Y'all ain't even say nothing. Y'all ain't even say, man, a man is running around with no pants on. And y'all didn't even say nothing about my bare legs. Y'all could have given me a heads up that my butt crack was showing. Y'all could have let a man know that his butt crack was hanging out, alright? But anyway, he's just lots of poison damage. Dots, poison damage, more poison damage, has some more poison damage. Here, have some more. It's kind of the same as my bleed barbarian, honestly, just except poison instead of bleeds. The rabies really does spread quite nicely too. So I just walk into a group and I go, bump, and I bite them like this, and then it spreads to all the other doojanks, and then they all bleed to death. That's right. Bleed. I mean, poison. I mean, die of gonorrhea. Oh, I see. Y'all was enjoying the pantless view. Y'all like to see a man with no pants. All right. Oh, you got poison too, huh? Here, have my poison. See if you can take that. And Druid was hard mode. I don't know. I've had a lot of easy time with him, to be honest. I get this weird feeling from people that like they've got these preconceptions about these characters or something. From everything I've heard about the Druid so far has been that the Druid apparently was really overpowered in early access beta. And I'm not sure. I'm sorry, in closed beta. I'm not sure if you guys have ever like encountered this in video games before, but there's a subset of people that like prey on the most overpowered build at any given time. I don't really know what to call these people. I don't like these people. They basically what they do is they look for the most exploitable, broken, like literally just straight up, just like bugged character that they can, so they can do as much damage as they possibly can. And what happens is these particular builds were never meant to be in the first place. And they knew that from the get-go when they sat down and they played the character, and the character was literally just face-rolling everything with pressing one button. And they get nerfed, which they always do. And these are the same people that hop from bug to bug. Like, oh, this time the Druid's bugged. Let's play the Druid because the Druid's most OP. Oh, wait, they brought the Druid back down to a normal level. You know, but they're not going to say that they brought the Druid back down to a normal level. What they're going to say is the Druid sucks now. The Druid's horrible. We shouldn't play the Druid anymore. And then they're going to go and they hop to the next overpowered character, and they play that one until it gets nerfed. And then they hop to the next overpowered character, and they play that one until it gets nerfed. And they hop to the next overpowered character, and they play that one gets nerfed. And it's a never-ending cycle. And from what I can tell, that's exactly what happened with the Druid, is that everybody who played closed beta saw the Druid in his overpowered maximal form with Captain Power Rings and went Super Saiyan 5. And then when the developers brought him back down to a realistic level, they got upset, and now the Druid is terrible. And I don't see it. The Druid seems absolutely fine. And that's right, Captain Power Rings. Captain Power, he's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. He's got powers magnified, and he's fighting on the planet side. Oh, get poisoned. Ha ha ha. Enraged, spiteful knight. Let's get some attack speed running. Let's build a little essence. Boom. What's up, buddy? I hear you like getting wrecked in the face with some claws, and I came round to teach you about my paws. So you might have come down to the store, but that's okay, because I deliver this and more. I deliver things to your face. I deliver fangs to your face. Come on down and get some fangs, cause I got a lot of fangs to deliver to your face. Cursed Shrine! Yes, I love these. Bite. Yeah, you're gonna die. I'm not even gonna bother touching you. You guys are infected with rabies. Goodbye, Mr. Skeleton Captain. Oh, you didn't die? Here, hold on. There. One more. Alright, you bleeding to death? You gonna death bleed? Thank you. Bleed to death. Anyway, I feel like the whole that whole gaming crowd that goes from one bug character to the next is a really toxic. It's a really toxic form of gaming. All they end up doing is getting characters nerfed all the time. That's really all they do. And they never play. They will never play the character after it gets nerfed. Never. Once the character gets nerfed, they never go back to it. And it's like, oh no. Oh, I can never play that character again. It's never going to be as good as it once was. Die, 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 die. Die, die. Oh, you guys gonna get bit with rabies. Look at that. Oh, how does that feel? Does that feel good? Beautiful, beautiful rabies. I heard you like rabies. Come here. Come hither. Oh, we have the blood howl. What's up, Dread Vengeful Spirit? Have a little bit of shred. Get shredded. Raw, 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 raw. That's my regular attack, by the way. This is my builder. This is my shred. Oh wait, well he's almost dead. I can't really show it off on him. Hold on. Let me go to another group of monsters. There you go. Come here, come here, come here. Ready? Die. That's right, die. Let's go ahead and grab rabies. Spreads faster. By the way, World's Boss does spawn today. Ashava, if you guys want to do the Ashava fights. I will give you guys some warning in advance, okay? Ashava is not a pushover, and you do have to actually build your character to fight her. I can go over the Ashava fight for you guys if you would like for me to go over the Ashava fight. I have footage and I can tell you all about it and how to fight her, what equipment you're going to need, so forth and so on. And if you are not equipped properly for the Ashava fight, you will die a horrible, painful, burning, gonorrheal death. Okay? Like, I mean, I can't really explain it any more than that. But, like, I can pull up the video if you guys want before the fight, and we'll do a overview of the Ashava fight, and I can tell you all about, like, what you're going to need to survive. If you haven't done the Ashava fight before, obviously. If you've already done the Ashava fight, you probably already know what I'm talking about.
I'm not ready yet. I'm low on spirit.
You're low on spirit. Who would have thought? From the gonorrhea. I hope you've, I infer. You would infer from the gonorrhea, you know. The poison resistance would definitely be viable. Well, level 21. Got a couple more levels to go. Slaying all the monsters in the freaking depths. I didn't realize it or I would have taken steps. What's up, Fiery Revenant? Let's get you nice and bleedy. Let's get you nice and dead. We don't got no time for you. We're gonna send you straight to bed. Five enemies remain. 4 enemies remain. I don't even know where the hell they are. Probably like... They're not even on the map. Great, I'm just gonna have to find them. Working on my druid. Working on my druid. In the path of blood. There's no monsters anywhere. What the ham biscuit? Faux monsters left. I feel like I'm running around the den of evil looking for that one fall and then hiding in the corner, giggling the entire time. He like,
You're never gonna find me.
what's up, Dustin? Unfortunately, your character was gonna be gone at the end of beta, so enjoy your time with her while she lasts. Enjoy your time while she lasts. Cause in the frickin' beta... Yes, the characters from last weekend persisted to this weekend, but the all the characters will be gone at the end of open beta, so sadness. Alright, well, I don't see any monsters over here, no way, nonywheres. Like, if I missed something, I don't know where the hell I missed it at. There's freaking 4 monsters left alive somewhere. Just giggling in the damn corner. I don't even freaking know. I don't know what to do. They're so mean. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. The long and the short of it, though, long and the short. The abbreviated version of the Ashava fight information that I can give you is this. You need lots of poison resistance or you're going to die. She has an extremely high damage poison attack, which will literally just melt you into oblivion as if it was acid from the movie Aliens, okay? So when I say lots of poison resistance, lots of poison resistance. Go make the poison resistant potion, the elixir that's in the shop. Number 2, she has abilities that will one-shot you. You need to pay attention to her sequencing and her fight. So you need to actually pay attention to what the hell's going on the screen. Stand in the correct places, because if you're not standing in the correct places, she's going to one-shot you anyway, no matter what your mitigations are. If you get her pathing right and you understand her moveset right, you should be fine. I have a video up if you want to check it out, where you can literally go over her movesets and you can take a look and see what kind of stuff is going on. I mean, it's not too hard to discern, like, her movesets. Oh, there's a whole event over here. I'm trying so hard to keep these girls alive. Running back and forth between all these monsters is a pain in the butt. Oh, that jank didn't even say keep all 3 alive. That jank just said keep at least one alive. That jank just said keep 1 alive. Am I done making D2R content? Never. Never done doing Diablo 2 Resurrected content. That's a silly question, sir. I'm going to be making Diablo 2 Resurrected content till I die. ZMC bribe with 42 raiders. What's up, raiders? I'm going to beat you guys to the punch and put a bunch of meme emotes up here. Have some cha-chonk-cha-chonkins and some of them faces right there. And have some of these. Have some of these little Chinchilla hearts right there. There you go. Some of thems. What's been the funner character to play for so far? I'm a Druid fan. I love Druids. I mean, sorry, Necromancer. I'm a Necromancer fan. I love Necromancers. I'm on the Druid, so Freudian slip with the Druid. I absolutely love Necromancers. And the Necromancer in this game is amazing. He feels right. Absolutely excellent. I'm pretty sure that's going to be my starter class, is Necromancer. Shing, 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 shing. Burn, baby, burn. Resurrected malice now. Gonna get me with the barrier on down. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's right. Melt. Melt away, Mr. Resurrected Malice. Fear the blood howl of the werewolf, the earthen bulwark of his defenses, and you shall not pass.
He's taking the boss like a boss.
Oh, you ain't give me nothing good neither. Dang, you got freaking neon emotes and spinning freaking doojanks. What the hell is ham biscuits going on? Honestly, I really like the Necromancer. I don't feel like he's crazy strong. He's just really well done. Like I don't want him to get nerfed because people are saying he's like broken or anything. Like, cause I don't think he's broken damage-wise. I just feel like he's really well balanced. The other characters need better balancing, but the Necromancer seems very well balanced. He's very well built, and it's very easy to make a good character on him. Some of the other characters, it's a little more difficult to make a good character on. Diablo is amazing. You kidding me, Limey? Diablo 2 and Diablo 4. We don't speak of Diablo 3 because it's the redheaded stepchild of the family, and I know how that feels, but we really can't do anything about it. And Diablo 1 is amazing too. Diablo 1 is the one that started it all. Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 are the classics, and Diablo 2 is honestly the best of the lot. And Diablo 4 is, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, has completely just like shoved Diablo 3 out of the way. So, like if I had to do a ranking list right now, it would be Diablo 2, Diablo 1, Diablo 4, Diablo 3, Diablo Immortal. Like that would be the list. Diablo Immortal all the way down at the bottom with a turd sitting on top of it. I don't know if I want to redo this particular dungeon. Let's go to a different dungeon. I mean, this is literally just like slay everything, though. Maybe I do just want to redo this dungeon again. But that's dying. That's not very interesting content for you guys. Let's go do a different dungeon. Let's do this one up here. Mercy's Reach. So it's kind of difficult to explain like ARPGs in a way that people will understand, because all they see is hacking and slashing, and while they are hack and slashes at heart, I think the real core of what Diablo games are is that it's about creating unique and interesting builds. I think that's really the most fun thing about Diablo games. Ooh, sorry, it's still early in the morning. Is that basically what happens is that when you play a game, you pull up your big old skill tree and you start trying to figure out a character, and you don't know exactly what it is you're going to make, but you're just like trying to put something together. And what it really comes down to with Diablo games is creativity. It's about creativity. It's about making a character out of nothing. It's about picking an item up and going, I wonder if I could build a character around this item. It's about picking a particular skill and going, I wonder if I can build a character around this particular skill. And it's like sitting down with a box of Legos and building like your favorite, like, I don't know, like Death Star or something, or like Battleship. Like you are sitting there down with the creativity to actually make things happen and create characters that are fun and challenging. And sometimes you're deliberately limiting yourself. That's also something that happens. So, like, you might deliberately say, okay, well, what if I make a barbarian that only punches? Or what if I make a sorceress that uses a bow? Or what about if I make a necromancer that uses a scythe? And you challenge yourself to come up with unique and interesting builds.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, it transferred me to his state, and this one wasn't going on at this state. Poopies. What's up, Stormer? So it wasn't until just recently that they kind of beefed that build up, and that was apparently because there was a bug in it. But yes, the Enchant Sorc is totally a thing. That is a build that was developed by people that had imagination in their head. And recently in 2.6, they actually fixed it so that it works properly. Believe it or not, the entire time we were trying to make that build, and in our heads it worked, but on paper it didn't. The reason why on paper it didn't work was because, as it turns out, it was bugged, and they fixed it.
Treasure goblin! Treasure goblin, the treasure goblin, come here, gonna get the treasure goblin, and I don't want you to leave. So you gotta stay, gotta stay for tea. I don't want you to leave.
Oh, he didn't give me nothing good neither. But then to answer your question more fully, because I know you asked about can you play with friends, and I'm leading into that, okay? So the really cool thing about making unique builds and making unique characters is that you often need very unique items. And it's often very difficult to put those characters together without help. And so one of the most fun things to do in Diablo is to form a group of people and share items between you that literally can help facilitate making those builds. And so it becomes this really fun thing to do, to share and look for items, even not for yourself, but for other people as well. Like, John is trying to put together an amazing, like, dual dagger build, and he's looking for an ethereal flesh ripper, and then somebody finds one and they're excited because they found an ethereal flesh ripper, and they bring it to their friend, and their friend's like, oh my god, I can't believe you found one, and he's like, ah, and then somebody else comes forward and they've got the Zod rune to put in the ethereal flesh ripper, and everybody's freaking excited, and now it's an indestructible ethereal flesh ripper for this guy's dagger build, and it's just really fun. Like, all of that building of the characters and finding of the items and sharing them between your friends is very fun. Because, honestly, what use is it to find something really cool if you've got no one to show it to? I know that sounds kind of silly, but, like, when I find something really cool at a thrift store or something in real life and I get, like, a really good bargain, you know what I do? I rush home and I want to show my girlfriend. Because I like to share those things. I want to share, my amazing find with somebody else and be excited with somebody else. And so, like, that's one of the really cool things about these ARPGs is that you find something really cool, something really rare, and you show it off to your friends, and they're jealous, and then it makes you feel good that they're jealous. And maybe you even hand it to one of them. Like, half the time I'll find something really rare, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I found this. And then somebody's like, oh my god, I've been looking for that for like 3 weeks. And I'm like, well, here, take it. And they're like, oh man, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, take it, man. Boom. Chop, 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 chop. Yeah, shoo, 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 shoo. Gotta get the blood howl and the rabies. Gonna get the don't bow and the barrier. And a choo, 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 choo. Yeah, you were so dead. You ain't even worth my time. Sit down. I haven't really looked into Last Epoch. I think I did look into it just a little bit, and I wasn't impressed with what I saw, but I really don't know. I'm not just going to straight up say that it's a bad game or anything, because I really just don't know enough about it. But I do remember what I saw. I wasn't impressed. Alright, let's take a look at these rares real quick and see if they're worth selling. Garbage. Rank 1 of Shred and rank 1 of Lightning Storm. I do use Shred, I don't use Lightning Storm. It does have 2.5% increased attack speed on it. Mine doesn't have anything, really. I mean, it's got 3% lucky hit chance and 6 willpower on it. They're pretty garbo. Maybe some Shred might be useful. I don't know. We'll keep that on the back burner just in case. Garbage.
Well struck.
Garbage. Rank 1 of Tornado. Not what I'm looking for specifically. Hmm. 5.5% close damage, 2.5% poison damage, 7% critical strike damage. That's actually really nice. Might have to hold on to that one.
Fair trade.
I think there's an issue though with like certain games and build creativity. I often feel like people don't quite understand like the difference between build creativity and build usefulness. A build does have to be useful for the creativity to matter. Like you can't just make a character and then it doesn't function and be like, look, I made the character that doesn't function, and then like be like, okay, well, you know, he can't really do anything. So like the character has to actually be able to function as a character within the game. And more often than not, you will find that in Diablo 2, if you theorycraft something and you put enough work into it and you figure it out, a lot of the times you will end up with a fully functional 100% usable character. Will they be endgame best in slot, clearing P8 in 10 seconds? Maybe not, but they will be perfectly capable of completing the game in a reasonable time frame, in a reasonable way. And Diablo 3, for instance, which had a lot of build creativity, mind you, also suffered from an issue with the builds actually being able to complete content. Because of the way that they had structured the Torment system and the Greater Rift system of increasing difficulty, you can often make a very unique and very creative build that could never get past Torment 1. And that is the unfortunate downside, horrible downside of Diablo 3, is that they created this monster of a system at the end, which just ruined all creativity. Nobody who had a creative build could really even function at endgame, let alone compete with the other players who were using the rather, how would I put it? Actually, I'm not sure if I can do this because apparently they're Druid only gloves. I'm not going to be able to do it because they're Druid only gloves. You can't imprint occultist items that are not your class. It's the weirdest thing. Like I said, I haven't actually played it, David. I've only looked at it from afar. You know, like terror gazes at Sanctuary from afar. I didn't like what I saw. Let me just say that much. And so it kind of turned me off to even try. And after I got burned with the last game that people suggested, there is a game very recently that someone suggested to me because they wanted me to try it out, and it was Lost Ark, and that game is not good. That game is not good. Yes, the juiced builds that were designed to reach the further end goals. And that's really what it was, is that like if you weren't using the specific builds that the developers had put in place to reach those goalposts, then you weren't going to make it. I don't know why they're comparing D4 to Lost Ark, because Lost Ark is terrible. It's literally pay to win, first off. It has like 50 levels of tutorial. There's no actual game there. Like, I don't even understand why they would even do that, first off. Like, because it's so stupid. But let's just pretend that it was an okay idea. At what point do you actually have a game for people to play, though? Like, the entire game, for the most part, in Lost Ark is a tutorial until you reach the end game. It is the easiest, most mind-numbingly boring thing in the world until you reach the end game. The game basically plays itself for you. It literally auto-runs you to target quest destinations, like, auto-paths you, like, I don't... The game might as well have just been playing itself. Like, I might as well have just booted up the game, and there might as well have just been a button that said, play the game for me. I don't want to. And then that just happened. Then they just played the game for me. Because that's basically what was going on. Like, I didn't even feel like I was actually playing the game when I played Lost Ark. Like, I felt like the game was literally just playing itself. And I just happened to be there to watch. What's up, Sinful Legacy? Uruguay. Well, hello, Uruguayan. Uruguayan. Matthias. Such a cool name, Matthias. Oh my god, so many Carver Shamans. I gotta run. I actually have to run and kill every single one. Making this really difficult for me. Die. Oh my god, you're still alive. And now you have like a million dudes sucking your soul out. Oh, you bled to death? Did you bleed to death, my friend? You bled to death, didn't you? Ah ha ha. Poisons, poisons, lovely, lovely poisons. Sorry. I mean, if you want to party up, Sinful, I'm not doing anything important. Shoot me a friends request. A friends request. I'm literally just trying to get to level 25 so I can do some testing today. Ashava is also today, later today. If I remember correctly, she's at like, I think it's 10 PDT and 12 PDT. So 10 PDT to EST is 1. So 1 o'clock. So 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11, 12, 12 to 1. So we've got like 3.5 hours. From Philly, West Philadelphia, born and raised, and on the playground is where I spent most of my days. I'm sorry, that's what I think of when I think of Philly. Werewolf. Die. Yep, died. Deaded. So gems seem to drop an awful lot, and I'm not sure if it's because they've inflated the drop chance or something, James. But the crude gems are worth a whole 4 gold to sell at the NPC, and I already have like a full inventory of chips, which is the upgraded version, and the chips are only worth like 10 gold as well. So like there's no reason to pick them up once you've got like a certain amount of them, and I ended up finding like way too many across all my characters, so I just don't need them anymore. You definitely want to have them. Like, you definitely want to get a little stockpile running in your stash. But, like, there's a certain point at which you have your stockpile running, and you're just like, I don't need another 10 of these. I really don't need another 10 or 12 or 30. So definitely pick them up if you don't have them. 100%. Upgrade them to the chipped gems, so upgrade the crudes to the chips, and you will use them. 100%, you will use them. But at the same time, eventually you're going to get to the point just like me, where you've got way too many and you don't want them anymore. And then you try and hand them to your friends, and your friends are like, I already have like 1,000 of those. And I'm sure it's because they're chips, which is the lowest form. You know, crudes are the lowest form of gems. So, like, I'm sure when we go up in levels, the higher tier gems will probably be, you know, a little bit more difficult to come by. And so we probably will be upgrading the crudes to chips and chips to whatever and so forth and so on. But as of right now, you can only upgrade to chips. So chips the highest gem that you can get. Well, one thing that you can do, even if you don't want to play, James, and one thing I would recommend to everybody out there, like, even if you don't want to play, and even if you don't want to be spoiled, okay, you should probably still load up the beta. Alright, and I'm going to tell you guys why. Alright, you guys need to see what the performance is like on your system. Now, granted, you might have some overpowered, ridiculous rig, and you're not in any doubt of whether or not your game is going to run. But if you have a system that's not necessarily like the most powerful in the world, and you have some sort of reservations upon, you know, like the performance, you may want to hop on, see how it runs on your system. Maybe just like do 1 or 2 quests or something, run around, swing your sword, you know, whatever you got to do a little do-si-do, spin in circles. You can check the FPS with Control R and see what your frame rate is running at the graphics that you're running. That way, you know, you can make sure that everything is working the way you want it to. If you're on console, then it doesn't matter. I mean, console is going to be the same no matter what, pretty much, right? I swear, every time I kill somebody with rabies, it sounds like I opened up a soda. It's like... Tss. I am a wolf, wolf, wolf. Look at me. I am a wolf, wolf, wolf. Just for me. I'm gonna slice, slice, slice. I'll use up. I'm gonna slice, slice, slice. Everyone. Why is there a shadow werewolf right here? One that's all grayed out. Look. Invisibrew.
out of spirit.
Let's go to the Black Asylum. I need to level up. You know, I should hop into Discord and see what's popping in there. It's pretty early in the morning, so I doubt there's a lot of people on, but at least if I'm in there, you know, we'll get some, maybe some people. Well, there's 2 people in here. I don't know if they're actually on, but... What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Just hopping on for the day, playing some Babablo.
Nice. I am fighting Lilith's Lament right now and getting wrecked.
Haha. Trying to figure out how to add me.
Good morning.
Well, what's your Doojank code? I don't know. You got a battle tag? There's my battle tag right there.
Oh my god. I'm getting destroyed.
GG Mentor in 1918? Okay.
The queue's pretty good today. I guess we could start inviting people to the kinship as well.
Yeah, there was no wait this morning. I've only been on like 30 minutes.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, I sent you a friend's request.
Oh my gosh.
Ah, I always want to attack me while I'm doing something. Leave me out there.
I need more time.
Eh, brr, 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 brr. You got the sniffles today?
I woke up, so I got the wake up sniffles. I live in Washington, so I had allergies.
Should take Flonase.
Should. But she's not since it's over the counter, huh?
Yeah. So I've had allergies for a long time. Allergic to tons of stuff: cats, pollen, freaking hay.
I'm allergic to anything that's alive.
Hay fever.
Yeah.
As it turns out, like I started to realize that like I would take all sorts of medicines like Claritin and Benadryl and all those other bullcrap medicines, and those would like lower the antihistamines. But like, you know what I realized? It's like a video game. All right, like what I was doing with the antihistamines was lowering the damage to my character. Right, so I was trying to make my character more survivable by lowering the damage to my character, which didn't really help my character very much. So like he still has really low defenses, right? So Flonase is kind of like the opposite. Instead of lowering the thing that's attacking you, what it does is it's a hormonal treatment sort of that goes up your nostrils and bolsters your defenses against what is attacking you. So instead of going in the opposite direction, which is where you're, trying to reduce the thing that's attacking you, the other one is actually boosting your defenses against the thing that's attacking you. And it causes your nose to actually do its job properly. And the hormone that it uses, I don't know exactly what it is. I know it's called flucanase or something like that. Actually causes your sinuses to do their freaking job for once. And so when you take it, what you'll notice is that it's not that you're not allergic to the stuff, it's that your body's actually handling it properly. And the really cool thing about the Flonase is in my experience, is you don't even have to take it for that long. Usually you take it for the first initial couple weeks, and it like almost acts as almost like a permanent buff to your sinuses. And when it wears off after like a couple months, you know it. Like it's worn off, and then you go back and you get some more and you take it again. But like it lasts for a really long time. And it works really well. It in the most simplest terms I can make it turns you into a normal person. Because that's what you are as a person who's allergic to everything. You're not a normal person. Normal people aren't.
Yeah.
Normal people are not allergic to everything in existence. And it must be a defect within us because we're just not capable of properly dealing with all of the nasty things that are in the air, and our sinuses just aren't working properly. But when you take the Flonase, it just makes you into a normal person. Like, you can deal with all the same stuff that everybody else deals with on a regular basis and doesn't get horrible, debilitating sinus problems and sniffles and sneezes and the itchiness in the back of your throat. Do you get that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, the itchiness in the back of your throat, that's allergies. That is not like you have a sore throat or something. That's an allergic reaction. And as soon as you start taking the Flonase, all that shit goes away. It's the best one, I think, honestly, out of all the medicines I've taken so far, and I've taken tons, because I've had allergies my whole life. I can't do Claritin. Claritin puts me to sleep.
Yeah, facts. Facts.
Benadryl doesn't put me to sleep, but it also doesn't work very long. It's like 4 hours, and then it wears off. Flonase, literally, I took it. You have to, like, spray it up your nose. That's the only really downside of it. But I took it for, like, the first 3 weeks, three or 4 weeks. And then after that, like, I haven't had a single problem, like, ever. And so basically, like, what I do is when it finally does wear off, which it does eventually, I just go get another bottle and I just re-up, basically.
Can I help you?
I mean, to give you an example, I'm allergic to cats. There's 2 cats that literally live in this house. Do I look or sound like I am under allergic reactions, despite the fact that literally this house is filled with cat dander?
Yeah, correct.
That's kind of like what I'm getting at, is like it really freaking works.
Fair trade.
It's my savior. That's why I'm talking it up so much. It's my savior. It saved my life. I'm able to actually live as a normal person. How the hell did I come back to town? I don't even remember.
For asthma, I use Advair. I feel like I wouldn't have to if I was bolstering my sinusal defects.
I'm telling you, it helps ton. Just a ton. Ton. Like you'll just feel normal again. And that's really all that matters. It does take a while to actually like work though. Like, I will warn you about that. So some people have tried to take it, and it's not like Benadryl or Claritin that almost activates almost immediately. You know, like within like 20 to 30 minutes, like you feel it. Like it even says on the package, like you have to take it for like it's like 2 weeks. It's how long it takes to like really take effect. It's about 2 weeks of just, you know, like every day you like put a pump up your nose in the morning, like it's like a spray that goes up your nose, and like after about 2 weeks, like it's done, like, and you just never have any sinus issues again for like all the way until it wears off. And it's kind of crazy because like at first I thought it wasn't doing anything, because the first time I took it, like I was like, it's not really that great, but I'll keep at it, you know, just in case, because it does say, you know, within the first couple of weeks it has to build up into your system or something. Like it's I mean, it literally says like build up in your system on the box. Like as if it's I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I still didn't get the whispering key, did I? Yeah, dang it, because I'm talking.
I got you. Yeah, burn over here.
That's right.
What are you guys playing now?
I'm trying to finish off my druid ad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to get to level 25.
Yeah. But level 18 on my barb from last week. I'm going to get him to 20, then I think I'm going to play Necro.
Necro is very fun.
I'm having trouble with the Whirlwind barb. I need to figure out Life Leech. I'm not really sure.
I mean, Whirlwind seemed really powerful when I was playing with it. There's a
I'm
couple
not leeching
ways.
Life, though. I gotta figure it out.
I mean, there isn't any life leech as far as I know.
Yeah, that's
There's life on kill. I mean, there's ways that you can make yourself tanky. I would recommend looking into Iron Skin, because Iron Skin is amazing. That way you can tag Iron Skin whenever you're hurting. Most people who play Barbarian usually end up using Iron Skin because it's just a really good defensive cooldown. But the Barbarian is a little squishy, and you do need defensive cooldowns. So you're gonna have to work some kind of defensive cooldown into your build.
What I'm running now is Rallying Cry and War Cry.
Well, Rallying Cry makes you run faster, and War Cry, what is that, the one that makes them run away?
War Cry increases your damage.
Yeah, so you're running a damage and a speed, and neither one of those is going to make you tanky.
Yeah, I might need to change to a tankier on one of those.
Even just 1 point in Iron Skin is massive, but basically what Iron Skin does, and there's a lot of different like buffs you can get for it, but it can make you unstoppable. It reduces your damage intake. There's also some other little things that go with Iron Skin that help out, like legendary effects. In general, though, when it comes to the Barbarian, like, I ended up putting a lot of like tankiness equipment on him, like elite barrier stuff, armor when hitting targets, things that enhanced Iron Skin specifically. And after all was said and done, he's really damn tanky now. But it did take a little bit of work to get him that tanky. There's some pretty good legendaries too for Iron Skin. There's also some really good legendaries for Whirlwind. I'm trying to remember all the aspects.
I don't think I'm still sold on like the 6 only skill slots.
I mean, I could understand why they did it, but I think it's because honestly, when we get to level 50, we're going to be able to build up multiple skills.
Yeah.
And I think it would be kind of crazy if we had access to like multiple maxed out skills like that. It would be like the equivalent of having access to like multiple level 20 skills, like past the normal amount on like Diablo 2.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if 6 is enough though, or 6 total.
I mean,
I got a treasure goblin on me.
The Necromancer feels kind of silly because you've got to consume 2 of your slots for your army. One for the golem and one for the skeletons and mages. Anything good for your golem from your treasure goblin?
I got like an earth legendary ring. Nothing for storm, but
I'm waiting for him to spawn the portal to Greed.
oh, that'd be awesome.
I mean, life per kill isn't exactly lifesteal. Like it's a little, especially when you start fighting elites and stuff like that, you realize the difference between life per kill and lifesteal pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like life recovery more than.
Oh,
skill.
sick! Got some gloves with Hammer of the Ancients, baby. Hell yeah. That's huge. Huge.
Huge. It's huge. That's so huge. What the hell?
That's a nice.
Look at this.
Nice range.
Look at this
Holy
freaking corpse bow with its freaking like. It's literally like a bunch of legs, like
Oh, that's crazy.
and a bunch of people like all like combined together, and like skulls all over it, and then like their hands and stuff, and it's just kind of like, and like the arm is on back here is just like cranking the bow. It's freaking creepy. Watch the arm. Look, the arm even cranks the damn bow.
Yeah. Wow.
6 life on kill. Hell yeah.
They went through a lot of detail.
Your biggest problem with asthma? Asthma is something different. I mean, that's like something you're gonna have to work out. I don't know about asthma. I don't have asthma myself. Just horrible.
I use Advair.
Just horrible allergies.
Advair has been my savior for asthma. Just puff it twice a day, and that's it.
Pump it, pump it, pump it.
I'm low on spirits.
Activate the gate winches.
I need to go get the OG waypoint. So on for the druids, we're not gonna be able to use the quest line for the Druidic spirit things.
No, the druidic spirits. No, the druidic spirits thing. Unfortunately, we can't access the area. We're supposed to turn them in or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same with the barb.
Yeah, the barb can't access his area either, so we don't. We don't really know how that well his system would work either. It's one of the reasons why some people are judging the druid too harshly, because he doesn't have access to his totems, which is apparently a big part of the druid. The barbarian doesn't have access to his expertise system, which is a big part of the barbarian. Meanwhile, the sorceress is over there, and everybody's like, "The sorceress is so good," and then, like, but the sorceress actually has access to her system. She actually has access to the enchantment system, so like that's. Necromancer has access to all his stuff too, except for 2 golems. So, I mean, yeah, he's missing out on 2 golems, but it's not going to make that much of a difference in the experience of the character. Meanwhile, like, the barbarian and the druid are missing out entirely on all of their system. The rogue is kind of a strange one because she does have access to some of her systems, but not all of her systems. And apparently there's a system that's kind of like designed for the trap tree, and that one she doesn't have access to. So I can't like max out my trapper. She does have access to the combo system though, in the in that other system. I can't remember what that one's called.
We're getting lots of joiners.
How's it going?
What up, Bobby? What's up?
I must wait a moment.
What's everybody up to?
Oh, dang.
Laying, praying.
TZ.
Trying to level up my boy here. My dad.
Yo,
I'm making a
Sweet
rabies
axe.
druid.
holy cow. I think it's sick.
The rabiesist. I mean, I know it's beta goldfish, but like they chose to show off level 25 characters, right? I mean, the least they could have done was shown them all off equally. What they've done is they've given like kind of like a false impression like of some of the characters' potential by holding back the potential of other characters. That'd be like if you were going to compare like Dragon Ball Z fighters and like you're like, yeah, but Goku can't go past Super Saiyan 1, and you're like, well, how is that even fair? Like, So everybody else gets all their forms, but Goku doesn't get past Super Saiyan 1. So Vegeta gets Super Saiyan Blue? Yes. So Gohan gets unlocked Ultimate Potential mode? Yes. But Goku's locked at Super Saiyan 1. How's that even fair? And so it gives a false impression of power. So like Goku's over there like, man, I can't do nothing in Super Saiyan 1. Can I at least go Kaioken? No. You guys get what I'm saying. I mean, like, the Barbarian and the Druid are being held back artificially from the same exact equivalent character of the others. Like, they're being held back and the other characters are not. And so it gives a false impression.
How are they being held back?
The Druid has a totem system, and he doesn't have access to his totem system in the game. The Barbarian has an expertise system, which he's supposed to have, which helps him get, like, extra damage types and all sorts of cool stuff, like, for using specific weapons. And he also doesn't have access to his system. The Sorceress does have access to her enchantment system, and the Necromancer does have access to all his army. And the Rogue does have access to her combo system. So, like, the only two classes that are being artificially held back are the Barbarian and the Druid, because they're not living up to their full potential, because they can't access the little quests that they're supposed to be able to activate their specific system. And honestly, the totem system is freaking amazing. I was looking at some of the totem buffs, and they're just freaking insane. Like, there's straight up a buff in there that just gives you like 5% extra crit chance, and there's another buff in there that gives you like 30% extra crit like damage, and then there's another buff in there that literally gives you like a 3% heal upon crits. So, like, you can literally just do, like, a whole crit build, get the crit heal, and just, like, constantly spam heals on yourself.
Wow.
But he doesn't have access to that system, so...
GG.
This is the totem system right here that is locked. So it says, to unlock, complete the Druid Spirits of Lost Grove. Press R to track, right? So you actually go and look and see where it is, and it's like, where is it? It's like way out in Skosglen somewhere. I can't even remember. Like, it's nowhere in the like realm. Oh, there it is, right there. Like, but this is the farthest that we can possibly go, right here, and that's where it is, way over there. It's a level 15 quest too. Like, we should be able to do it as like in the beginning of the game, but we can't because we only have access to Kyovashad. That is so rude. There was literally a stretcher with a guy on it, and I didn't even realize it when I clicked on it, because I thought it was just like a random clickable that you would break. And when I clicked on it, it started turning, and I literally just like frickin' stretched the dude into 2 halves.
Oh no.
That's rude.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
You're
Don't
kind of
come.
a bad guy now.
Don't haunt me.
You didn't even say goodbye either.
I mean, I think he was already dead in my defense, but
Don't worry, guy. I'll save you. Rips him in half.
UKILLED, you killed him. Frickin' Mystery Man.
Diablo trapped you.
Dude, Mystery Man's freaking hilarious for that scene. The dude, so Captain Amazing is in the chair, and he's literally about to be killed by the defraculator. And they turned the lights off, and they literally just like left him there because they were going to kill him later. And the crew comes in to save him, and Captain Amazing is getting upset, and he literally just like starts yelling at them and telling them which buttons to push. He's like, press the toggle over there. He goes, the toggle, you idiot, press the toggle, pull the toggle, press the toggle. And like he keeps yelling at them until they do what he asks, and he does what they ask, and literally turns the machine on, and it's about to kill him. And he's like, why didn't you press the toggle? I told you to press the toggle. And literally the machine comes down and blows up his head. And the whole mystery freaking team is there, and they're like, you killed him. He's like, I did not kill him. I did what he asked. He's like, you killed him. UKILLED, you killed him. And she's like, I'm not taking blame for this, okay? He told me to pull that toggle. He yelled at me and made me pull that toggle. was freaking hilarious. And they literally just killed Captain Amazing right there. And then the bad guy comes in and he's like, oh, Captain Amazing's dead. He goes, I didn't expect that. He goes, I win. He goes, now who are you?
So how do I? Are you guys playing together?
I'm just playing by
Not yet.
myself right now, but
We can though. If you're all trying to play together, we're good.
I'm just trying to get one more level, then I'm gonna start on Necro. I'm still very much getting comfortable with this game. It's good though. I think I'm gonna play it.
I think the general impression is good. I did another poll today, on top of the poll that I had earlier, and we've got 39% say they love the game, 5% say they hate it, 23% say it's meh, and 32% say it's good. So we've got like if you combine the good and the love together, I mean that's a pretty overwhelming positive.
Yeah. I wish that it zoomed out a little more, like everybody's saying, and it still looks a tad too much like D3 versus D2, just like looks-wise, but it's way better than D3 to me.
I mean, I like it, although so I think the atmosphere and everything looks very much like Diablo 1 and Diablo 2.
Yeah.
But there are obviously dungeons that I feel like they almost just copy and pasted straight from Diablo 3.
Where it reminds me of Diablo 3 is like when it's telling the story though, like where you have like the in-game rendered animations, you know, not the cutscenes. That to me is a little bit too cartoony still. But
Watch this, you guys want to see something cool? Hold on, let me kill all these monsters first. I found this last night. I was actually paying attention. This is an Iron Maiden. Alright, watch what happens when I click on the Iron Maiden. Pretty gruesome. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's like half of his body's been like slowly ripped out too, as they writhe in pain.
Is it boring to play? I've been having a lot of fun playing. It's getting a little boring to be stuck in Act 1. I will say that. Like, we have, we've done Act 1 to death, but, like, it was the same thing with Diablo 2 Resurrected. They did a beta with Diablo 2 Resurrected that was stuck in Act 2. Couldn't go any further than Act 2, and while it was kind of fun to have characters that were limited to a specific level, and I actually recommended that they make it as a game mode, because I thought that would be pretty fun. Like, just have, like a freaking game mode that you could make where, like, you're limited to level 50, or you're, like, limited to level 25 or something, or not even just level, just like, limited to a specific act, and you can't go any further. It makes people ingenious on how they build their characters. But after, like, 2 weeks in Act 2, you know, we were all itching to get to the next act. Even though the next act was Act 3.
No,
Like-
that's Act 3.
Most atrocious act in Diablo 2.
That was the only time in history that everybody wanted to go to Act 3.
To be fair, I still didn't want to go to Act 3. I wanted to skip right to Act 4.
No, they made it so you couldn't skip it. Haha. They said, no sir, you're going to play to the act or we're going to kick you in the balls. Totem. What is going to be to fun to do at Endgame? Are they offering anything other rifts and world bosses? I mean, if we look at Diablo 2 for endgame potential, what is the endgame potential in Diablo 2? It's creating characters. That's what the endgame potential is. It's making fun and unique characters. Things that nobody else would potentially make. You know, like bow sorceresses and frickin' melee Amazons and like just all sorts of crazy stuff and Birdidins and I mean, like you have fun in Diablo 2 by creating unique characters. New characters, your builds of your own design, you know, like not looking everything up and just getting a build guide, but actually like having the fun and satisfaction of creating a character on your own. And to be honest with you, Diablo 4 looks very much so like it's going to have that same breadth of just like complexity where like anybody can pick up a game, you know, a character and like make their own unique design and build. And that's definitely a good thing. Diablo releases at 2, released in 2000. Diablo 2 is literally still the king of ARPGs, Imperius. Like, bar none. I don't know. There's no ARPG out there that's better than it right now. There's ARPGs that may come close. There's ARPGs that might, like, mimic certain designs of Diablo 2. But there's a reason why we call them Diablo clones. When somebody says that a game is a Diablo clone, they're specifically referring to Diablo 2. I have played Path of Exile. It's not very good. It's way too overly complex, and it throws that complexity at you way too soon. Even as a veteran who's played ARPGs my whole life, even I had to admit when I looked at the PoE system that it was just too overly complex for no reason. Like,
Yeah, I got like 80 to 100 hours into PoE, and I still don't know like anything about the game.
like to put it as simply as I can, PoE was a game designed by people who were already used to overly complex systems. And so what they did was they made an even more overly complex systems than the ones that they were used to. And so it's like a game made for mathematicians. Like imagine Einstein and like Stephen Hawking like sat down to a game of math, and then you show up to the game of math and you're like, what does that symbol mean there? And they're like, oh, that's the Omega symbol. And they're like, what about that one? Like, I can't even read anything that's on this board, guys. How is this even fair? And then to even further like hammer the point home, a lot of people don't even make their own builds in PoE. There's what is it? There's build codes that you can like just plug into the system. So like you can go onto somebody's YouTube channel and they have a build code, and you can just put the build code into the system and it just plugs in all the stuff for you.
Yeah, there's like 8 people that make builds and everyone else just follows everyone else's builds.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I learned about PoE, I'd probably be one of those people making builds because I would never want to follow what other people are doing. But at the same time, I also just kind of not really interested. People already have a hard enough time with this game, and this game is really complex. Like I think Diablo 2 is probably one of the most complex games that has existed. And the depth of itemization and the sheer like number of ways that you could build a character are kind of insane. And people don't even realize how deep and how ridiculous Diablo 2 is until they start to like actually play the game, and then the more they delve into things, that like the more they discover, and the more they discover, the more they realize they don't know anything. But the way that Diablo 2 presents it, I think, is a hell of a lot better because it doesn't overwhelm you at the start with all of this complexity. It kind of lulls you into a false sense of security, and you slowly, over a long period of time, learn massive amounts of information that you may not have learned otherwise if you knew that that's what it was going to take to master the game. And honestly, PoE is more complex than Diablo 2. So after everything I just said about Diablo 2 being a very, very complex game, PoE is like miles beyond that. And it's just for no reason. Like it doesn't need to be that complex. It really doesn't. Leave dungeon. Almost level 23. 2 more levels to go. Okay, so here's one like proof in the pudding for you that PoE it presents itself wrong. All right, so the Paragon boards, right? When do the Paragons board unlocks in Diablo IV? And a lot of people have compared the Paragon boards to PoE because they do resemble the Paragon board, the boards in PoE. But think about it like this: when you're playing Path of Exile, that board pops up like right away. I can't remember exactly what level it was, level 2 or 3 or whatever, but like as soon as you pull up that board, you're just immediately overwhelmed. Diablo 4 is doing it differently and better because what they're doing is they're presenting the skill tree to you first, which is much easier to digest, much more understandable. People can discern this. Anybody can discern this if they just spend a little time reading the tooltips and figuring out what kind of character they want. And then once they've actually had some time in the game in Diablo 4, once you've gotten your character to level 50 and figured out how you want to play your character, then they throw the Paragon boards at you. And then they start to dial in the complexity. But by then, you have a better understanding of how the game works. You have a better understanding of what kind of character you want to make and what kind of road and path you want to go down. So the Paragon boards will be far less complex and overwhelming to a character at level 50 who's already kind of picked a build than a character at level 1 who has no clue what they're doing. Are they bringing back the system where you get infinite levels and stats? I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it. There's in Diablo 3 there's no cap on the Paragon system, and I think it was a misstep to call it a Paragon board because it brings with it the connotivity that it is the infinite Paragon system from Diablo 3, but it does not seem to be an infinite system because there's a cap of level 100. So although there is multiple boards and there is multiple ways that you can build the Paragon boards, apparently there is a cap at level 100. So you basically at level 50 you stop getting skill points, and from level 51 to level 100 you should get Paragon points for the Paragon board, and then you build your Paragon board with those points. I believe there's also some renown points. I think they dialed it down to 10. It used to be 15. You can get 15 skill points from your renown, or 10 skill points from your renown. And I don't know if you can get any Paragon points from renown, but there does seem to be a hard cap on the amount that you can obtain. So it's going to be a little bit more interesting than just simply keep leveling up and keep getting more points and keep piling them in like Diablo 3 was. Which, by the way, the infinite treadmill was absolutely boring. There's something just terrible about, like, never feeling strong. Diablo 3 was the epitome of that. You just never felt strong in the game. And it's because the difficulty always rose to meet you. No matter how powerful you became, no matter what cool weapon you found, no matter what amazing legendary item you put on your character, there was always a slightly higher difficulty that would match whatever it is that you managed to obtain. And so you never felt strong. It seems like in Diablo 4 there's going to be like an upper limit that we're going to have to push ourselves against. The same way that in Diablo 2, there's an upper limit that we have to push ourselves against. And in Diablo 2, when you make your character strong, they feel strong. Like, they feel powerful. Like, you're rolling through Player's 8 like it's absolutely nothing, and you're like, oh my god, I am amazing. I am a god among sorceresses, or, or whatever character you are. And you're just like, oh man, and then you find another item that makes you just a little bit stronger, and you're like, man, I was already a god, but now I'm an ultra god. Didn't vanilla Diablo 3? I can't remember. Vanilla Diablo 3 had a lot of issues too, but that game no longer exists. So didn't they make rifts higher than 150? I mean, my memory might be faulty, but I could have sworn there was rifts higher than 150. They kept going up. Like, every time you thought they were going to stop, every time you thought they were going to not go any higher, they kept going higher. The torments kept increasing last season. So 150 is the highest you can go in the current season. Are you talking about greater rifts as well?
Well struck.
The griffs. Not just the riffs, but the griffs.
Fair trade.
Also, another big mistake that they made in Diablo 3 was no resistances or mitigations on the monsters. A lot of people complain about the ridiculous numbers, like dealing 1.8 trillion damage to a monster. And apparently the reason why that happened, and the reason why that existed, it was explained in one of the Diablo 4 dev conferences. And the way that they explained it was, basically the monsters in Diablo 3 were taking trillions of damage because they had no armor. They had no mitigations. They had no way to block damage whatsoever. So the monsters were basically just raw sponges. And they were just taking exactly what you dished out, and that was it. So if you did 10 trillion damage to a monster, well, guess what? The monster took 10 trillion damage because he had no armor to mitigate anything. He had no resistances to mitigate anything. He had no abilities that could mitigate anything. Like, he just took it like a straight to the face. And that's one of the things that they addressed in Diablo 4 as well, by the way. So monsters will have mitigations, and monsters will have resistances in this game, which will prevent those ridiculously large, like 8 trillion damage numbers. And I'm not even making it up, by the way. I've seen trillion damage numbers in Diablo 3. I've done them myself, and I'm pretty sure that's not even on the high end. Like, they'd pop up on the screen, and they would just even abbreviate it. It would be like 8.7 T. Yes, trillion is like GR 120. I just couldn't stand looking at the numbers on the screen all the damn time. I took the numbers off of this game. You can have the numbers up there if you want to see it, but I don't like having the numbers up there. I wish I could figure out how to get rid of the immune messages too. My thing about hardcore mode is autocast self with Diablo 3 is you could deliberately just choose to not put yourself in danger. Like, if I was a Torment 15 capable Crusader and I could handle Torment 15 with no problem, I could just farm Torment 14 and have basically no risk to my life almost at all, because the difference between like one Torment level in that game was insane. And if you were completely and 100% able to do Torment 15, you could just dial it down 1 Torment and be absolutely safe. And that's how hardcore players normally play, is they play in a safer manner than softcore players do. Because obviously you don't want to deliberately put your character at risk. But it's kind of like the weird thing about Diablo 3 is that you could just deliberately choose a difficulty that really wouldn't even be a challenge to you. If that's how you wanted to play your character, and you could do it just fine. Like, you could just run Torment 14 forever and never really be in any danger. I mean, I definitely agree with you, Sizzle. I don't have the lifestyle that I could, I don't have the lifestyle that would allow me to play hardcore. I really don't. You guys, if I could just, like, sit you down in my life for a day and show you, like, how many times I'd probably die on a regular basis. Just from stupid stuff that happens around my house. Like, when my girlfriend takes the dog out to go to the bathroom, and he jumps the fence and starts playing in the middle of the road, and I gotta hop up, and I have absolutely no choice but to just hop up immediately and, like, go prevent my dog from getting hit by a truck. Or, like, my dog starts eating something random around the house, or the cat knocks over something and everybody's screaming, or my girlfriend wants me to do something right that particular second, or... There's just, like, so many different things that go on in my house on a regular basis that literally, like, a half second of not paying attention could literally end in my death. And it does on a regular basis. If you watch me stream, you'll know. Like, literally, I'll be like, Cody, what the hell are you eating? And then I look back and I'm dead. I'm literally just yelling at the dog. I'm literally just yelling at the dog for like a second to try and figure out what the hell he's crunching on that I know he shouldn't be crunching on. Because it sounds like he's like eating a Xbox remote or something. Because you can literally hear the difference between like one of his toys and something that he's not supposed to eat. And so like you hear the noise and you turn around to figure out what he's eating and then you look back and you're dead. I mean, this boy eats tin cans. I gotta be careful. Literally saw him poop out a tin can one time. I'm not even joking. Like, it's not 100% for real. Like, he was struggling, and we were watching him, and he was really struggling to go poop, and we couldn't figure out why he was struggling so hard to go poop. And he finally manages to get it out, and it's a freaking tin can. So we gotta watch this boy like a hawk. Like, he's always doing something he's not supposed to do.
That's funny.
Sometimes I wish my life was simpler. But then it wouldn't be as fun. Right now he's being the goodest boy and he's sleeping.
We like sleepers.
When he's sleeping, he's the goodest boy. Howl for me, baby. Howl for me, baby. Gonna bite you with my rabies toothies. This character is very fun to play. You want rabies? Oh, come over here, I'll bite you.
No, I don't want rabies. No, thank you.
You said you wanted rabies.
No. You're
I'm
missing
sure you
the
said you want rabies. I'm pretty sure I heard that.
That's what I heard. I heard that you wanted rabies.
Oh, you guys are just taking a word right out of my sentence. See how it is?
Well, maybe we didn't hear the word. You got to be careful.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Am I still using the mace I found at level 8? I'm using this mace right now. So there's this quest in Diablo 4 to set the prisoners free, and you're running around and like you find the first prisoner, and she's like, "Thank you so much." And then you keep running around and you find another like prisoner, quote unquote, and it's just a skeleton tied to a stick. And you set it free, and like the spirit flies up. It's like he was just like tied there forever, even in spirit form. Apparently they use spirit rope. Auto self-cast said he tried hardcore last week and the butcher killed him at level 13. It was amazing, lol. I mean, the butcher be like that, though. He comes for them cheeks, and he don't care about you on hardcore.
Nope.
He comes for them cheeks. He meets you in a dark alley, and he's like, "Boy, you look pretty good in them jeans. Why don't you come a little closer?" There's this whole fun build that I'm trying on this character that's literally just like everything poisons everything. Like, it's not just rabies. Like, I literally have like my shred will poison things, my claw will poison things, my rabies will poison things, and if I get crits, it will poison things. Like, there's just like poison coming out of I'm exuding poison from every pore of my body. There's literally this passive on here that literally just says Toxic Claws. Critical strikes with werewolf skills deal 15% of their base damage as poisoning over 4 seconds. So like I just have like everything I do like applies a poison of some type to a monster, and it's great. I love it. It's like everything the rabies druid should have been in Diablo 2 but never quite was. Unfortunately, that's one druid build that still isn't quite up to spec. They really need to work on the rabies druid a little bit. Maybe in one of the future patches we'll see some like a rabies legendary or something. Yeah, I have that. I have that legendary on the Necromancer Stizzle. Haven't used it yet, but I hear it's OP. I plan to go with Divine, I just don't have enough points right now. What character do I prefer so far? The Necromancer's on point. You kidding me? I'm playing Necromancer. Necromancer's always been one of my favorites. And the Necromancer is literally on point with the Diablo II Necromancer. I freaking love it. I feel like I'm playing the Diablo II Necromancer. I've got my army. I've got my corpse explosion. I've got my curses. I'm running around. I'm cursing things. I'm letting my army tank. I'm popping the bodies behind them. It's like identical gameplay to the freaking Diablo 2 Necromancer. Identical. That's all I wanted from Diablo 3. I don't even know why that wasn't a thing in Diablo 3. There should have been a build like that, but there never was. Never really worked that way. What's up, buddy? How's it going, Kazara? Oh, you got poison too? Let's see whose poison is stronger, my friend. Let's see who's got the strongest poison. The most horrible gonorrhea. Let's see whose poison will emerge victorious from the battle. Ha. My poison is more gonorrheish than your poison. Yes. Bulwark. Rabies. That's right. Melt. Melt for me, my friend. Applies STD damage. Hey, I'm not having sex with the guy, alright? That seems like something Lilith would do. Tornado and pulverize, lightning and 4% crit strike. Ooh, those are kind of nice. .4% crit strike and 4% lucky hit chance with Lucky Storm. See if I can change those. Actually, I don't. Actually, they might be Druid only. Never mind. So I found a workaround for not being able to access the Occultist, but apparently, like you can transfer the items to other characters, but apparently you can't do anything with an item that's not of your class. So if I transfer a Druid-only item to one of my other characters to enchant it or whatever, because I don't have access to the Occultist on my Druid, it doesn't work. It says you cannot enchant an item that is not usable by your class.
Thank you.
Anything else? You can take what's left. Well struck.
What's up, Joe? How's it going, man? It's very good. I like it, Joe. I don't think Inarius eats or drinks, Gene. I hate to say it. Because, Didn't Tyrael complain about not knowing how to eat, and like there was a bunch of jokes about him eating a whole bunch of food at once because he didn't understand how food worked? I'm pretty sure Anarius doesn't eat or drink. He probably doesn't sleep either.
I must wait a minute.
Right, level 20 Barb. I think I went and started Necro.
I'm not ready yet. 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 I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
It was a pretty fun fight. Kept gathering up on me, and I kept murdering them with my rabies. It was nice. I like it. Yeah, claiming the statues gives you a lot of EXP. Even though I've already claimed them all, it could be nice to go around and just grab them all again, just for EXP. So, Greek Trojan. It used to be 3. They brought it down to 2. Because it used to be 15 that you could get for renown points, and they brought it down to 10. So you can only get 2 now in Act 1. So you're going to have to get to level 24.
Smells good. Don't stir too much, though.
Somebody said that once you hit level 25, you can access it, Sean. But that's a long way away. Hey, some booties. Yeah, I'm like full poison rest soup. Like full poison everything. Everything that has poison I'm going for it. Crit too, because crit also builds more poison. In fact, something I've been meaning to do is I want to take 1 point out somewhere. Let's take 1 point out of rabies. And I want to grab the vine creeper. And I need this brutal vine creeper. Your critical strike chance is increased by 20% against enemies strangled by the vine creeper.
20% is huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. The strangle only lasts for 2 seconds, but for 2 seconds I've got a 20% bump. And you'd cap that out with what I've got right now, which is I've got a 10% chance, and then on top of that I also get like higher percent chances depending on which skills I'm using, like what's going on at a particular moment. Like I've got my Blood Howl, so when I use my Blood Howl, my crit chance goes up to 19%, and then like 20 on top of that. Like you're talking about like 39% crit chance, which is pretty damn insane. And I think there's some other ways I've got some extra crit too. So like There are certain times where I'm doing like 50% crit chance.
I'm not ready yet. It is locked. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Whew. Wish I had more points. I can't cap out everything I want to in this character. I also can't get access to the totem buffs. There's some very specific totem buffs which I was going to use with this build, which was the crit chance and the crit damage, so that I could get more poison crits.
I'm not ready. I must wait a moment.
Oh, almost level 24. Got one more level to go.
I'm not ready.
The armor's actually pretty huge.
Armor value.
Yeah, just starting to dig into the physical damage reduction from it.
Yeah, they were talking about that in one of the dev conferences earlier ago. 85% is the cap, and the monster level that you fight has a huge difference on like how effective your armor is.
Yep.
And he pretty much said that you're expected to have a certain value, like at certain levels. So like if you don't at least have a certain amount of armor value, you might be up, too weak essentially. That's why that one legendary item that gives the like armor percentage per attack or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, you gain 0.5% increased armor for 4 seconds when you deal any form damage up to 50%. It's pretty huge defensively. Makes a pretty big difference on a lot of characters.
Yeah, it's kind of like a reverse DPS check. Interesting.
Yeah, so you need to make sure you're hitting them as hard and as fast as you can to bring your armor value up. They all seem to, all the ones I've found seem to have the same cap of 50%, but they have different percentages of how quickly they build that 50%. So mine's 0.5, but some of the other ones are like a lot lower than that for like per hit build. So like the armor value that you're getting is going to change. So if you don't exactly hit a lot, you might actually have to have something that has like a really high percent per hit.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're like, I don't know, like a frenzy barbarian or something, or a whirlwind barbarian, you probably don't even care. Like you do like one whirlwind through a group of monsters and you're like at 50% already. Well, that was beautiful. How do you reset a dungeon? Let me show you. Hold on. When I'm not being attacked by 1,000 monsters. You go to your map. You map. You go to your quest log right here, and then you go down here. It says reset dungeon. Behind my head. Right there. Yeah. What's up, my buddy? My pal. No, come back here, Shocking Fangstorm Elite. Let me show you how I do things. Let me show you what we're doing today. So, I got a message the other day, for those of you who may or may not be interested in this. Verizon's running some sort of promotion where they're giving away, basically, Pixel 7s. For free. Like, I don't even understand. It's just free. Like, they charge you like a fee or whatever for activating the phone and stuff like that, but like, I looked into it and I was like, yeah, they're actually doing it for free. I was like, what the hell? And I went ahead and went on there and like went through the details and tried to figure out if there was any catch, and it does seem to be free. How they're applying the free is a little odd, but like, instead of just giving it to you for free, they're putting you under the 36-month contract or whatever, and then they're giving you the money per month, like every month. So like, it'll appear on your statement that you owe the money, and then it'll apply a credit for the amount that it would have cost. And then it does that every month for 36 months. But it basically just doesn't add anything to your bill, because it adds it to the bill and then takes it away immediately. Which, you know, whatever. I guess they get me for a 36-month contract, which is probably what they're trying to do. But, I mean, free cell phone, I don't care. It's a very good cell phone, too. The Pixel 7's nice. The Pixel series phones, I'm not sure if you guys have ever played around with the Pixel series phones, but the best way I can describe them is they are unhindered by a lot of the bullcrap that a lot of the other companies have on their phones. Like, usually when you get a phone, they have a whole bunch of like Samsung specific or you know, like AT&T specific or whatever, like applications all over them, and it lags the crap out of them. Like, they're just like bogged down with all this extra stuff from the manufacturer. And Pixel phones don't have that problem. They're very fast. They don't crash a lot. They get like updates right away from Google, like before all the other phones do. So like, if you grab like a Samsung something, like, you're not going to get the latest update in Android before me, like with a Pixel user, because the Pixel users get it first. And they're guaranteed to get it for like quite some time too. I think it's like guaranteed updates for like 2 years or 3 years or something.
I believe it's 3 years. I love my Pixel. It's the absolute best phone I've ever had.
And I've had a lot of phones over my time, and I've used a lot of phones, and the Pixel is honestly like the best one, in my opinion. Now, granted, there have been some Pixels that have had some issues. The Pixel 1 had some sort of fatal flaw in a solder circuit, but they replaced it, like, for free. Years after the contract was over, too. Where's my Vine Creeper? Let's put him in here. Right now I have the Pixel 5, and I am hoping that the Pixel 7 is as good as the Pixel 5. But the Pixel 5 is amazing. So here's my combo for those of you guys who might be interested on this character. So So I have a legendary that beefs up my damage with Barrier. I have a legendary that beefs up my damage with Blood Howl, and my crits with Blood Howl. Alright, so when I really want to dish out damage, when I really want to get it like as high as possible, what I do is I Barrier, Blood Howl, and just lay into the target. And as you can see, he ran, little bastard. And it's a pretty powerful combo, because during that time period I've got a really insane amount of extra damage popping out. Yeah, come get some. I don't care. I got rabies. Here, get bit. Spread it to your friends. Spread the rabies to your friends. And I actually had trouble with this on my Necromancer. He killed all my minions. The Den Mother was a little bit of a pain in the butt, and my boy's not even breaking a sweat over here. I like this fight, by the way. The Den Mother fight is very fun. This is in the Lights War Room dungeon. If you guys haven't done this one yet, you should go do it. It's pretty cool. So the passive effect on my Creeper is that he periodically emerges from the ground for 7 seconds and applies a 180 poisoning damage over 6 seconds to an enemy in the area. His active is that when I use him, he strangles all enemies, immobilizing them for 3 seconds and poisoning them for 226 over 3 seconds. And then if I can get this passive right here, which I need 1 more point for, I will be able to get that 20% crit chance while he's active as well, which is pretty freaking nice. And I'm actually not getting a freaking like ultimate, which is kind of crazy. Lacerate is shapeshift into a werewolf and become immune and quickly dash 10 times between enemies, dealing area damage up to 1,933. Sounds very much like the monk's 7-sided strike. Lacerate's initial strike is guaranteed to critically strike and deals 150% increased damage. I mean, it could be interesting to play around with it, just for, you know, for sake. Let's play around with it, shall we? Leave the dungeon. We got like 1 or 2 more dungeons and we should be a level 25. Yeah, a level 5 and a level 8 here. Yep, those are random players. When their names are in green, they're not in the group. Ooh, werebear's scary.
That was an intense fight.
What?
I was just fighting the Broodborn, whatever it is, the defiled catacomb fight.
It was a broodborn.
That thing is nasty.
The Inferno looks like napalm. What's wrong with napalm, Gene? Huh? What's wrong with napalm? You don't like napalm? Got something against napalm? Oh, thank you for the subscriptions, Zergawi. And Hank Senpai. Always excited to get some new subscribers. Oh wow, I accidentally used my ultimate with nothing nearby. That was beautiful.
What is the damage over time mechanic plus damage over time percentage?
What do you mean?
So like a gem will give you plus 5% damage over time. On
Anything that's a damage over time effect. Anything. So
What is the
poison,
damage over
bleeds, shadow damage, doesn't matter what it is. If it's being applied as a damage over time, it will show up on the bar as red, like
gotcha.
dark red HP, which indicates that their HP is falling. So like a lot of the times on my bleed barbarian, I would be able to turn the entire bar dark red because they were literally bleeding to death.
And there's multiple mechanics for overtime damage. Got it.
Yeah, any damage over time effect is literally going to be considered DOT damage buff. So like if you're like my poison would be considered damage over time. The bleed barbarian would be damage over time. That cool necromancer blight thing that goes on the ground and like hurts them like with a puddle, that's damage over time. Like it's all DOT.
Gotcha.
We call them dots in MMOs. Like I put all my dots on the target. It's up to you guys now. There's been several times in World of Warcraft raids because there's a whole build, it's like a fire damage over time build, and all they do is just apply like as many damage over time effects as possible. And there's been times where literally the frickin' fire mage has put so many dots on the boss that literally everybody dies, and the boss is still just ticking. Like, because he's got so many damage over time effects. And everybody's dead on the ground, and then the boss dies. Because the boss is, like, just literally on fire, like somebody poured gasoline on his head. It's pretty hilarious. There's nothing like the boss dying after everybody dies, too. Double KO. Yes! There was a couple times where, I remember when I was playing Lord of the Rings Online, the captain had an ability that could make himself invincible for a very short period of time. And he could basically make everybody in the raid invincible for a very short period of time also, which was interesting. And, so basically what I would do is, like, at the end of the raid, when we were about to fail and everybody was about to die and we were, like, really close to beating him, like, I would just pop my cooldowns, make everybody invincible for a very short period of time. And a lot of the times it would work, like, to our advantage, but, like, occasionally I would just end up being the last one alive. And that would just be me and the boss, mano-y-mano, for, like, 30 seconds. While my invincibility stayed up. And then as soon as my invincibility went down, he's like, bonk, and I fall down. I managed to kill him once. In those 30 seconds, I managed to put out the last little bit of DPS that we needed because we were so close. So close.
We just need some extra time.
I'm not sure how I feel about this lacerate. It's interesting. I need like a big group of monsters to test it on. Let's see if we can group up like a whole bunch of monsters so I can really give it a a good what's for. Okay, I need all you guys. I need everybody. Oh, there's an elite. Good, good. Alright, let's get the elite in on this. Let's really stack it up. Let's get other monsters. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Oh, it's not even up. I'm an idiot. I still killed everything, even without the ultimate. Okay, explodey boy. Alright, let's try that again with the ultimate. Alright, everybody.
Everybody! Everybody!
I need everybody to gather round. Everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, and ultimate. I'm not sure what to think, actually. I don't think that was more powerful than what I already normally do. I feel like that was just kind of like the same.
It did seem a little lackluster here.
Let's try out some of the other ultimates, shall we? Let's switch ultimates. Hold on. Let's change to a different one. I want to try the Cataclysm one. Let's see how that one works.
I don't think it's that great.
That keeps making me run away. I mean, it's kind of cool, not gonna lie. Lots of little tornadoes and jank everywhere. It's got a pretty long cooldown on it, though. Hey, look, Bandit Sentry. Alright, calm it down, buddy. Alright, you got me. You may have 3 enchantments, okay? And they're very nice enchantments, I will admit. Fire enchanted. But you did, okay? Look, all the enchantments didn't do nothing for you. Your mom's out. I mean, I'm fine with cooldowns. I come from Final Fantasy XIV, the land of cooldowns. Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11 had a ultimate ability. Can you guess what for those of you who've played Final Fantasy 11, you guys don't get to guess, so don't say anything. But for those of you who've never played Final Fantasy 11, how long do you think the ultimate cooldown was for the characters in Final Fantasy 11 online?
20 minutes.
No. You're not even close.
4 hours.
You're over.
1 hour.
Exactly, 1 hour.
Jeez.
Your ultimate cooldown had a 1 hour cooldown. So it was literally, you literally could not use it for 1 hour after you used it. And they were very, very, very powerful, but they were also very, very, very long to wait if you accidentally popped it at the wrong time. And they didn't last very long either. But they were very, very powerful. Like, the paladins would literally made you invincible. Like, I think it was for like 30 seconds. So, like, you were just straight up invincible for 30 seconds. And on top of that, it immediately aggroed everything within distance. You had, like, god tier aggro at that particular moment in time. Like, you would just, like, just offend everyone nearby. It was pretty amazing, actually. Like, you'd be in the middle of a group of monsters, everybody'd be dying, there'd be monsters everywhere. Like, you know, white mages screaming, like freaking Saving Private Ryan music going. And then you would just be like, invincible! And all the monsters would be like, boy! And they would just all run to you.
That's awesome.
And then as the paladin, you know, you would save your cooldowns, of course, because while you're invincible, you didn't need it. And then you would just automatically, like, as soon as your invincible went down, you would start with all your defensive cooldowns, try and save your life. Encase all nearby enemies in stone, stunning them for 3 seconds. 60-second cooldown, though. Shapeshift into a dire werebear. The Petrify thing sounds cool. You deal 25% increased critical strike damage to enemies affected by Petrify. Against bosses, the critical strike damage bonus is increased to 50%, and its duration is increased to 6 seconds. Petrify's duration is increased by 1 second. That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna try that. I like crits. Crits are nice. Just stacks on more crits on my crits. You want some crits with your crits? We got crits with your crits. Come on down, we got all the crits.
Attacks reduce evades cooldown by half a second. Interesting.
I must wait.
Yeah, there's tons of ways that you can mitigate cooldowns. Cooldown reduction abilities. There's, like he just said, like every time you attack, you reduce the cooldown by a certain number of seconds, or like half a second in his particular case. So in that particular situation, like the more he attacks, the shorter that cooldown's going to be until it eventually just does nothing. So
I must wait.
Cody, what are you doing, buddy? The cheese tax, the cheese tax. You gotta pay the tax if you open the drawer. The cheese tax is the cheese tax. I know the song. Auto self-cast. I know the song. If you opens the crackers, you got to pay the fee. You got to pay the fee of a cracker for me. Cheese tax, it's a cheese tax. I got to pay the cheese tax. Yes. Kubus, a boobus, a boobus, a tubus, a kubus, boobus, poobus, boobus, lubus, boobus, boobus. Uh-oh, conduit shrine. Out the way, get on, out the way, out the way, out the way. Gonna shock everything today. Got the conduit shrine going to pay. Gonna get everything, oh yeah, conduit, hombre. Gonna sing a really annoying song. Boobus. Boobus, what do you want? Hmm? What do you want, Boobus? You got your own lunch. We packed you a lunch over there. Go eat your lunch. Stop sniffing everything and trying to figure out what's good. You're always so jealous. I am dog super jealous. I am dog super jealous. I told my girlfriend we should just paint him green. We should just paint him green. Just move on with our life. Because he is just green with jealousy. His whole life is jealousy. He's so jealous of everything that he's jealous of nothing. Like, he literally is jealous of nothing. Like, I kid you not. Like, I can hold my hand like this. Nothing in said hand, right? This isn't a magic trick. I can pretend to eat said nothing with hand. Then proceed to pick up said nothing and offer it to the dog. And he will want it. Here you go.
And like his nose works. Like
He's like,
you
you
can
do.
smell nothing.
He's like, you're doing a heckin' bamboozle, but I'm not sure, so I'm gonna make sure that maybe.
I'm gonna eat it anyways.
It could be something there. I don't know. I cannot see too good.
It smells like you. It tastes like nothing, but I'm still going to eat it.
He said, wait a minute. He said, you're eating something.
Jealous of everything. Don't care what you got. You are eating something. It must be good. Cheese tex at the cheese tex. Give me some of that cheese. Cheese tex. It's a cheese tex. Every now and then I'd be scrolling through like Facebook or something like that, and I see a video, and I'll be like, and I'll see something, and I'll think it's like butter or like something that you eat, and I click on it, and it's totally not food, and then everybody's in the comments like, my fat ass totally thought that was some food. And it's like, that's like the dog. Like, he even thinks everything is food. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you crinkle a bag. Like, all you gotta do is crinkle a bag, and he comes running. Like, legit. Like, you could just pick up a chip bag. It could be empty. Doesn't even matter. Crinkle the bag, and the dog will show up. He's literally staring at the bag right now.
Boom, boom. Alright,
He
so
could-
anybody partied up? I haven't, like, played with anybody yet.
No, I'm not in a party. I've just been grinding to 25, trying to get this druid up.
Anybody else on doing anything together?
I'm not partied with anybody yet.
I'm at 21 on my barb, or I might start a necro.
It doesn't seem to matter what level you are, by the way, but quest flag completion does seem to be an issue.
Yeah.
Mainly on the primary quests. So if you guys are doing like primary quests, like campaign quests, it causes issues if you guys are like on way completely different campaign quests. But other than that, it seems to be okay. Like if you guys do non-campaign quests, there's usually no issue. I kind of like the Petrify. Like, I feel like that is a straight up defensive cooldown in disguise. Like, I mean, yeah, it offers like a really nice crit, and it seems to like have some other nice benefits for using it. But like, you're in the middle of a fight. Like, all the monsters are surrounding you. You tap your Petrify with all your other cooldowns. They get a huge you get a huge damage bump on them, and then they stop hitting you. So like, for that duration, while you're absolutely annihilating them, they're not even fighting back. It's great. I feel like they should put that one in the defensive tree. You do not get to keep your character when the full game is released. No, Bozy. All the characters from beta are going to get deleted.
But we do have a 4-hour. Is it 4-hour or 4-day head start?
Well, it's up to 4-day is what it says. So who knows what it's actually going to be? Well, I guess we'll find out. The game launches on the 6th, and it should technically, if we get the full 4-day head start, it's going to be the 2nd, so June 2nd. So the game really technically launches on June 2nd. Somebody was talking about it earlier, and they're like, it's pretty genius marketing because they know the game's going to be buggy at launch. They know the game's going to be difficult to balance and get things correct at launch. But like, if they put it in there that you're going to be playing earlier before the launch, they can like hashtag it with, you know, like Like, oh, well, this is, you know, we haven't quite got things fixed. We're just letting you guys in early. You know, we're still balancing things out.
Basically
third
another
beta.
beta.
Yeah.
Or as
NVIDIA
our favorite person would say, beta.
beta. He doesn't even say like oh man. It sounds like he's saying beater, like an egg beater.
Yeah, exactly.
Like two E's, like BEETA. Beta. Cracks me up. Every time he says it, I think he's like talking about like an egg beater or something, or he's trying to beat somebody up. He's like, man, I beat that boss's ass. I beat that boss so bad. I beated him to death. And Cody, you gonna get beated if you steal something off that table. And you know it. I'm always watching you. Because you're always bad. And, oh my god, the drool. Here, take it back. How about that? Back it up. Alright. Get your drool self off of me. First thing you do after you drink water is come over here and wipe your jowl meats on me. Go wipe your jowl meats on your blanket over there. You got a blanket, go wipe it on that. This is some Crackums. Do you know the Crackum man? Look at this. Look. You ready? Got a wee. No, don't climb up. No, sir. Sit. Good some boy. Follow the cracker. Ready? Follow the cracker. Your eyelids are getting heavy. Your cracker is getting saltier. Yes. One thing I have learned about dogs is dogs like commands. They actually, and they really enjoy commands. It's something I don't know, it's ingrained in them. They understand the need for order, and they understand commands, and they're happy to do a command. Like they like to do commands. It's not like you're training them and forcing them to do something they don't want to do. You're allowing them to understand how things work, and they're excited and happy to perform the deed. Like they understand it and they know it. It's almost as if like it's just ingrained in them the will to want to have a purpose. They like having a purpose. They're like, oh, you just want to paw. You gonna give me paw? Give me paw. Sit. Give me paw. Give me the paw. Come on. I know you know how to do it. Give me the paw. Give me the paw. He says, you don't got treat in your hands. Give me the paw. Oh, that's a good boy. Give me the paw. He said, da, 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 da. He said, now where's my treats? He said, I did the thing. Now where's the payment?
Yep.
He said, no payment? He said, what? He said, this bullshit. He said, this social contract did not do. Uh-oh, somebody's outside.
Rabies.
He's got a fearsome alert bar. When he's not whining like a little baby. Alright, let me go see who he's barking at. I'll be right back.
I'm taking a break for a little bit, boys. Catch you later.
Later, brother.
Just the UPS man. Pretty sure it's my phone. Not 100% sure, but I think it's my phone. That's going to be a whole thing. Swapping everything over from phone to phone. It's always a pain in the butt.
The pistol's not too bad though. It's just all the authenticators and stuff.
Well, one thing I ran into, and this is something I'll warn all you guys about, is there's an application. It's called the Google Authenticator.
Yep.
Oh man, Google Authenticator is a freaking piece of garbage. Like, I lost my phone one time. I think I got water damaged or something, died. I can't remember. Just complete failure. Couldn't access it anymore. And I had Google Authenticator, and Google Authenticator would not transfer with my Google account. So every single account that I had that was set up with the Google Authenticator is lost. I don't use Google Authenticator anymore. Like, if I have a choice around it, I'm not going to use the Google Authenticator anymore. Like, I'm going to avoid it at all costs. There's just something bad about the way that the Google Authenticator works. Like, if I lose my phone or something like that, there should be a method for me to use to get around to be able to fix it. But, like, apparently, if you just, are in that situation where, like, your phone gets destroyed or something like that, and you don't have, like, the access to the Google Authenticator on the phone where you set everything up, you might just be SOL. I'm obviously not going to set this up right now, but least I could do is look at it, I guess.
Yeah, give us an opening,
No.
Unboxing.
Well, if that's what I'm going to do, might as well make the camera bigger. What's up, Doofensmerts? Yeah, but I'll spend like a whole day trying to do this. I also need to order myself a case off of Amazon, which I didn't expect it to get here so quick, so I had completely just like not done that. That's a very large bevel on the back for the camera, like, I mean, that's a thick bevel, like.
Yeah, Pixel 6 has that massive thing. But all the cases you get, nullify it.
Man, it's a nice little phone. I don't know. I'm sure it's amazing. Probably
So
gonna. Yeah, I mean, it's got a nice kind of like clear plastic back on it. It's gonna explode live right in front of our eyes. Amazing. That does sound amazing, actually. Welcome to your Pixel. Yeah, I'm not setting you up yet. Does it actually come with a charger? Does not come with a charger. Phones don't come with chargers.
With
They don't come with chargers anymore. Sad.
It should come with the cable.
Well, the cable's not the charger, though.
It's true. No, but no phones come with a brick anymore because they just assume that you're gonna either already have 30 of them or you're gonna charge it with your computer or something.
I mean, honestly, a USB-C brick is one of the most important things you can get for your phone. Some people are stupid and they're still charging their phone off of like the fat USB ports.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like 1.2 amp. You're like, yeah, super.
like they go to the store and they get like a charger and it's like they bring it back and they're like this will work, right? And I'm like this thing is literally 1.1 amps. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you plug this into your phone, it's not only is it not going to charge, but it might actually drain. I think you're actually going to get an active drain out of this charger. Like it might as well not even be plugged in. It's just going to slowly decrease in battery.
Yeah, my friend bought one of the car charger ones, and it did drain it. Like, it actually drained it.
Yeah, because if it doesn't put out enough juice, and honestly, the fatties can't put out enough juice these days. Like, the most that they can possibly ever do is 2.4 amps, or 2.4 amps, I think. And, like, if you have a 2.4 amp, like, fatty charger, like, that's still not anywhere near what you're getting from, like, a USB-C charger these days. USB-C chargers are way higher. 45 watts, 65 watts. I mean, they go up and up and up. They can go upwards of, like, 15 amps. Like, depending on, like, what you're charging. Like, they even work on laptops these days. Like, there's a 240 watt USB-C charger coming out now, which is absolutely insane. And if you're wondering how you get the wattage of a device, you basically just multiply the amps by the... I can't remember the formula right off the top of my head.
I know that Anchor is one of my favorite brands.
Volts times amps. So that's what you do. Volts times amps. So, like, let's use my Pixel charger right here that I have. My Pixel, I think this is the Pixel 5 charger. I guess the Pixel 5 was the last one to actually come with a charger. And the Pixel 5 charger is capable of... I don't know why they put gray writing on top of white. It's gotta be the dumb... Sometimes I swear they just make this as hard to read as possible, deliberately.
Watch them read this one, boys.
Okay, so this is 5 volt 3 amp or 9 volt 2 amp. So you multiply that by your number. So 5 volt 3 amp would be 15 watt, and then 9 volt 2 amp is 18 watt. And it looks like there's another number here, and I can't read it. God bless it. But there's a lot stronger chargers than this, even. Like, this isn't even the strongest by far. But let's take one of those really crappy ones. Like the ones that only have like one volt. Or like there'll be like a 5 volt 1 amp charger. So multiply it. What is it? 5 times 1, right? It's a 5 watt. That's what it is. It's 5 watts. Even my Pixel charger right here is 9 times 2, which is 18 watts. So you're talking about 5, 10, 15, 20. So this Pixel charger is almost 4 times faster than a 1 amp charger. And that's just a Pixel charger. You can get a lot better USB-C chargers. Yeah, watts equals volts times amps. My old cube is 25 watts. Some of the nicer laptop chargers that you can get are really high. Like if you go online and you look up laptop USB-C charger. You can get USB-C chargers up to like 110 watts. They're not even that expensive either, and they'll charge like literally everything because they're usually backwards compatible with power delivery methods. I believe there's a new specification of USB-C which goes up to 240 watts. Uh-oh. Here we go. Yeah, I heard her car. Your mama's home. Your mama is home, and look at you losing your dang mind. My name is Kubus, and I lose my mind when people come home. Just lose my mind, my brain goes fritzy, and I can't tell time, and I start whining. Whining away. Literally just whining nonstop because he sees somebody outside that he wants to get to and he can't get to them. It's like he's whining in hopes that they will come faster, but they can't even hear him. Boom, 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 boom. We go see what the beautiful lady's doing.
Not while I'm in town.
I'll give you login attempt timed out.
Alright, the beautiful lady has the dog, so I figure let's bring out a Chinchilla. I haven't brought out my Chinchillas in a while. Because Mr. Kubus the Boobus is always with us. So I don't get to bring out the Chinchillas as much as I would like. So this is Mr. Dusty Buns. He's the little baby. Say hello to everybody, Mr. Dusty Buns. Say hello. He's a good little buddy. He's a good little buddy. He does like pepitas. He probably also would like a cracker. That's my signal to them that I'm trying to give them something. Come here, buddy. Dusty. You want a cracker? He said, yes, I would like a cracker. Look at him. He said, give me the cooker. He's hiding behind my head, though. Come out here a little bit so they can seize you, sir. Bring your cracker with you. Here. Give me. Why are you hiding from the camera? Here.
Well struck.
I need to make sure I'm salvaging these for salvage stuff.
Fair trade.
Must level Necro. Play game.
That's an interesting armor. +1 rank Earthen Bulwark, +1 rank Cyclone armor. Nice little defensive do-jank there.
Is it rare?
Yeah.
You probably have a high chance rerolling it to get another skill too, if you're not using one of those two. I find the ones that have the plus skills on it to reroll plus skills more often. I don't know if it's meant to be that way or just luck or bad sample size.
Come here, Dusty. Come here. Dang. Come on down here. Go on. Get in there. You take a nap in there. Be my little buddy. You be my little napping buddy. Into the shirt we take a nap. Nice and warm and I comfy in here. You know, curling up inside of a giant hoodie, like, is something that a human's not really capable of. But it definitely does seem very interesting. Like, could you imagine just, like, curling up inside of a giant hoodie?
Seems nice.
Seems comfy. I think I'd be comfy in there.
Didn't they make one of those? I forgot what they called them, the snuggles?
Oh, I'm not talking about like that. I mean, like think about my Chinchilla is inside my hoodie right now.
Ah.
Like, he's inside of, like, a giant hoodie, like...
We'd be killer on those sunglass repairs.
Well, I think I've got everything I need to hook up my second computer now. I got a KVM, sorry, not a KVM. I keep saying KVM because KVM is what you'd call them normally. I got a KM switcher. KM switcher is just for keyboard and mouse, not for the video. There's no reason. Okay. I don't need to switch that. I got my my DisplayPort cables because I needed a couple more DisplayPort cables. I've been running off of HDMIs, and I don't have enough HDMI ports for all that. I got my Ethernet cables too. I got some Ethernet cables because I want to run hardwire to the router. Yep. And I'm gonna get everything set up probably tomorrow, or I don't know. Maybe I'll wait. I got a lot of stuff to do.
Try dual PC stream.
Well, yeah, that's my general idea. Like, I've had a couple times with this Diablo 4 stuff where the game crashed and then it took the streaming software with it, and I don't like that at all.
Yeah. Do you have an Elgato capture card or something, or?
Yes, I've got an Elgato HD60.
Okay.
Internal card, so it's probably going to have to go into the other system, but I'll see how I can get that to work. I'm a little bit worried about the audio setup. Apparently the audio is the trickiest part, getting the audio set up for the system. You gotta, like, apparently I have to put my headphones into the second system, the one that's actually doing the streaming, and then I've got to run, like, the Discord software on the streaming PC. Like, there's a bunch of little things going on there that, like, apparently I've got to do.
Okay. I've never done a dual stream, but there are definitely plenty of videos on YouTube about setting up.
Yeah, it's just complicated, and I'm not entirely 100% sure if I'm going to like it or not, because I do like everything on the same PC. But then at the same time, I do understand the benefits of splitting it, because the streaming process is very stressful on the computer, and it uses the GPU, and the game is using the GPU too. And if you're playing a particularly stressful game that's, you know, just spazzing out the computer, then it can also potentially cause failures within the actual system. So, like, just offloading that whole streaming process onto a second PC definitely seems interesting. But I'm a little bit worried about input lag and things like that. That may be a problem. I don't know. Like, I know that The Elgato capture card definitely does add an input lag variable into this system. I've seen it before myself. And
yeah, for sure, it should do something, but it can't be that serious because I believe like most of even the FPS like top streamers still used dual PC, so it can't be that serious for if they're using it.
well, I think it's just something I'm gonna have to figure out, and I don't want to figure it out in the middle of Diablo 4 beta, but it's
No.
It definitely is gonna be like more something that I'm gonna work toward in the future. I'm gonna have to get the second PC all set up. I need to get like some hard drives in there. I've got to transfer over all my stuff too, because like, I mean, if I'm gonna make my gaming PC the main PC, and this other PC is gonna be like my like editing rig or like my streaming rig or whatever I want to call it. That's also another option that I was thinking of, is instead of using it as a dual streaming PC, just to using it as my like editing rig and like offload everything else that I need to do like on a regular basis. Because there have been many times where I've been editing something and then I can't stream because I'm editing.
That's fair.
Oh, me and my brother ran the computer shop together, Sean. We were both pretty much exactly the same as far as technical stuff goes on computers. The one thing he's definitely better at than me, and I'll always give this to him, is he's much better at soldering, like doing like micro circuitry repairs and things like that. I never really did get into the whole like soldering thing. I have minimal expertise in soldering, but like when it comes to computers, we're pretty much equal. The thing is it's not just about getting it to work. It needs to work in a way that is not overly complicated or unnecessarily like just like silly. Because this is something I'm going to be doing on a daily basis, and I don't want to have to go through like 17 hoops to be able to make everything work, if that makes sense. Like, it needs to be seamless. And that's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and make it seamless, but I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. Apparently, how it works, apparently, though, is that the Elgato card apparently becomes an extra monitor on the system. And then what you do is you duplicate your gaming monitor, so like the main monitor that you use for gaming, you duplicate that onto the other Elgato fake monitor, and it basically allows you to like capture the monitor and then send that to the other computer, and it also captures the sound apparently too, but there's like some complicated steps for that. I don't know, but in theory how it would work is my main PC would only be playing the game, and my secondary PC would be controlling like the streaming software, would have like the Chrome tabs open for like the chat and things like that. I mean, I could maybe do the chat on the same PC. I don't know. What the hell's going on here? All these freaking ranged monsters all over the place. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No Fish Sisters roommate.
I think it'd be worth it before the D4 official launch, because like you said, it was crashing like everything, so at least it'd be separate crash.
Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing, is that if I get it set up properly, then if it does crash, if the game does crash, if the whole PC crashes, the stream won't go with it. So
I'm not ready yet.
it sounds interesting. I'm just not sure if it's going to be overly complicated.
I think maybe to set up the first time, but I think once you know what's going on, every variable, you'll be fine. It's not going to be like complicated a month from now, for instance. Once you add it, you're like, you know what you're doing at that point.
I'm also trying to figure out how the hell I want to have my monitor set up. Like,
So positioned?
I have three monitors. I have a 4K monitor, I have a 1080p monitor, and I have a very nice 1440p monitor. The 1080p and the 1440p monitor are actually the same brand and the same model. They're just different variables of that model. So there's like Samsung G series or whatever, so they look identical even though they're not identical, which is silly. I even mix up the adapters sometimes, and the adapters don't work on the other monitor because even the adapters look the same. But the 4K monitor's in the center, and the two curved monitors are on the right and left. And obviously I'm going to have to use one of the curved monitors or both of the curved monitors for the secondary streaming PC, since it's going to have most of the secondary utilities on it. And trying to figure out logistically in my head, like how many monitors do I want on the other streaming PC? How many monitors do I want on the gaming PC? Like,
you probably want definitely 2 on the gaming PC, because there's just so many times where you have to like alt-tab and look up something or do something while you're playing, and then you don't want to have to switch the KM. But you may want, this might sound weird, I was going to originally say 1080p, but you may want the 1440p on the streaming PC just because you said you might edit on it. And it's nice. I think it's nicer for editing to have a higher resolution and basically like more desktop space. But that's up to you.
well, 4K actually makes it harder to see things.
Yeah, because it gets tinier. But you can like dock multiple windows, things like that.
Which is why I still have the 1080p monitor, because honestly the 1080p monitor is great for doing that sort of stuff. I also have another 1080p monitor over here, which it's not hooked up, which could be the 4th monitor. I'm not really sure how well I would do that. I'm kind of thinking, like, in my eyes, like, of maybe putting a 4th monitor, mount it to the wall, and like maybe even have it vertical, like just kind of like over top of everything, as almost like a status display or something. So like I could have like the chat over there, like on the status display, and some other things. I don't know.
That would work. Yeah, if you have the room for it, go all out.
Almost level 25. Almost level 25. Gonna go down, 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 down. As much as I like Petrify, I'm taking points out of it. It's nice, but, you know. Get my rabies up. Get my rabies. Get my rabies. Gonna get my scabies. Get my labies. Gonna get my rabies. Get my rabies. You got a 144 hertz monitor and you can't go back. Man, I went even further down that rabbit hole. Autocast self. The monitor that I'm talking about that's sitting over here is a 1080p monitor that has 144 hertz, and it also has a 0 millisecond like input lag. Like when I got it all set up with the Blur Busters application and all the other cool stuff that they got running, like let me just say, like, it was amazing. Like the difference between that monitor and like a regular monitor was insane. Even the difference between that monitor and your 144 hertz monitor is insane. Like, that monitor has some sort of thing called NVIDIA 3D technology built into it. And using the NVIDIA 3D technology, they initiated some sort of strobing technology, which simulated almost like CRT-like behavior. And utilizing that monitor with the CRT-like strobing technology, you could literally get, like, basically 0 ms lag on all games that you played with frickin' 144 hertz, and it was just amazingly godlike. If you go to the Blurbusters website, they have a lot of monitors and things like that, and tools that you can use for specific monitors to decrease the overall input lag. And ever since I've played with that monitor, I've become like overly sensitive to input lag. Like whenever I play on a particularly bad monitor that has horrible input lag issues, like I notice right away. Like it's awful. TVs especially. Oh my god, TVs are just the worst. Like you press a button and it feels like the action that you're pressing the button for doesn't happen until like a half a second later or 2 seconds later sometimes. And on some of the really bad ones, like it's just really, like the lag is just really bad. Like so overpronounced. Like you have to literally press the button like 2 seconds in advance to get the action you want to happen at the time you want it to happen. Yes, you have the monitor that's capable of the Blurbusters technology then. Have you looked into it? You know what? Let me shoot you a link. Give me just a second. Do. Bink. Here you go, right here. All right, this is the link. This is the program that you're going to download right here. Boop. It's called Light Boost LCD, and it comes with the program, and you can download it and install it on your computer. And what it does is it literally causes a strobing effect on the monitor using the 3D technology that's built into it. And it does decrease the brightness, unfortunately. And this is something that I had to combat when I was using it, because using the strobing technology makes things everything a little bit dimmer than what it normally is. But like using this, you can literally bring your millisecond ping down, or like the input lag down from 6.9 milliseconds, which is what you're at right now, to 1.4 milliseconds. Like, and that's absolutely like mind-boggling. So like, to give you an idea, a 60 hertz monitor is 16.7 millisecond input lag. And your monitor, which is a 144 hertz monitor, assuming you're hitting 144 FPS, is 6.9 milliseconds. With the light boost technology set up properly, it goes down to 1.4 milliseconds. And literally, it gets to the point where everything looks so smooth and so beautiful, and there's no input lag, and literally, like, everything you do is almost instantaneous. And you get so used to it, and it's so beautiful. My only complaint is it does make the monitor very dark, so you may have to figure out a way to combat that. I think I remember I turned up the brightness and everything up about as high as I could, contrast and things like that to fix it. The color quality on that monitor is not the best, though. Although that monitor is really great for input lag, I do remember the color quality on that monitor being a little lackluster.
The new OLEDs are going to be awesome. I'm going to wait like a year or two until the next gen comes out.
Also, auto self-cast, don't use the display cable on that monitor. You get yourself a DVI-D cable if you have a DVI port on your video card. DVI-D. There's a reason why you shouldn't be using a DisplayPort cable on that monitor, and it's because the monitor has a faulty DisplayPort chip. I discovered this myself as I was using the monitor back in the day, because I originally had it connected with a DisplayPort cable, and it started to go black, and it started to fail. And as I researched more information into it, apparently that Asus monitor specifically has like a faulty DisplayPort chip and starts to cause like issues eventually. It didn't do it at first, but eventually it got to the point where the DisplayPort literally almost just stopped functioning entirely. However, if you use it like a DVI-D cable, which is actually very good for that monitor, you won't have any issues at all. I think I have an article on that because I actually looked it up. What's up, Ronald Biscuit? trying to see if I can find that one for you. Here's a forum post on Tom's Hardware for this particular monitor. There's posts all over the place though. If you just do a precursory search with the model name of the system, or sorry, of the monitor. If you do a search for the model name of the monitor with DisplayPort not working, everybody and their mama is reporting the DisplayPort stops working eventually. It's something inherently wrong with the unit. I don't know why. But I just thought I'd give you a heads up since you have the same monitor as me, and it's something that I've run through in the past. So if you get to the point where for some reason your monitor's just not working, or it black screens, or you think it's dead or something, there's a couple different ways that it goes out, but a lot of the times it just black screens and it won't show anything up on the screen anymore. It's not the monitor's broken, it's the display port is broken. So apparently there's something wrong with the display port on that monitor. You want to come out, little buddy? Or are you nice and warm and toasty in there? You get some nice and warm and toasty? Okay. He said, no, it's toasty in here. I'm inside the big yum, big fluffy. Yes, oh, it's so nice and cozy. They do get so cozy in there, and they're like, no, I don't want to come out. Leave me alone. I haven't had issues with display ports on any other monitors. I'm using a DisplayPort cable on this one, and I got an HDMI on that one because I ran out of DisplayPort cables, but I was using a DisplayPort on that one too. I haven't had any issues with it. It's just, for some reason or another, that particular monitor is the one that has issues with it. All these traps he be putting all over the place. Did he run into his own trap? What the hell just happened? Alright, well he's deaded. Why are you nibbling on me? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, little... your little nose sticking out. Come on out if you want to come out. You don't even want to come out. You're just exploring. Yes, sir. Alright, this character is a mishmash of crap. I ain't got enough points for anything I want to have enough points for, and I hate it. I like how the character plays, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I just don't have enough points for anything. And I don't know what the hell to do about it. Sir. I'm gonna put it on your tummy. Keep it up. You gonna get a tummy poot. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna poop right on the tummy. You got a tummy poop. There you go. He doesn't have any ways to build his character properly that don't just make for the most mishmashy weirdness. Like, let me explain myself. Like, rabies is all the way at the end. So you want to max out rabies, but to max out rabies, you've got to put, like, a ton of points in to actually reach that point. So, like, let me just go ahead and just, let's just refund all. Alright. So, you got to put in 2 to reach the next tree, right? So, if you want to get here at all, you've got to at least put in 2 points. So right now we've got to put in at least 1 point into Claw, and then throw 1 point into Hance Claw. And if we're going to use the Claw, we might as well at least get the one that causes the poison damage. So we end up with 3 points there. So that's like mandatory. And then we can't reach the next one without 3 points in this tree.
You do one of the passives if you haven't, instead of the skill.
Well, so
sometimes there's a good passive.
So here's the thing. We've got this really nice passive right here, which I really want to cap out. So this is the critical strike chance against close enemies is increased by 9%.
Okay.
And that one is great, right? So I end up close to where I want to be, but then Shred is my main ability, so I've got to beef that up. I end up with the Raging Shred, which brings me pretty close to group 3, right? Or hold on, see, yeah, 3. So in this group, there's like nothing I want to build except for the Vine Creeper, and even then I don't have the points for it. So like I don't have any choice. I have to bypass it, and to bypass it, I've got to dump points into something else. So what I did was I grabbed Bloodhowl, which is actually pretty good, which gets me not to the next tree. So I still got to spend 4 more points to get to Rabies. So I'm already invested 12 points, and I'm still not even at Rabies, and I need to spend another 4 points. So I need to spend 16 points just to even get to Rabies.
Okay.
And because Rabies is all the way at the end of the tree, it's like really difficult to actually build it. And at this point, I still only have 1 point in Shred, which was my main damage ability, and I only got 1 point in Bloodhowl, which is my main buff. So like I can stack up Shred a little bit and get that to a more agreeable level. And now I've only got 10 points left to spend. So I still need Earthen Bulwark as my defensive ability. So let's go ahead and snag that. And then, trying to remember here. We could probably just throw 1 point into Earthen Bulwark and maybe skip actually building it, which would save me a point or 2 there.
It's pointless to build it because it only lasts for 3 seconds, unless you can make it last longer.
Well, the third buff is casting Earthen Bulwark grants 18% base life as fortify, which is kind of nice. And
No. You can do that, but actually building the skill itself is pointless. It gives you more absorb, but the absorb lasts such a short duration that you never get full use out of it. Like you can build it up to, let's say, 300 absorb, but it's going to go away in 3 seconds before you even take that damage.
Well, here's the thing. I have a legendary, which is the duration of Earthen Bulwark is increased by 6 seconds. In addition, killing an enemy with earth skills replenishes 22 of your active or Earthen Bulwark's barrier. So it increases it from the current, 3 seconds to 9 seconds.
That's really good. And you know why it's really good? Is because there's a bunch of legendaries that scale barriers. Like you can scale damage off the barrier.
And it is really good. Bloodhowl, on the other hand, doesn't need to be built because all it does is increase more life. So when you level it up, it just increases the life. So I don't really see a good reason to dump points into it. But I definitely still want it for the attack speed increase, the crit increase, and all the various other things I've got going on from it. I definitely want to get Vine Creeper, but I just don't think I have a space for it on my bar. My goal would be to put 3 points into it so I can get the Brutal Vine Creeper, which gives me that 20% ridiculous crit chance while it's active. And then that leaves me with 6 whole points left, which I definitely need at least 1 point in Rabies, 1 point in the enhancement, and 1 point in the Savage Rabies. Or sorry, not Savage, the Natural Rabies. And then I'm left with 3 points, which I can either stack into Rabies itself, Or what I was doing was I was throwing it into the Toxic Claws, which gives me the extra poisoning damage on every crit, which I felt like was more powerful than stacking it into Rabies itself. I mean, Rabies goes up moderately in damage, but not like too insane. Whereas I feel like the crit is giving me a hell of a lot more damage output overall. I mean, that would be the build right there. So basically 1 in Claw, and then 1 in each one of the passives, with the Fierce Claw being the end passive. 5 in Shred, with 1 in Raging Shred. 3 in the Predatory Instinct, which gives me 9% increased crit chance. 1 in Blood Howl, 1 in Enhanced Blood Howl, and 1 in Preserving Blood Howl, and 1 in Earthen Bulwark to get the defensive cooldown. And we got the Brutal Vine Creeper, then the Rabies, and then of course we've got the Toxic Claws. And honestly, that should make for an extremely powerful character.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beta build too, so you'll have more points in the future if you actually play it during release. I like the Druid a lot. It's probably my second favorite right now.
Bound by blood. What are you doing back there, Mr. Dusty Bones? You buzzing up, boy? You buzzing up, boy? They're such good little dudes, chinchillas. I don't even know how to explain chinchillas. They're like just little chill little dudes that hang out with you. He's just a good little boy. Yeah, yes. He's just a good little boy. I'm not worried about its active damage, although I do like the fact that it actively poisons things. What I'm worried about is the passive damage. The active damage is what I'm worried about. So the whole reason I'm getting it is to increase my crit chance. So it has a 20% crit chance increase while it's active. So whenever I'm fighting a boss or something like that, what would happen is I'm gonna Earthen Bulwark up, I'm gonna Blood Howl, and then I'm gonna hit them with a Vine, and then immediately bite them with the Rabies, and then start wailing on them with my main attack. So that the Rabies is like guaranteed to get the crit, and all my attacks are guaranteed to get the crit, which, as you can see by my build, I've got extra frickin' damage and stuff that pops out with every single crit that I make, so they just constantly get more and more poisoned for all the crits. And 20% crit is a hell of a lot of crit, even though it only lasts for a very short period of time. Maybe there's some sort of legendary item I can get for Poison Creeper that will make it last a little longer, so that 20% crit I can get more use out of it. Because as it is right now, 2 seconds or 3 seconds? Yeah, 3 seconds. 3 seconds is decent, but it'd be nice to get a little bit more out of it. Maybe like 4 or 5 or 6. I mean, overall, I think this boy's done. I would like to test out some of his abilities, just to kind of get a feel for some of his other stuff. Like, I know I just spent all that time, like, perfecting his build and everything, but let's go ahead and pull some points out of the Toxic Claws and stuff. We already tried Petrify, we did try Cataclysm, Lacerate. I mean, we didn't play around with the Grizzly Rage thing. Let's, just for lulz, let's go play around with the Grizzly Rage. Or I know we're not a Grizzly Bear, but I kind of want to see what it does. Does the Butcher come at random? Yeah, he comes at random. He just comes into your dungeon at random and tries to kill you. Did he get you? Oh wow, Grizzly Bear's slow.
I'm not ready yet.
Wow, I know that this is not a bear build, but Grizzly Rage is kind of cool. Sir, you can explore, but you cannot go over there with all my wires. You know why? Do you know why you can't go over there with all my wires, Mr. Dusty Buns? Listen. I trying to talk to you, sir. You're being very weird. Sir, I was trying to talk to you. Thank you. You got some very sharp teeth, and I know the chinchillas like to chew stuff. I'm very well aware that chinchillas want to nom nom on everything. So you cannot go where my wires are, because I know that you're going to chew on my wires. And it's not just because I don't want you to chew on my wires. I mean, that is a thing. But also, wires have electricity in them. Electricity will kill you. You're a very small animal. Doesn't take much. A good chomp on a wire. Zzz, zzz, then you'll be dead. Trying to protect you. Where's the burr? Burr. It's a big bad burr. It's a big bad burr. It's a big bad burr indeed. I'm a big bad burr. It's a big burr. It's a big burr indeed. Got the big burr. It's a big burr. Big burr indeed. I'm the burr. I don't know. Grizzly Rage seems pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Like, you just straight up turn into like a raging grizzly bear, and you get like a bunch of attacks that you can use. And I'm assuming that like the more monsters you kill, the longer you can maintain your grizzly bear rage. Yeah, kills extend the duration of grizzly rage by 1 second up to an additional 10 seconds. So it lasts for 10, and you can increase it up to 20 as long as you're murdering stuff, which is what you should be doing, right? You're a grizzly rage, you should be murdering everything. Wish I could get access to my capstone. There's so many good capstones. Like this one here, Lupine Ferocity, which is what I would use on my werewolf. Every 6th werewolf skill hit critically strikes and deals 60% increased damage. So like that would just work really well with the whole Toxic Claws, you know, thing. And I'd max out Toxic Claws with the Lupine Ferocity, so I would just be constantly, like, you know, just doing massive amounts of poison damage every single time I crit. Guaranteed crits every 6th attack with high crit chance. I'm just like always critting. Like even when it's not a guaranteed crit, there's still a pretty good damn chance I'd be critting.
I have a legendary that gives me like all my companions gain one of those masteries too, but can't get them.
Well, that's something I want to try. You just reminded me. Let's try out a full companion druid. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get the perfect weapon, but I have a legendary power that gives me on a two-hander 16% more damage per companion up on my core skill.
Well, this one would definitely be one that you would want on a companion wolf as well. The Blood Howl increases critical strike chance by 9%. In addition, Blood Howl also affects all nearby companions and players. So your wolf and everything get the nice crit buff as well. So you can just like stack up like buffs on your companions, which I'm sure would definitely be very useful. All right, so let's just I know I don't have like all the right equipment for this, but let's just go ahead and build a companion build, right? So first off, I'm not really sure what I'd want to do for like my main ability. I mean, I wouldn't exactly have to be in there with them. Like, we can treat it like a Necromancer, or we could treat it like a I don't know, like a bear with an army. One or the other. I'm trying to think if we should do like a... isn't there one that actually has minion damage on it? Like, I could have sworn I remember one of them was like... There was like a buff that said like increases minion damage. Summon a second Earth Spike when hitting an immobilized or stunned enemy. Wind Shear. Wind Shear has a chance to make them vulnerable. That sounds good, actually. Vulnerability increases damage output, which would be nice for the minions. And let's use it as a builder specifically. So just a builder. And then we have to get to it, which is going to be an issue. So we've got to pick something to make it down to the companion tree. We're definitely going to build Bloodhowl. That's going to be an important one, but we've got to build something here that can help us reach the companions. And that would also be good to use with the companions as well. So I'm thinking maybe Lightning Strike. Let's do Lightning Strike, and let's grab the passive, and then let's do the one that has the chance to immobilize targets, and that brings us down to Bloodhowl, which we're going to grab the attack speed. And we need to put a certain number of points in so we can actually reach the companions. Here we go. Now that we're at the companions. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and grab all 3 companions. And... probably going to throw 5 into the wolves. 5 into the ravens. Grab the brutal vine creeper. Actually, you know what? We'll skip that. Grab the enhanced wolf pack and then the brutal wolf pack. Then grab the first one on the ravens. You won't get beat up, sir? And we won't be able to even do anything down here. But we should technically have a full raven pack. We should have the vine creeper. We got the wolves. And then we've got the bloodhowl. Man, interesting. He doesn't seem to be doing poorly, that's for sure. Oh yeah, a huge difference. See, that's what you get when you come to my channel, AutoCast Self-Health. Cast Self. You get more than just gaming. You get the full package, my friend. I'll beat you up, Mr. Chinchilla. Don't get beat up.
ready yet.
See what happens when I use my Raven Swarms.
I must wait I'm not ready yet.
It's kind of a fun little build having the minions, the little wolvies. The little wolvies, the little wolvies.
Make them leap on your target.
I mean, the unfortunate thing is with this build is I can definitely tell already that I just don't have enough points. Number one, I couldn't max out the Ravens. Number two, I couldn't max out the Vine Creeper. Number three, I couldn't grab the Call of the Wild damage bonus here. Number four, I couldn't go down here and grab any of the ultimates. I couldn't grab any of these abilities. I couldn't grab any of the capstones. Like, I'm like stuck. Like this, I just don't have enough points to make the companion build work at this particular moment in time. Like, if I did have more points, I could definitely beef the Ravens up with the one more choice here. I could obviously cap out the Vine Creeper, get him like as high as possible. I could throw 3 points into the Call of the Wild, which would give a pretty big damage bonus to all my minions. Obviously, grabbing the capstone specifically for this character would be pretty good too. Like, there's a couple. I think there's one in here that affects. Trying to think here. Actually, I'm not even sure if there is a capstone for the companion build.
There's a legendary that scales it. That scales the one that does attack damage and does attack speed and damage depending on the form or something.
For what?
It gives it for the capstone.
The capstones are like specific to very specific builds, unfortunately.
Yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah.
There's one of them that does like more attack speed and more damage based on bear or wolf. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, Bestial Rampage.
Yeah, that one. I have a legendary that makes Bestial Rampage apply to your companions.
Okay,
well.
so then that would be the one that you'd pick with the companions. And there's other things in here too, like I was looking at some of this, like Petrify might work pretty good with this build too, or you could use Cataclysm. There's a couple different ways that you could possibly go with the companion build. There's a couple other buffs that you can get too, like Cyclone Armor applies to everybody around you, which is pretty cool. So that would definitely be something that you would want to get as a companion build, so you can beef up your minions a little bit more, because it would apply to your wolves and your and the rest of you. What you got a big tuft of fur sticking out of you for? Just a big old fluff. Why don't you take your fluff back? Here, this is your fluff. Deal with it. They do too. They take it and they ball it up and then they drop it back on the ground. I think it's some sort of instinctive thing that they do. I'll blow on you. He's such a good little boy, this one. He's a little baby, but he's such a good little boy. Isn't that right, Mr. Dusty Bone? Mr. Nemo's jealous. Mr. Nemo's so jealous of you. He's so jealous. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Here, get up there on the head. So don't know. Well, there won't be a hat. He said, I'm not hat. I'm Chinchilla. Alright, I want to set up my Storm build. I know I'm totally not even set up for Storm, but I want to set up my Storm build. I had this Storm build for like the Druid. And it was interesting.
That's what I'm doing right now.
I don't know if I can pull it off, but I definitely want to give it a try. If I can remember how the hell I built it. It was like full of immobilizes and like knockdowns and stuff like that, and it was utilizing like something that caused the like extra lightning bolts to strike if you know, like you had like a monster that was immobilized. There was like a chance that you could potentially like cause them to take an additional strike and a bunch of other things like that. So
I have all the by Hurricane. I have all those points, like basically. Only one of them max, but I have like a bunch of 1-point wonders. And, but my core skill, my spender, it's not lightning because landslide is completely overpowered. It's guaranteed crit when they're immobilized. So you just have a giant like 150, 180% depending on what level it is, weapon damage spender that guarantees crit every time, basically. It's stupid and amazing.
Well, I think I was looking at Storm Strike because it made them so.
Yeah, Storm Strike is my builder basic skill, and then my core skill is landslide.
Because then it does like, what is it? So Storm, a 15% chance to immobilize all enemies, and then 50% chance to make enemies vulnerable.
Yep, that's what I use. Those
so like, it seems perfect for that particular build of like just making lightning fall all over the place.
And then the creeper vines make them guaranteed immobilized, so they're really good.
So I'm gonna beef up Lightning Storm. That's right. Back up. Back it up. Ooh. Back it up. Ooh. Stop it. Okay, I need to get to this. So then it's then it was Nature's Reach. That's right, I remember. Because Nature's Reach gave you that huge damage bonus against any monster slowed, stunned, knocked back, or immobilized. And so you end up with 9% damage increased to like all the monsters that you're lightning striking. And then the hell did I do? I guess we could throw one more in lightning or main builder. And then we grab Hurricane. Making them vulnerable. And then we don't even go down to Cataclysm, right? So then we just build these passives here. So there was like, what is it?
I don't.
Storm skills have a 20% chance to make monsters vulnerable. Then, and every 18 seconds, lightning strikes a nearby enemy. And then Bad Omen, up to 10% chance when dealing damage to a vulnerable enemy, immobilized or stunned, that a lightning strike also hits that target. And then, I can't remember which we did. Dealing enemy lightning damage has a chance to immobilize them. And then I think what I did was I ended up beefing up Bad Omen to 30%. So that literally, like, it's constantly striking targets. Like, any target that's immobilized, stunned, or vulnerable. And I, like, stacked up immobilized, stunned, and vulnerable throughout the entire build. And then I'll put one more into the random lightning strike. You were just having fun up there, aren't you, sir? You are just having all sorts of fun up there. I showed you how to be a hat one time. One time I show you how to be a hat.
I thought I said it was 2 p.m. Is it actually up, spawning on the map?
It is.
Oh. Okay, get on my main then.
The
lies.
Maybe I'll go test my Hurricane Druid against it. Get killed a bunch of times. Anybody want to group up?
I'll group up with you. Give me a second. You know what? I'll come back to this character. I care more about the Druid anyway. I'll get this character on the next world boss. He's almost 25. Druid is ready to go, basically.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Ginger.
Ginger.
I'm guessing you boys are on Diablo 4?
Yeah, we're having
Best.
fun messing with the open beta. You know, it's only for this weekend, so it's the only time we get to play.
Which character did y'all make? What's up, Acid? I see you on, buddy.
Wow, that's actually kind of powerful. Like, it's just like lightning bolts coming out of everything.
You got the sorcerers, Ginger?
The sorceress? Yeah, I got all the characters leveled up to 25 so far.
I
Which
messaged
one
them
was
in
the
Guild chat.
easiest?
What?
Which one's the easiest?
I think sorceress is the easiest to level up. Necromancer's pretty fun too, though.
I was hearing they said the corpse explosion was OP.
It's just as good as it is in Diablo 2.
That's good.
S tier. Where do you see your character level? It's right there, down at the bottom. Dude, this character's kind of broken. Like, the way that he just, like, annihilates stuff.
Talking about the druid?
The build that I had theory crafted was basically just, like, lightning spam. Like, it's basically, like, the whole build is just spamming lightning on everything. And, like, it basically relies on just making monsters immobilized, vulnerable, etc. And every single time a monster is immobilized, vulnerable, or knocked back, or stunned, or something like that, like, there's a chance that it will just, like a 30% lucky hit chance that I'll just get, like, another lightning strike. And then I also have, like, random lightning strikes that are just coming down, like, all the time. And so, like, in the middle of a fight, like, when I start immobilizing and stunning everything, you just see, like, massive lightning strikes just coming down and hitting everything.
It's amazing.
The druid is doing lightning?
Yep. The druid is like a combo of a druid and shaman. If you're familiar with shamans, it basically has a lot of shaman skills. Has the wolves, has storm strike.
Okay,
I
alright.
wanted to play werewolf. Can you still play like a pure werewolf build
Yes.
again?
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I currently am.
How you liking it so far?
Oh, it's a blast, but it's
Is
a
it
melee
difficult?
I did a rabies wolf.
it.
I did a rabies wolf, and it was very fun.
Yeah.
Like
that's
pure,
why I
They
am
got rabies on
pure,
here?
like pure poison, like poison everything, like crit, making the poisons even better, and like there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on that build where you can like every time you crit, like it'll apply like a poison effect on the target, and like all sorts of crazy stuff going on, and that's just like the poison build.
I'm about to enjoy myself.
There's also like a really tanky burr. The werewolf feels very much so like a character built around like combos and fluid combat, whereas the wolf, the bear, very much so is like a character, kind of like designed all around like big hits and feeling like you're like amazing and incredibly tanky burr.
Sounds like my cocaine bear is coming back.
I'm gonna fight you, little buddy. Don't get fought.
Ginger, did you ever watch Spriggan? Anime?
Maybe. I don't know. I think maybe. Sounds familiar.
Hold on a sec, boys.
My Barbarian was wiping entire screens, Harmony Pain. I don't know what people keep talking about the Barbarian being underpowered.
So I think just like Diablo 2 and 3, the characters take a little bit to come online. You need some skills, and then once you get a couple of affixes, or aspects rather, that worked with your character, they come online a lot more. My Barbarian was the same way until I hit about level 12 and got a few decent legendaries that I could mess around with. Then I just started clapping cheeks.
I think it goes down to the time to kill. Like my barb is decked out whirlwind build, but when you go against a boss, you can take a stork and kill it in under 5 seconds. And a barb, it's taken like 20 more, even with full gear. It's just the scaling isn't there at this level. It's probably there in endgame, but it's not balanced for leveling, that's for sure.
Calm down. Calm down, Hyperbud. Calm down. It's too much. Calm it. See, look at you. You can't even stop doing the hurricane because you're not calm. Calm down. You're fine. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you. You're fine. And you're throwing a fit. Stop it.
I almost made the #1 mistake. I forgot to boost my poison resist.
Well, this character's totally not set up for her. He's probably gonna die. He's probably gonna die horribly.
Am I gonna miss it again?
He's
No,
you got 16
like
minutes.
Yeah, I got 23 minutes of queue.
Oh man.
Well, there's another one in 2 hours.
I missed the one this weekend too. I'm gonna be pissed.
Gonna make some groups here.
Well, this is only the first one of all of the spawns, so
You got 3 more to try if you don't make this one.
I'm trying to figure out whether I want to play it on the Druid or the Necromancer.
Probably depends which one's more ready for the first one, because the other one you have like another 2 hours to get it ready.
I feel like the Necromancer was probably set up better, but also...
I just realized my boots don't have poison resist on them.
I mean, this guy is not set up, like, legendary-wise for the Storm build that I put him in. So I feel like I should probably switch him back to my Rabies build.
Yeah. Cheap enough.
I'll be right back.
I believe that's it. Let me go back to town real quick and grab a potion at the very least.
Looks like we have enough for a couple of groups already.
I
don't know.
I gotta make a poison elixir, otherwise I'm gonna die horribly. I don't think this guy's set up at all for poison resistance. I'm gonna find out the hard way. At least I can make myself a poison elixir, though. Ashava's got some hellacious poison. Is that a dog or a rat? It's a mix. It's a mix of in between. It's a dat or a rog.
Perfect balance. Blessings.
No, it's a chinchilla. His name is Dusty Buns. Who else needs a invite for groups? I think I've only got one person in mind, so I invited you earlier. It says you're already in a party, Blaze.
Yeah, I've still got another 5 minutes in queue, it says.
You'll probably make it. There's 13 minutes left.
Yeah.
Now, Nightwolf I can invite. Leandrew I can invite. Can't invite Blaze. He's already in a party. Maybe try hopping out and hopping back in real quick. Maybe it'll clear whatever status you've got going on your group thing. You don't have to leave the game. Just go back to the character select screen and then come back. Yeah, I don't particularly like the same size inventory slots either. Like, I think I prefer the Diablo 2 method where everything has a different size. The inventory Tetris, I think, is almost undeniably part of the way that Diablo works. It definitely makes it better. Oh god, level 10, level 16, level 13. Oof.
Yeah, that's gonna be painful.
Oof. Level 16. Ooh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people under level 20 and 1 level 20. So 6 people level 20 or lower.
It's not a layer you want to be on.
We can bounce out of this layer by teleporting back to town and then teleporting back in. When we teleport back in, it should be a different layer.
Did you all coordinate having like the same instance with the other members?
No, because at the last second it can rebalance it anyway. Like we can get probably like 8 members in there, but then at the last 20 seconds it could just transport them out. It's happened before.
Really?
Yeah, it's annoying. It's not like once you're on the same layer you stay there. Only your group is guaranteed to stay together.
Well, does anybody in here want to team up or have an open?
Yeah, we got 2 open spots in ours. That's what we're doing right now. We're trying to invite people. Anybody who's coming. Blaze still can't invite you. I can invite Iggy.
Yeah, I've heard having poison resistance potions are good.
Yeah, you want like as much as you can get. I might not have enough, unfortunately, but I guess I'll just die over and over again. I'm at...
That's a spirit.
What am I at? 37% poison resistance? Oh no.
We'll defeat this with corpse hopping.
Keeps telling me request timed out every single time I try and invite somebody.
5 over here.
I got 10 minutes. Let me leave game, come back, and I'll re-invite everybody. Hold on.
Roger that.
Maybe it's me. Mr. Chinchilla, what are you doing? You're being so silly. You've been silly. You're being a big silly butt. Go over there and don't be silly butt.
Can't believe it's almost April and it's still snowing.
We were talking about this earlier, Rockin' Game USA. The layers, I've actually come to the conclusion that the layers are actually just the same thing as Diablo. And it's a little complicated to explain, but think about each layer as a game in Diablo 2. So like in Diablo 2, you create a game, right? And in the game, that game is set up exactly for you. All the quest flags are yours, right? So how the layer system seems to work is it seems to specifically create a layer for you with all of your quest flags. And so in that way, it is almost identical to the way that Diablo 2 works because everybody is in their own layer with their own quest flags. And if you happen to see somebody else, it's probably because they're on the same quest flags as you. When you join a group, like for instance when I invite Fury, Fury is being pulled to my layer. So he's essentially joining my game. And even though there's a lot of smoke and mirrors behind it and some other weird things going on, like it definitely does seem like it's just a roundabout way of achieving the same thing that Diablo 2 was already achieving, which is everybody gets their own game. And if you want to join somebody's game, you join their group. And if they want to join your game, they have to join your group. So if you think about it in that way, like every time you decide on like whose party or who needs to be the party leader, imagine the party leader as the game owner, the person who created the game. So the person who is going to be the party leader is the game state that you want to enter. So like in Diablo 2, if you wanted to like do a quest to kill Andariel, the person who needs the quest to kill Andariel has to make the game. So he would be the party leader, the one that actually has the quest to kill Andariel. And then everybody else would join his group and transfer to his game. Or in this case, in Diablo 4, it's his game state. Let me just invite 1 million people. Let's just see what happens. We go to the clan tab.
Dankometer and invite.
Dankometer.
13 minutes.
Invite to party.
Yeah, went through.
I can't request.
Blaze says you're still in a party, Blaze. Squiddy, I don't know. Squiddy, you in a party? You coming? Yeah, it says you're in a party. Who else needs to come? Derelict, you're not in a party. Iggy, you're not in a party. Leon, Drew. I'm just gonna invite everybody, see until we fill up.
We got Blaze, Death, Ghost of War, and Leon have a party going, so we got one already. Addition.
Well, Iggy, I invited Iggy. I think Iggy said he wanted a party earlier. Nightwolf, I think I got you. I think I sent you an invite, Nightwolf. Unless it timed out.
Is it already spawned?
6 minutes.
I might make it.
You might make it, yeah.
It jumped from 13 to 10.
There we go. Says invite pending to somebody. So this one seems to be a little bit better. We got a 24, a 25, a 22, a 24, and then 2 16s. This should be doable. We should be able to do this. I'm probably going to get my... requested to join your party, GGM Lie. Sure, come on. You guys can teleport to me, by the way. The boss starts in about 5 minutes. So if you guys are not here, just go to Kyovashad, and there should be a portal for me by the waypoint. Just to give you guys a rundown, if you've never done this boss fight before, Ashava has several main attacks. First off, she likes to jump all over the place, so be prepared for that. She has 2 very large sweeps that she likes to do that are meant to kill...
Or party wipes.
That are meant to kill sorceresses and ranged characters. So it's this really weird thing where he jams his claw into the ground, like at the edge of the circle, and drags his claw around the circle. And the closer you are to where he jabs his claw into the ground, the more deadly it is. And it's deliberately made to kill ranged characters. It doesn't do hardly anything to people that are underneath of him. Another attack that she has is a frontal AoE cone that puts puddles down. It's a poison effect, and her poison is Callacious. She also has a melee bite, which hurts a freaking ton. And if she bites you with it, there's a very good chance you might die. But that you have to be like in melee range and in front of her for her to bite you. She also has a slam that she does, which is right next to her, and a tan puddle will appear next to her, showing where she's going to slam. So you basically just dodge out of the way. Her most devastating attack is the one that's very difficult to avoid. It is an attack where she slams her claws into the ground in front of her, and then drags them backward. And everything within the front and the rear of those claws dies. If you get hit by it, you're dead, even with your defensive cooldown up. And if you're directly between her legs, you can avoid it. But if you're a little bit too far to the left or a little bit far to the right, she'll hit you with it and you'll die anyway. The easiest way is just to not be underneath of her when she uses that one attack. I call it her rake. It's her rake attack. And it's probably her most devastating attack. The rake attack is the one that usually kills the most people. Like every time she does the rake attack, I'll see like 6 or 7 people die. Because they don't move out of the way quickly enough. You really just want to get the hell out of dodge. Like when she does the rake attack, just run. To the left or to the right, not to the front or to the back.
What's the nearest waypoint?
Bear Village.
Yeah, the nearest waypoint is the Bear Tribe Refuge.
If you're in a group with people that are already there, you can just TP to them. You don't have to run.
Yeah, if you're in a group with us, just look for one of our TPs and just take it. You'll teleport over. You've got a whole 2 minutes, by the way.
I'm here.
You got 6 minutes.
I might want to put him back before I do the boss battle. Mr. Dusty Buns is being a buttface. Why don't you go hide in here? Come on. Take a nap while I fight Ashava, the world boss.
4 minutes.
I mean, you'll get in time. You'll get in time to like run over there real quick and participate. It takes about 15 minutes to kill him, unless you got like a really fast group.
I don't even know where it spawns.
Are you looking at the stream?
No, I don't have the TV on.
Well, it's like, I mean, if you look at the stream, I got the map up right now.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, remember, if you kill him quick enough and you have plenty of time, you can drop your group, go back to town, and then take your own portal back, and you'll probably be on another layer and be able to kill him again. There's videos of people doing it like over 4 times in 15 minutes.
I heard about that.
Yeah, it's just layer hopping. So he exists on multiple layers, multiple games, however you want to look
it's
at it.
It's the same, exactly what I was talking about earlier about this being exactly the same as the Diablo 2 system. Is that like when declone spawns, what would you do? You'd go to all the pub games, right? Try and get declones. It's the same thing. You teleport back to town and teleport back, and you get shoved into a different game.
Yep.
Will you open your map on stream?
So Kivishad's right here. It's
Okay.
straight. It's basically straight east of Kivishad. It's called the Crucible. That's this. It's this frozen lake.
All right.
A lot of Necros in our group. I think we're going to do tons of damage.
The closest portal, I believe, is Bear Tribe. So you take Bear Tribe and you can just go straight down to it.
Begins in 20 seconds.
I have that waypoint.
Time to get my butt kicked. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to pull 1 point out of my... oh, I don't have it in the Vine Creeper. Let's pull 1 point out of that. Put it into there.
I take it I have to be
Curiosity,
in
when
the
the
party.
boss does that circle sweeping attack.
You had to do what?
If you're
You don't have to
outside-
be in a party, no. You can be there by yourself. There's her jump. Slam. She did a bite. Another bite. She doesn't normally do 2 bites in a row. Oh, that was 3 bites in a row. Ow. Why are you biting me? Another jumpy jumpies. Now she's probably going to do a big circle attack. So for those of you who are at the edge of the circle, nasty. She always does 2, by the way. Like always 2 big giant circles. You want to move in for that as close as you can get.
Ow.
Then her slam. She won't do the rake, by the way, until she hits like about half HP. So she generally avoids doing the rake until later.
Loading in.
If you die, you can come right back, but you're going to take damage to your armor. If you do it too many times, your equipment will break. 10% per death, so only takes 10 deaths before everything's broken.
Alright, check your potions.
Alright, circle.
This guy's AFK. I shouldn't even res them.
Oh no, Dankalink. Or oh, Lia and Dank.
Yeah, I'm coming. I was standing right next to 2 people. I thought they'd be cool. They were not cool.
Slam. Alright, I think we might be at the point where she starts to rake. I'm not sure. Spin. Ooh, nasty poison. There goes all my potions. Her poison is better than mine, I'll admit. Rake!
Yes.
Well, we only lost one guy on that rake. Not bad.
Ow.
Circle. Second circle. Rake. Speedy, speedy. She's spitting. Circles. Second circle. Slam. Ooh, she got me with it. Little hoe bag. Man, her poison is hellaciously nasty. Oh, I forgot to drink my potion, didn't I? I'm an idiot.
Oof, I'm glad I had fortify.
And second circle. She's probably going to do a rake next. Oh, no. Slam. Then a rake? Yeah, then a rake. Oh, she got somebody. I am out of potions completely. Rake. Slam. Probably a jump next.
No, that was a bite. Double bite.
Yeah, there's her jump. Well, I meant like she was about to jump. She usually jumps after she does a rake. Oh, I was standing way. I was trying to res. Oh, that's just rude.
Yeah, resin gets you killed out there.
It does so bad because somebody will die outside in the circle attack, and then you go to res them, and then he does another circle attack and kills you right on top of the place where they died in the circle attack. Yep, there you go. Just got circled again. I think I got the person. I think I got the person up though.
If you just stand on them, the only dangerous thing are the bite and the slam. And the slam's very easy to avoid.
The rake is easy to avoid if you're directly underneath of her, but sometimes it can be tricky. Like, I just like to get out of the way. It's easier that way. Alright, so what do we say? We're gonna try and teleport back and do another one?
You guys already
Alright, so let's simulate. Go ahead, everybody teleport back. Let's get your stuff and let's teleport back. Let's see if we can get another one. Once everybody's in town, because we gotta make sure we're hopping layers, we'll go to the next. We'll go right back through the portal and we'll see if we can get another layer.
Lies in town.
Alright, I believe everybody is in town. Okay, let's go back through. Let's see if we can get another layer and fight another boss. We can do this a couple times and see if we can get a couple bosses. We might end up in a layer where he's already dead. Okay, so we ended up one where he's already dead. So everybody back.
We only need one person to go back and forth, though, right?
I think all of us do.
You're supposed to leave the party so you all have a chance to find them, and then whoever finds the one that's good, you invite the other three up.
You regroup. Oh, okay.
Yes, and then they layer to your layer. That's how you do it faster.
I mean, that makes sense.
4 times a chance. It's like you're all looking for a declone.
Someone's party now.
Yeah, splitting up into different declone groups. Okay, this one's up. We got one.
Alright.
Oh god. Oh wow, she is 8 minutes and she is not she is not anywhere near dead.
Alright, invite.
I'm in. I think I might be in the wrong spot.
Chunks. I can invite you. Here, hold on. I just died. Social, where you at, Chunks? Westman, invite to party. There you go.
Still fighting.
Who else did I have in here? Tank. It says your party is full. You should be able to teleport to us, Chunk.
I'm already down there.
Okay. Well, this one is not close. Like, we've got 7 minutes and 54 seconds to get her dead, so we're gonna have to push it because she's already half. Her timer's already half finished, and she's not even close to half. This group that was fighting her was not the best group. And I'm having trouble getting underneath of her feet without dying. Okay, there we go.
We got this.
I'm in a party tank.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
logging back to the character select screen. Log back in, it's timing out for me.
Oh, I had a request from you that I couldn't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's timing out. A request was sent in.
Trying to look at my items. Landslides, earth pillars, strike a second target. What?
If you want to try to invite me.
I'm in a full party.
Yeah, I grabbed Chunk because I don't think he's killed the world boss before. He said he was having trouble finding it, so.
I'm down there, but I'm getting slapped.
I mean,
Oh yeah. Everybody gets slapped on her.
She hits hard. And she's not a, I don't believe she scales, so. I mean, she should be level 25 no matter what level you are.
I'm level 23.
And what level is she?
25.
Yeah, so she doesn't scale. So if you're a low level character, you're gonna get your butt kicked. For each level you are lower than her, she's just gonna hit even harder.
Oh yeah, we got this one.
Ooh, that poison.
Ow!
So nasty.
She
got
hits
two
me,
of
and
it.
even when I go to use the potion, I still die.
Yes. You can't get hit by her poison. It's extremely nasty.
I thought I got hit by the physical attack.
She got me with the frickin' circle running back. I hate that. Like I can't see her because the camera's not zoomed out far enough, so it's a little annoying to literally be running back to the boss fight, and she just hits you with the circle before you even know she's even using the circle. Because if I knew she was using the circle, obviously I wouldn't run in. Like, I'm not an idiot. But you can't see her using it, so it's really hard to know she's using it when you're outside of her range. Makes it a little difficult. We got so many lobies on this one, I'm not sure if we're gonna make it.
I'll be very close. We did about a quarter health in 2 minutes. Well, a minute and a half.
Ooh.
That was close.
Dude, she's got a freaking. I don't know if it's because I'm doing good damage or what, but man, she is just. Ooh, she loves to kill me. She keeps turning around just to bite me too.
Break.
Yep, got it. It's such tight timing to get in between her legs just in time.
Oh.
Got 3 minutes, and she's at basically what, 25%? She's close. She's probably gonna do a rake. Oh, she jumped. Spit. Okay, she's spitting. Now a rake. That poor little level 13 got ganked. Alright, double circle.
Good grief. I think I got hit twice.
Spitty spits. Rake. I'm pretty sure that guy that's dead on the ground is level 13, so I wouldn't be like in a rush to res him. We can try and get this. We got 2 minutes and 35 seconds, so we still got about, what, 25% of her HP left.
Dropping blizzards on her.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying double Hydra Blizzard.
Rake. Ooh, Fury. I saw that poison almost kill you. Or sorry, you got 2 R's. That's Furry, not Fury. My bad. 1 extra R makes all the difference. Rake.
And I'm down. Oh, whoa.
I saw you barely survived. Whenever she does a rake, either get out or move directly in between her legs. You want to go right where the coochie is. If you're a little bit too far to the left or right, you'll die. That's the margin for error is very small. Yeah, see, like where you were standing right there, not a good spot. Try and get in between her legs instead. You can survive the rake there. But you gotta be right in between her legs. We got 1 minute and she's almost dead. Come on, push it, boys. Push it. Push it to the limit.
Oh, break.
When your back's against the wall, you gotta put it into overdrive. You gotta push it. Push it to the limit. 43 seconds. Use some damn rabies. Oh, she's almost dead, almost dead. We almost got her 33 seconds. Oh my god, it's so close. Die, Ashava. Yeah. 2 Ashavas. Nice. That's right. Die, Ashava. Give me some goodies.
I got 4 legendaries.
Alright, well, I think.
Make sure to pick up your cash.
Fucking my equipment is broken.
Yeah, mine probably is too.
Is there an additional cache? Or is it just the loot that falls?
There's a cache sitting on the ground.
So there's
this week.
supposedly you're only supposed to be able to get that thing once a day.
Per character or account?
Per character. I mean per account, sorry.
Yeah, I may have missed mine, the first one. I guess if you missed
Ooh,
the first
mana
one,
regen.
that's it.
I like mana regen and cold damage.
It's like Earth skills is like the universal drop for me right now.
Alright, I should have the Ashava thing too. I don't know where it was. Sometimes it goes into your stash, like, instead of actually dropping on the ground. Yeah, it went into my stash, which was weird. And then where the hell did it just go now? I just clicked on it, and it's missing.
It should be on the ground.
No, it went into this. So it went into the spoils, and then it went into the stash. You gotta check your stash. Like, for some reason, mine doesn't drop on the ground. Alright, so we killed Ashava, we got a bunch of Doojanks. Let's see what the hell we got running here for my druid. Maybe I got some new Earth skills deal 75% more critical damage to crowd-controlled enemies. Damage from Earth skills slow enemies by 25% for 5 seconds. Thorns damage dealt has a 60% chance to deal damage to all enemies around you. You have 16% critical strike chance against injured enemies while you are healthy. You gain 33% increased crowd control duration. Core skills deal up to 44% increased damage based on your amount of fortify. When you have fortify, you gain +2 ranks in earth skills. I got so much earth stuff. Like, it's kind of insane. Like, the amount of earth items I got.
That's like me. I ended up with 6 items total for Earth.
Well, this one's interesting. Lucky hit, up to a 20% chance when dealing lightning damage to overload the target for 3 seconds, causing any direct damage you deal to them to pulse for 308 additional damage to surrounding enemies. That was actually something that I was going to use on part of the lightning build that I was thinking about.
Am I able to share any of these drops with anybody?
Anything
If it
that's not
doesn't say
account bound.
bound.
Yeah, anything that's not account bound, yes. So like this this +2 earth skills. Is anybody running an earth druid? Because I got a non-bound +2 earth skill helmet. I also got another.
Is that the one with fortify on it?
It's the one that gives you +2 ranks to all earth skills when you have fortify.
I already have one of those.
And then I also have another one, which is damage from earth skills slow enemies hit by 25% for 5 seconds. That one's also not a... Oh, no, that one is account bound. Never mind. Sometimes it's in a weird spot.
Account bound, account bound. Account bound.
I got one of the helmets was not account bound. Strange.
My damage went up quite a bit.
They got some nice ones.
We got like 5.
+1 to all wrath skills. What are wrath skills? Defensive, companion. Oh, rabies is wrath. Okay.
Yep.
Well, then that would be nice for my necklace slot. Might have to do a little bit of swoopy swappy swoopy swoops.
It's about like this one, Ginger. I linked it in guild chat.
That's nice.
Oh, wow. Basic skills gain 44% attack speed. No cooldown or anything. Oh, that's interesting.
It's about like my necklace, +1 all defensive skills, +1 all companion skills, 2% cooldown reduction.
I got a ring. Boulder is now a core skill and costs 60 spirit to cast, dealing 92% normal damage.
Wow.
What is this red thing up here? Briar
That's
tuck?
a nice ring.
The Bonebreaker of Retaliation. Your core skills deal up to 44% increased damage based on your amount of fortify, with 2 open sockets.
Do I open this cache thing?
Yep.
Yeah, open it up. It gives you some more doojanks.
Yeah, I got 5 legendaries for mine. It's pretty sweet.
Pulverize is now an earth skill. After casting Pulverize, tectonic plates continue to deal 174 damage over 2 seconds.
Rank to meteor, rank to blizzard.
Hey, Chuck, are you building a druid next?
Yeah.
Can you stack caches? Like if I got a cache from the world boss each day that it spawns, can I stack those up and like just hoard them until I'm level, like max level?
That's 3.
What you got? What did you drop?
It was 3 rares. There's another one, low level.
Oh, let me go. Let me go through mine real quick. I got a bunch of junk in my inventory that was left over.
Unexpected. Well struck. Anything else?
+1 rank of Vine Creeper. +1 all Wrath skills. Got 2 +1 all Wrath scale necklaces. One's got a socket.
Those are the ones I dropped for junk.
Which ones?
Wrath.
Oh, I thought you were dropping it for me.
Either way.
What'd you drop?
Necklaces and a piece of armor that have skill points on them.
Oh, well,
Where'd you drop that at?
What are you running, Chuck?
He's getting ready to build a druid. That's why I dropped those level 6 and 7 items.
I never saw.
Wait a minute.
Here's the level 7. And I was trying to find him in the list here. I don't think I sold them. There, the 7 amulet is right there. What's your GGM chunk? Here's the amulet. This level 7 amulet, and then I think that was the pants, and then the Vine Creeper helmet.
There's also those too.
Chunky, you should invite me when you make your druid. I haven't played mine yet.
It'll be a little bit before I do that. I just wanted to catch it, boss.
Farewell, and what will it be?
I really like that this weapon has 2 sockets, but it's...
Came apart nicely.
What do I gotta put into it? Damage over time stuff, since I'm a werewolf. A weirdy wolf. Cyclone armor's kinda really good, actually. Like, it's just like a passive buff.
Hey, Chunk, don't forget this helm.
Oh man, I'm gonna be deep in the Theorycraft, and I got an insane combo. So, basic skills gain 44% attack speed. So, basically double damage, right? But, I have another item that every, let's see, attacking enemies with a basic skill increases the damage of your next core skill by 6%, and it continues to build up to 50%. So basically, actually no, that's only 44%, so it's not double the attack speed. I still see some potential in it though. Maybe not on a Sorc, but I bet on a rogue that would be pretty nasty.
Can you do the other strongholds? I've only been to Core Dragona.
Yeah, you can do them all.
One of my thoughts on Druid so far, I haven't really had any issues with the Druid. He seems pretty strong. Depends on how you build him. Like, there's definitely a lot of fun ways that you could build the Druid. Like, he could definitely be melee, he could definitely be a tank, he can definitely be a caster, he can definitely be like a mix between everything. Like, you can totally do like Wolf Storm and like Wolf Earth and like Bear Earth and like Bear Wolf, and like there's kind of like no limit to the number of combos you can do. Just got to put in a little, forethought and figure it out.
All right, I'm gonna go with Dank and do some strongholds.
All right. I think I'm gonna switch back to my Necromancer and do some testing on him. I'm going to take a quick break first, though. I go to the bathroom and come back. And when I come back, we're going to play around with the Necromancer. We're going to do some testing, like figure out kind of like some different combos, maybe do some different different builds. I don't know. Play around with like a melee Necromancer, maybe like a. I'm not really sure. We're gonna do some stuff though. We'll do some things. I'll be right back.
What's up, chat?
He said thanks for the party and left.
Oh. Oh, good. I still need 13 tiles.
Gonna hang out with the kids for a couple hours and do the next world boss in a little while. So I'll be seeing y'all shortly.
Take care.
Where's your symbol, Dank?
I was in a weird dungeon in town, so it's probably one of those side quest ones that you can't join in on.
Oh, yes, Rhymescar. Oh, wait, no, you're not Rhymescar.
I'm in Kyoto,
Oh.
Shad.
There you are. I see ya. You want to change channels?
We can. If anyone else is interested in checking out some strongholds, we'll be, I guess, up a channel.
Can I see my passive ravens flying above me? Is that not a thing?
All right. Boop. All right, so we're going to do some Necromancer testing today. Sounds like fun. So we got our Necromancer right now. He's set up for summon. So he's like straight up the Summon Mancer. Naked Mancer, as I like to call him. But there's like so many different builds on this character. So one of the things I wanted to try was, instead of doing a Corpse Explosion build, was to do a Summon Mancer build that was scythe based. So like melee scythe user with the actual like abilities. And we need a scythe. I think Necromancer by far, Thaddeus. I really like Necromancer anyway, so I'm biased. I'm trying to think what one I want to build first. So, like, the general idea is that this would be a Summon Mancer that builds into, like, Reap, like scythe abilities. So I would be using Reap. And then I would be using Sever, which Sever has a 2% damage increase for each minion you have upon cast, which is kind of what you're looking at right there. So that will actually give me more damage per cast of Sever. And Sever is going to be one of my main abilities, so I might as well just go ahead and tank that up. And then from this point, I'm going to grab Skeleton Warrior Mastery. I'm going to avoid Corpse Explosion. We're going to grab Decrepify, I think. Which, with the Horde Decrepify, which gives us the damage buff. And Skeletal Mage Mastery. Where's that commander skill? There's like... Can't remember where that passive is. It's like a passive that gives you like a huge damage bump just for like having an army. And fighting next to them. It like... Oh yeah, there it is. Hellbent Commander. So that's in the ultimate tree. So we're going to have to grab Hellbent Commander. Damaging enemies with darkness abilities. Darkness skills have a chance to stun. And apply to your minions. There we go. So that's what we want. And also apply to our minions. So we're going to put 3 points in that so we get the extra damage to our minions. We got 2 points left, and then that would go into Inspiring Leader and then Hellbent Commander, which we could pull one out of here and put another one into Hellbent Commander. Actually, I feel like we might want to pull... we can't pull any more out of there. So that gives us a 20% damage bonus when we're close to them, because we're going to be in melee with them. We also have the Inspiring, so after you are healthy... actually, that's probably not the right one to go with, because I'm not going to be healthy when I'm in there fighting with them. We got the Reaper's Pursuit. Damaging enemies with darkness skills increases your movement speed by 5% for 3 seconds. We have to get that, unfortunately, to get to the next one. And then we got Gloom. When you damage enemies with darkness skills, they take 2% increased shadow damage from you and your minions for 2 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. And then also we got Terror, which darkness skills deal 6% bonus damage to enemies who are slowed, and 6% bonus damage to enemies who are stunned or immobilized. These bonuses stack and apply your shadow damage dealt by your minions. So we got another minion do jank there, and then this of course will give us a nice extra damage bonus for the minions. And then Sever also has 2% damage buff for each minion upon casting. And then the Reap is going to give us a... trying to think here. Do we want to... We might not want Reap. I was actually thinking about this. No, because Decompose isn't going to help us very much. It's kind of like more of a ranged ability anyway. Let's just give it a try and see how it turns out. So we've got our Ray Skeleton. We don't have our Golem. We can put our Golem on there. Skeleton. Decrepify. We ended up getting Corpse Tendrils and Corpse Explosion with the rank skills on my stuff. I also have Bone Prison. Let's go ahead and throw Bone Prison on there as an extra. Let's test it out and see how she plays. Oh, I did forget to customize. Hold on. We need to customize the army. So the army is set for corpses. We don't want them on corpses now. Let's do the sword wielders. Each time you critically strike, your skirmish warrior's next attack critically strikes and deals 50% bonus damage. That seems kind of nice. Let's do that. And then for the skeletal mages, since we're going with a shadow, let's go with more shadow damage. And let's use the one that stuns targets. And then, of course, we have to have a choice for the bone golem, but okay, there we go.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
How's that druid going?
I already kind of like finished him actually. He was pretty good. I had fun with him. Rabies Druid. I got him all min-maxed out, and he was doing pretty nice.
Not sure if I like the druid right now, but it's still really low for me, so I don't know. I have issues with their storm skills. I don't like them.
There's a lot of legendaries that affect those stone skills, though.
Shape-shifting skills are nice, though. I'm really digging those.
Let's try the Reapers instead. And let's go with this one right there. I'm playing around with different builds, yeah. Right now I'm testing out kind of like a scythe summon Necro.
That's what I'm running.
Like, not building full into the scythe, but building full into the, like, all the synergies that, like, affect the scythe with the summons. Like, you know how you can get the extra modifier on Sever that gives you 2% increased damage for each minion, and then, like, You can get like the abilities that will like give you extra damage if the minions extra damage if you're standing close to them. Things like that. So I'm basically like the Hellbent commander. So like I'm in there with the army fighting, and then they're getting the buffs for me being in there.
Using Corpse Explosion as well, or not?
Which one?
Are you using Corpse Explosion as well, or not?
No, this is not a Corpse Explosion build. Just a it's more of like a minion build with the scythe skills. I mean, damage-wise, it seems to be doing just fine. Sever's a little weird. It's not what I thought it was at all.
Does hit pretty hard though.
But Sever is like a, it's not a melee ability. It's actually like a ranged. It's like a ranged ability, actually.
Not just a range ability. It has enormous range. Like it goes up whole screen. I was really digging it.
Not sure what they were thinking with that one, huh? They're like, I don't know, I can hit like the moon and back. Like, not just the moon and back. Like, it seems a little much.
Need to revise my Necro after I'm done with this guy.
I actually still have like a skill point in Corpse Explosion because I have an item with Corpse Explosion on it. So, I mean, I could still technically have Corpse Explosion even if I'm not going to use it. I mean, if a corpse is there and I can pop it, I mean, most Necromancers in Diablo 2 would at least put 1 point in a Corpse Explosion. 1 point wonder, right? 1 point wonders.
What I really liked is the Reapers that just spawn corpses on their feet, and that's I like. Sever minions go ahead, and I just start exploding everything, and I combine the 3 things, you know, just to get some good damage at range. Can be a bit clunky though at times, so I'm trying to see if I can get better setup.
Lord, freaking Reap has the freaking hugest range, I swear, man. Like, Reap is...
And it gives you a lot of essence when you hit like 2 enemies, just 2 or 3, it gives you a lot of essence.
You got the car door open over there? What is that beeping in the background? It sounds like... sounds like the beep...
It's a train.
It's a train?
Yeah, if I had my door opened, because window, I guess.
What the hell did I just found? Look what I found. Look. That's the first time I've ever found one of those.
Are you streaming? I can see your screen.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
What the? Why are you not popping on my YouTube?
It happens. Oh, I just right-clicked on it. Reward gained. Visit Stable Master to equip. I found a cosmetic item.
What?
Yeah, I just found a cosmetic item. It just dropped on the ground. It said it was some sort of special thing I can equip to my horse or something. And I don't know what it is, but I right-clicked on it, and then it said trophy gained, like cosmetic item. Go to the stable to equip your item to your horse. So, like, really rare drops for cosmetic items? That's kind of cool. Just running along and you find like a really cool cosmetic item. There it is, right there. Can I preview it? How do I... Oh, there it is. So I got like a horn with a doojank on it, and it jingles. It's called the Shield of Mount Ariat.
You play Druid, right? What's better for Shred? The poison upgrade or the critical upgrade with the dash?
I was building a upgrade that was kind of like leaning into the poison more and more and more. If you go down on the tree, there's like this passive set. I know I'm not on on it right now, but it's like down toward the bottom in like one of the lower areas that literally has like a couple different modifiers that will allow you to like stack poison onto a target, like depending on if you crit. And like the higher you do it, like the higher the crit damage is. And then up toward the top in like the core skills, there's another passive set that literally gives you like a huge crit bonus for being close to an enemy. It goes up to like 9% extra crit. So what I was doing was I was building like poison everything, and then I got the one that made it so that I applied poison damage on every crit, and then I stacked up the close crit damage, and I went for crit on most of my stuff. But then like if there was a poison option, I went with that on the ability. Like Shred has a poison option, and I believe the Claw has a poison option. And then there was like, so like I was like stacking poison on everything every single time I hit it. And then the crits were stacking poison too. And it got kind of insane, like to the point where literally everything I touched was literally just like turning green. And my brother was even commenting. He was like, why is everything green? And I'm like, he's like, is that you? Are you making everything green? I'm like, maybe. +1 to Crepify, that's nice. And it's got a socket. It's better than what I was wearing. I don't know, the Scythe build works kind of neat. I kind of want to try something else now, though. Let's go with a full Corpse Explosion build. I want to try that. I also have that Mist Sword, I think. The one that, like, where, like, Blood Mist, like, makes all the bodies pop and stuff like that. Where is that? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, Blood Mist triggers Corpse Explosion on surrounding corpses. When Blood Mist detonates a corpse, its cooldown is reduced by 0.7 seconds. And then we've got, so I can throw that on instead of my sword. And then, get some Gemalims.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Alright, werewolf skills are really growing on me. Much better than the storm skills. I really don't like that I can't fissure and volcano and miss those.
There's a couple, like, good ones that are similar. They're not fire-based, but, like, there's a bunch of earthen skills that kind of function similarly.
Yeah, they gave us a molten boulder that is not molten, and I don't remember what else. But I like my fire. I always enjoyed Fire Druid a lot in T2. Kinda sad.
Alright, let's see how we can build this Necromancer. So he's going to be a full Corpse Explosion Necromancer. So we need lots of corpses, first off. Decompose is the one that generates corpses, so... And there's no reason to pump it. If enemy dies while decompose, you gain essence. You and your minions deal increased damage. Decompose slows the enemy, so we don't really want to even, like, beef that up, like... Does anything else shed corpses? Let's see. It's really just all about them corpses. We want lots of corpses. How about Reap? Does Reap make lots of corpses? Reap forms a corpse under the first enemy hit. Can only occur
Yeah,
once
use that. That's
every
really
5
good
seconds.
for bosses.
It only occurs once every 5 seconds, though.
For bosses, it's all you need, mainly.
To decompose. Share the flesh from an enemy.
The rest.
And forming a usable corpse with the flesh every 2.5 seconds. So with decompose, I'm getting 1 corpse every 2.5 seconds. So 2 per 5 seconds. With Reap, I'm getting 1 corpse every 5 seconds. So decompose is going to give me more corpses. It definitely will give me more corpses. Unless there's some other like legendary or something I can get to make Reap give me more than 1 corpse per 5 seconds. Blood Mist, 1 corpse every second. Well, Blood Mist is definitely going to be one of the skills that I get, yeah. I guess we'll just do... we have to put 1 point into something here, otherwise we're not going to be able to progress. Your damage has up to a 4% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. So there we go. So that's going to be, that's 12% more corpses, or 12% chances for more corpses there. And then, you know what? That kind of leads me into maybe Reap would be the better choice. So even though Decompose will guarantee me a corpse once every 2.5 seconds, because Reap is an AoE effect, and combined with the Hued Flesh, I could potentially get more corpses that way if I'm rank 3 on Hued Flesh, because I got a chance to create a corpse on each damage attempt, and Reap is hitting multiple targets, which could potentially mean multiple corpses. So let's
more essence too.
Yeah, let's do that then. So Reap is going to be our main dealer then.
I didn't see those passives though. I'm gonna set those in my Necro.
Yeah, Hued Flash is a really nice passive for the Corpse Explosion run. And then we're going to grab our Blood Mist. So that's going to be one of our main abilities, is Blood Mist.
I can't enter the city because of invisible wall.
There we go. Blood Mist leaves a corpse behind once every second. And then, of course, we're going to max out Corpse Explosion. And we're going to go for the damage to Jinx. And then we're also going to grab the Iron Maiden, or sorry, the Decrepify Curse. And we got 3 whole points left.
I like how the game is giving me an invisible wall right on the entrance of Yovashad before I get everything else unblocked on the storm by the game, so I cannot enter the city.
Well,
at all.
What I'm thinking is this one right here, which is you deal 4% increased damage for each corpse that you consume and the Grim Harvest, so getting both of these. And then also, we don't have any actual, like, spender ability, and this is actually one of the things I was thinking of, is we don't need a spender ability. We don't even really need an ability to spend essence on. So, we should just be at full essence, like, most of the time. Alright, and then now let's set up the army. So we're going to want more corpses. So, Reapers, shedding corpses. Also, Golem, shedding corpses. And then on top of that, I believe isn't there one that sheds a corpse? Yes, if a mage dies from his own attack, sheds a corpse. There we go. So we should have like 10 trillion corpses all over the place. We've got max corpse explosion. We've got blood mist. We are wearing the blood mist, like corpse explosion doojank. So this should be rather interesting. Let's grab the golem, put him here, put the Decrepify on 1, corpse explosion on the right click, and blood mist on number 2. And should be, oh no, we need corpses all over everything, inside and outside of all corpses. We need more corpses, and then some more corpses on top of the corpses, with some corpses in the corpses, and then inside of the corpses, more corpses. Blood mist cooldown resets every corpse exploded from blood mist. What do you mean? It destroys all the corpses, right? Yeah, there's a aspect that specifically adds more damage based on the amount of essence that I have. Yeah, that would definitely be good with this build too. I don't have the time to min-max all the builds like that though, so I'm just gonna kind of like play around with them and see how they perform. But that definitely 100% would be one that you'd throw on this, Professor. What's up, Demir? How's it going, man? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm wearing one of my hoodies right now. I got my GG Chinchilla hoodie on. These things are great. They're Hanes hoodies, by the way. They're pretty good quality. I seem to be stuck on an infinite load loop. You can't get into town now either. Sometimes the loading screens just take a long time. My thing is still spinning, so I don't know. But it could be. It might have crashed, who knows. Hey, 2X, that's the same size I wear too.
I love your polls on the like button polls that you do.
Yeah, just get people have fun, you know, choosing what they want. 4% hate. Only 4% hate. Honestly, the game has gotten pretty universal good comments. I feel like most people they're very surprised. They're like, "Oh man, I expected it to be garbage and it's totally not hot garbage." Like, "Man, I can't believe it. Like, I totally thought it was going to be hot garbage. I'm surprised."
Well, we were all kind of afraid, you know, after D3. When you screw things up on a good franchise, a really massive franchise, everyone gets like PTSD.
Leery. We're very leery that it's going to be the same as Diablo 3. Nobody wants another Diablo 3 debacle.
Please let me in. There we go. I just had to die so that the invisible wall would would disappear. I had to close the door. The train alarm is too frequent at these times.
Yes, I do. I do like the game. I like it. I can't tell you whether it's going to have the same longevity as Diablo 2 Resurrected. But in the same way that I would say, okay, well, like, okay, Elden Ring has just launched, and like somebody comes in and's like, hey, do you think Elden Ring is a good game? And I'd be like, yeah, it's a really good game. It's fun. I'll play it. And most of us played Elden Ring. But guess what happened after we finished playing Elden Ring? We came back and played Diablo 2. So, like, is Diablo 4 a good game and is it worth playing? Yes, I believe it is. Are you gonna, like, play it for 23 years like Diablo 2 Resurrected? I can't answer that. I don't think anybody can answer that. Maybe God can answer that. Why don't you ask for God to give you an answer? So, you know, either we're going to play Diablo 4, and that's it. Or, we might play it longer, but you're probably still going to go back to Diablo 2 eventually.
And classics are classics.
Skyrim is such a strange game. It's not an evergreen title, in my opinion. But it's just a title that has so much content that, like, you can't reliably explore the content in a single playthrough. Or even multiple playthroughs. Or even, like, 10 or 12 playthroughs. I swear you could literally pick up Skyrim even today, pick a random direction, go in that random direction, and still find something new that you haven't seen before. And it's really kind of crazy because, like, just to think that Skyrim has such a massive amount of content that no matter how many times you play it, like, you still find something new, like, here or there. And I think for that reason, it almost seems like an evergreen title, but it's really just that you just can never beat the game. Like, sometimes somebody will say that they've beaten Skyrim, and I'm like, what, you did what? You beat the unbeatable game, huh? You'll be like, you mean you did, like, the main storyline, and, you know, you like, did some of the, like, quests, and you maybe did, like, an occasional, like, extra quest here and there, but, like, no, you beat it? No, you didn't beat it, okay? You didn't beat Skyrim. Nobody beats Skyrim. That game's insane. To 100% clear that entire game, it would probably take you, like, several years.
Well, also it keeps getting re-released with new content.
I found the video of the meatball song.
What meatball song?
The meatball song?
Oh, the On Top of All Smoky?
Yeah.
Yeah. On top of all smoky, all covered in cheese. There lay my poor meatball till somebody sneezed. It rolled on the it rolled onto the table and onto the floor. And then somebody opened the door. I can't remember the whole song. It goes on for quite some time.
Yeah, my stepsister used to sing it in the 70s. It's probably even older than that.
I just linked it on the chat.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
I was trying to look up the lyrics. It's apparently it's a campfire song.
Then the bush goes into a tree, and then the tree gets
okay.
meatballs and
All right,
tomatoes.
yeah. So it rolled into the garden and under a bush, and then my poor meatball was nothing but mush. The mush was as tasty could be, and early next summer it grew into a tree. The tree was all covered with beautiful moss, and it grew big meatballs and tomato sauce. So if you eat spaghetti all covered with cheese, hold on to your meatballs and don't ever sneeze. And then apparently there's other parodies. So this was the original one. On top of Old Smoky, all covered with snow, I lost my true lover from courting too slow. On top of Old Smoky, I went there to weep. A false-hearted lover is worse than a thief. For a thief, he will rob you and take what you have, but a false-hearted lover will send you to your grave. On top of Old Smoky, all covered with snow, I lost my true lover from courting too slow. Dang, that's freaking brutally dark.
Grim.
That is some grim. That is grim. Dude, this line right here where it says, I went there to weep. A false-hearted lover is worse than a thief. For a thief, he will rob you and take what you have, but a false-hearted lover will send you to your grave. I mean, literally, like, that jank is brutal. Like, he basically said that at least a thief will just steal what you have and leave you alive. He goes, but a person who pretends to love you but doesn't really love you will literally send you to your death.
I think the meatball one is a bit happier. Just a little bit happier.
Is the server down or something?
No.
I don't know.
It crashed. It didn't crash.
First it dashed and put me in a queue. Finally get through the queue, and when it's time for me to log in, it says I timed out. Now
It happens.
It gave
happens.
me a 10-minute queue.
That happens.
That was all day yesterday for me.
I couldn't get on yesterday at all, but then I ended up falling asleep.
You just have to try again. That's
There's
all you can do.
Network and performance issues to be ironed out.
If I don't get in the next few minutes, I'm probably just gonna go play Diablo 2. Say screw it. Wait for them to fix the game.
There's definitely some performance graphical issues and some definitely network issues to be worked out.
Yep. I couldn't stay connected at all this week without hopping on a VPN.
Well, after the problems they had last week, and then they were going to make it free for everybody this week, you knew it was going to be worse.
I actually had better performance last week, personally.
I know.
Yesterday was a living nightmare for me.
I'm saying that if they had problems last week, it was only going to be worse with everybody being able to log in this weekend. Last weekend was limited. This weekend was unlimited, so the demand was a lot worse.
Why is this music so loud?
I think I've got the volume for D4 down to 22% now. It's just way too loud.
Oh, yeah. I had to pull mine way down because it was nuts. I couldn't hear nobody over the music.
I'm really not digging that the Druid is a straight ripoff from Thor on God of War. Like, I really not digging that. Could have gone for something more original.
What do you mean?
It's just a straight ripoff from Thor on God of War.
That doesn't make any sense.
The male druid is just Thor.
How is the druid that exists in Diablo 2 that came out in the year 2000 a straight ripoff of a character that came out way later?
Not to mention half his abilities are based off a shaman from WoW. Which came out way before that, too.
I mean, he literally has rabies that come straight from the freaking druid in Diablo 2.
I'm not talking about the skills. I'm talking about the character model.
Oh.
It's literally Thor.
I mean, who cares? It's a character. It's a character model. He looks like Friar Tuck. I don't even know what you're talking about.
There you go.
Friar Tuck.
Which means that since Thor from God of War came out after Friar Tuck, which, by the way, Friar Tuck was like 1996, right? Friar Tuck supersedes Thor, so Thor looks like Friar Tuck.
Yeah, that too.
Let's just say everybody's copying everybody.
Well,
There's nothing original.
Look at most of what Disney did. Disney ripped off just about everything it's done from somebody else.
So there's this story, to give you guys an example of why nothing is original, because he's absolutely right. Nothing's original. So in this story, there was a comedian. I believe it was Jim Carrey or something like that. Really popular comedian. And he apparently used to watch an older comedian. I mean, he ripped off this comedian, just completely ripped him off. Stole most of his content. And he felt bad about it. He had a chance to meet his idol. And he felt bad, and so he decided that he was going to apologize for stealing his stuff. So he met him in the back room, and he apologized for stealing his work. You know, like playing off of what he has. And he said, "Don't worry about it." He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "What do you mean, don't worry about it?" He says, "I stole it from Red." He said, "What do you mean you stole it from Red?" He goes, "Yeah, and I had a chance to talk to Red, and I apologized to him and told him I was sorry for stealing his work, and he told me he stole it from another comedian that was older than him. And he said he had a chance to talk to that comedian, and that comedian told him that he stole it from another comedian. And then apparently, literally all of them had been stealing stuff for decades. Literally hundreds of years back. Like, literally every comedian was just taking stuff from the previous comedian. And they had all apologized to the previous comedian, only to find out that the previous comedian had taken it from the one before him. And he's like, "There's nothing original." He's like, "We're all just rehashing everything that's already been done."
And my character from last week is still here.
Seinfeld cracks me up, though. If you ever hear Seinfeld talk about comedy, he's like, "If you're not a comedian," he goes, "you shouldn't tell a joke." He's like, "Leave comedy to the professionals."
He's right, though. Kinda right.
Freaking made that cool Necro build, didn't even get a chance to test it. It was like loading out of town. It was like, "Alright, got it all set up. Let's see how she rides." Crash. It's...
crash.
I mean, the way I've got it set up, I should be generating an insanely large number of corpses. Like, the golem is shedding a corpse every once in a while. The freaking mages are shedding a corpse every once in a while. The reavers are making corpses every once in a while. I'm making lots of corpses with my main generator skill. I also have like extra chances to get corpses. And then the blood mist skill generates one corpse while it's one corpse per second while it's active. So
it explodes them as well.
Yeah, and so the screen should just be littered, like literally just sugar blasted with corpses.
Yeah, that build is unbelievable. Basically, you're permanently immune because your blood mist cooldown, you stack cooldown reduction, and you use Decrepify. And every time you explode a corpse, like it reduces the cooldown. You basically have permanent immunity and permanent corpse dropping.
Isn't that a bit broken?
Yeah, I mean, yes. There's a lot of things broken right now. They should give us longer to show them all the broken stuff.
I've always said that if you want to find out what's broken within a game, if you want to find out the builds that are the most insane and what needs to be balanced, just let the players just let the players in and let them do their job, because there's always those guys that will seek out the most overpowered broken build and be like, "Look, Ma, I can one-shot a world boss." And the developers are like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be able to do that."
Then they nerf it, and then they'll be like, "No, my overpowered build."
Well, that already happened from the closed beta. It just, there's more leaks, you know? There's just always more builds.
Barca said, "I hope we're going to have the opportunity to trade for rare bases." Honestly, it seems like rares are going to be the main trading. Yeah, definitely. Looking for good rares is, or finding the perfect rare is going to be like hitting the jackpot, from what I can tell. Like if you can find like the perfect rare with like the right plus to skills and the right modifiers, and trade that off to somebody who's going to like pop a legendary effect on there, it's going to be really powerful.
Kind of like looking for mosaic bases.
But what are you going to trade it for?
Yep, like looking for mosaic bases. Exactly.
But there's no currency. What are you going to trade it for?
That's what we're worried about too. But it could be gold. Gold seems to be pretty valuable in this game. Upgrading everything, it costs a lot of gold. Maybe they could make those special like legendary upgrade or enchantment things into a currency. The blood roses or whatever, if they made those tradable. Runes are apparently going to be added into the game eventually, and hopefully runes will be tradable, and then maybe we can use those as currency.
If they have runes and they're not tradable, I'm gonna shit a brick.
You know, don't do that. It hurts.
Like,
don't do that. It hurts. Ouchie. Don't do that. Bad, bad. One of my nieces or nephews, I can't remember which one. They figured out what bad means, and then every now and then, like when somebody did something wrong, they would come up and they're like 3 years old and they'd be like, bad, 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 and you're like, God dang, all right, geez, bad, 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 bad.
When my neighbor's daughter was really young, like 2 years old, she used to scream at my cat, which would scare her, and the Siamese would run out of the window. So I tried explaining to her that she had to be quiet around the kitty or she'd scare the kitty. So she saw the cat again and screamed, "Kitty," and the cat ran away, and then she turned to me and whispered, "Shh, you'll scare the kitty."
Mm.
It's a little late for that.
I tell people all the time with animals, it's all about your energy. Like if you're fast and you move fast and you're being weird, like you're gonna have like a really high energy, and it's gonna scare them off. Like animals react better to low energy situations than high energy situations. All right, army's up. Let's go murder.
I like how Ginger gets crashed and gets like 5-minute queues, and I get crashed and I get like a 1 hour minute queue.
What you're saying is you're not gingery enough.
Probably.
Guess you need to dye your hair.
I did dye my hair recently.
Did you try it ginger though?
It's red.
Why are there
Close enough.
Why are there
Not
no
ginger
monsters
red, but red.
anywhere? I was like running around trying to find monsters, and there's no monsters anywhere. Speak with Vigo. Poor Vigo. What's up, Vigo?
There's a shrine.
There's not even enough monsters for me to like even want to do the Bloodmist thing. And it's immediately back up.
Let me get this right.
That's kind of nuts, actually. Like, it literally, there's literally so many corpses on the ground that it's just immediately back up. Where'd all my minions
Poison
go, though?
stacks. Do you get to stack different poison instances? Like, does claw stack with shred? Does that stack with the other thingy, or do they override? I'm not seeing the poison actually stack, or I'm not.
I'm pretty sure it stacks. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure it does. I haven't been able to verify it yet.
poisoning damage over 6 seconds with raw. I need something big enough so it'll tick for a while and see.
Keep losing all my minions to this fucking blood portal that keeps coming underneath of these vampires' feet. Like, they keep putting down this blood portal, and the blood portal just... The blood... puddle. The blood puddle just, like, completely and utterly annihilates my entire army, and it's the weirdest freaking thing I've ever seen. They just stand in it, and they don't move out of it, and they just all die.
Well, they're skeletons. What do you expect them to do?
Yeah, but they're just like they even when I run away, they're not following me. It's like they're glued to it.
I don't know about.
It's really strange. It's really freaking strange. I keep losing all of my skeletons every single time I kill one of these guys. Because as soon as they die, they drop the puddle. And as soon as they drop the puddle, everything dies that's standing in the puddle. And it's not even a very big puddle. But they won't get out of the puddle. They just stand there and die.
Dear developers, give Necromancer minions puddle aversion.
Yes, please.
Puddle evasion.
I think the bone mages might have been the wrong choice. Let's do the shadow mages instead.
So far, I like the Necromancer. The minions just don't hold up on bosses, though.
You gotta beef them up. If you beef them up, they're alright.
I'm loving the Druid.
Let's go do this dungeon up here. I want to see how this works in a place where there's actually some monsters to kill. As of right now, I'm not, like, there's no challenge to any of these monsters. They're not killing me or anything.
The week probably reset for other characters, huh? Like if I kill the world boss on my barb, I'll probably get another spoils cache.
Seems to be bugged right now, because I got a spoils cache every single time I killed him.
Really?
Yeah, it would appear in my chest. Like, it wouldn't drop from the monster, which was strange. But then when I went back to town, it was in my chest. It said, items you've missed. And I'm like, what? Like, I didn't miss anything. Alright. Now let's test it out somewhere where we can actually get some use out of it. That's kind of insane, actually. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of nuts. Like how I have it set up right now with the blood mist. That's just nuts. That's insane.
Yep.
And not only that, but it just completely refreshes the cooldown. So like I can use it almost instantaneously right afterwards.
That's the thing. It's like it's not like the other builds. Like Barbarian doesn't do damage. It's when you compare it to things like that or the Hydra sword. It's like what is happening right now.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is any like more ridiculously quick than even my Rabies Druid or my other Barbarian who could wipe the entire screen in basically one move. But like, there's the other aspect of this which you have to think about is that it's almost self-sustaining.
And you're immune.
Well, it's not necessarily that as much as the self-sustaining, because the entire purpose of these defensive cooldowns is that they are cooldowns, so they don't, obviously you can't just spam them. So the problem here is that it's a defensive cooldown that is sustaining itself.
Yep.
That's where the real problem is coming in, is that if it was an ability, not a defensive cooldown, then it would be okay. But since it's a defensive cooldown, not an ability, being able to just permanently keep up a defensive cooldown is not okay. So that's going to get nerfed.
Yeah, and it's not even like a damage reduction one. It's a immunity. You are immune to all damage. You take 0 damage. So you do that world boss and probably take every ability while you have that up. It doesn't matter.
Make the world bosses in 30 minutes.
Is it? Let me see. Yep, it's spawning. I think I'm on the Necro already.
Oh, what should I kill him with?
I can't zone out of town. That's not good.
Should I hop on the rogue? Should I hop on the necro?
Whichever you need the legendaries on.
I mean, basically everyone, because I want to try more builds, but...
You gotta choose something because you have limited currency and limited time. Like every time I try to do one build, I'm spending so much gold.
So I am so curious if I change this to this. How much of a difference would that be in the build? Let's try this out with the slight change.
Maybe they could put the automatic corpse explosion in the blood nova instead of the blood mist. I think that would be a good way to fix it.
That's even worse. That is even worse.
Is it?
So the corpse explosion has this modifier you can do that just like puts down a shadow effect on the ground instead. So it releases a vile miasma, which does 562 shadow damage over 6 seconds. So instead of just being an initial explosion that then goes away and doesn't do anything else after that, now all of the explosions are instead damage over time effects, which are stacking on the ground infinitely, like literally on top of each other in like extreme number to the point of ludicrousness. So there's just like DOTs everywhere. I mean, if anything doesn't die from the initial thing, there's just like freaking 100 damage over times on the ground. It's probably be better for bosses too, just in general, right? Yeah, invite me if you guys got a group running. I'll come to you guys. Let me get back to town real quick.
Oh. It's still like half an hour away, right? Yeah.
We can still group up and stuff and start getting ready.
Please do tell if you're running a second group. Just...
Yes, I really do like it so far. Let's Thrive. And I'm not just saying that so you guys watch.
So that blood mist explodes all corpses, and then basically is available instantly because of the legendary aspect.
Yep.
Mhm.
ASAC cooldown reduction. Yep. It's basically permanent immunity, permanent corpse dropping, permanent corpse explosion.
Well, the corpse dropping doesn't sustain the ability itself, though. So one per second just means you get 3 corpses during the duration. So you don't necessarily, unfortunately, are able to just sustain it specifically from that. Because it's only negative 0.7 per second, or per corpse. So you need, trying to think here. Because it's a 15.2 second cooldown, so you need approximately like 18 or 19 corpses to completely override the cooldown. And it's only going to provide you 3 of those 18. Now, granted, as you kill stuff, you'll also garner new corpses. So obviously, you're probably trying to use it within an area where monsters will be.
But still, you can basically use it twice on every pack because you're going to have a good amount of corpses.
Yeah, if you've got a lot of monsters or you got the corpse generators like what I'm doing. So I've got the Iron Golem sheds 1 corpse every certain number of seconds. I've got the Reapers are shedding corpses too. And then there's like a good chance that every time I do damage I can create a corpse. Because I have the passive, it's called Hewn Flesh. Lucky hit, your damage has up to a 12% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. So apparently it's doubled against bosses. So, like, I should technically be able to create many corpses just by dishing out damage. I mean, it's not like just putting the legendary effect and Blood Mist together is enough to make it viable. You have to you got to build into it. But also, like, I don't think Blood Mist should be a defensive cooldown at this point. Like, it honestly, it seems like it should be more along the lines of an actual attack ability, a core skill or something, because the way that it works is very much so like a core skill. So like providing you with an immunity on top of everything else doesn't really seem very smart. Right, I don't want to go down here just yet because we still got like freaking 23 minutes for this. I'm gonna go do a dungeon or something. Get Tusk leveled up too. I want to kill him at least 1 time on my Necromancer. Or her 1 time on my Necromancer.
The AoE on Shred is just amazing.
Oh yeah, the third hit of Shred is nice, and that's also the hit that does the poison damage. So if you go for the poison damage, it does a very nice AoE poison damage, along with the AoE hit. That's what really attracted me to it for the poison, because it really does hit everything. So if you tag that up with the like the crit as well. Like when you do your little AoE, circle and you hit everything, you can apply some pretty crazy poison damage to everyone within range, and they just start bleeding out.
I'm gonna rush the quest of the little girl and the mother, so I can get the dungeons going. And ready for the world boss.
Sorry, I'm dying.
So I'm guessing the boss is as soon as it hits o'clock, right? Should be. So 22 minutes. Can't check it on the dungeon.
Let's try this mission and see how this goes. I'm curious. I should be able to generate a large number of corpses pretty quickly. So, on my golem, he's already making a corpse. He just makes a corpse all the time. So, every certain number of seconds, he just drops a corpse, which is great. Let's get a bunch of corpses on the ground. Oh, the corpses start to disappear after a little while. That's interesting. They're not really attacking me very hard here. Not really feeling the pressure. My army's pretty much handling all the little monsters all by themselves. I ain't really having any trouble. Even if you don't successfully reset the timer, it still ends up so low. Like, by the time you've exploded all the corpses that there are, like, it's almost back up again. And that was pretty easy. Two off from Perfect Eth Titans. Nice. I mean, it's an interesting build, but it, like, it doesn't sustain itself in, like, regular trash mobs just running around. Like, it's got to be in a concentrated group, and there's got to be a lot of monsters. Like, when you're in a dungeon, and the monsters are all, like, constantly dogpiling on top of you, it works great. But when you're out here on the world map, most of the time, there's not even enough monsters to, like get a full run.
That's fair against bosses.
I don't know.
I was resets.
I was planning on bringing it into the Ashava fight and seeing if it works.
I would guess that you don't get enough corpses onto a boss to reset the immunity constantly.
No, you wouldn't be able to do it constantly, but I imagine if I was constantly attacking with Reap, I would at least get one every 5 seconds, if not more. The Golem's making one, and then the Blood Mist itself would make 3 in the duration of it. So we'd have, like...
And the Reapers.
The Reapers will make... Well, it's a 10% chance, so I can't really, like, calculate exactly how many they're going to make me. Or, sorry, 15% chance.
15,
so they have
yeah, I was thinking.
So there's 4 of them with a 15% chance to make a corpse. I mean, I don't know how many... what the actual percent chance that would be. Like, off of a boss specifically.
Are we trying to get a big group again for this next world boss?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. We got about 16 minutes, though. We got time.
Alright, I'm starting to walk there. I have one last stronghold to conquer. I was experimenting with curses because I ended up taking the amplify damage ability or skill and put the 3 points in that for the 9 damage bonus, 9% bonus. And we think it works when you use Iron Maiden and Decrepify, so you get 18% damage bonus.
Oh, amplify damage, how they have nerfed you. I love that part about it.
It tries.
It was 100% in D2, and it's 3% in D4. It was 100%. 4 amp damage.
I mean,
like 18% for the group is pretty hefty.
I feel like with amplified damage,
There's
there's
like
a.
18% for the group is pretty hefty.
I feel like with amplified damage, there's
Like
a.
18% for the group is pretty hefty.
I feel like with amplified damage, there's
Like
a.
18% for the hell? Pretty hefty.
I feel like with amplified. Oh, Lord Jesus, Professor, come on, man. That was just way too much. Professor with the frickin' double back triple loop.
Yeah, I just muted him.
Holy Jesus. That jank was stuck on infinite. Jank said, "How do you like your feedback loops? Do you like them once, twice, 3 times, or infinite?"
It's a loop within a loop.
That jank started looping, and then it started looping the loop, and then it started looping the loop, the loop, the loop, and like literally it got to the point where it was literally like 3 loops in, and then it was looping that loop.
It seems your prayers have been answered.
On top of spaghetti, and covered with cheese.
It's on top of Old Smoky. It's a mountain. They call it Old Smoky. Do you know why they call it Old Smoky? Because it's a volcano. Old Smoky is a volcano. That's why it's called Old Smoky, because it's literally about to blow up and kill everybody. It's a cute way to name your volcano.
Oh, that volcano that's trying to kill me. Oh, let's call it Old Smoky.
And then it erupts one day and kills everybody.
But why would a meatball be on top of a volcano and then roll on the table?
Well, it's because it's a parody song, so the original parody song said on top of Old Smoky. So they just copied it. And it sounds good. So, on top of Old Smoky, all covered with cheese, there lay my poor meatball till somebody sneezed. Has mine ever crashed? You've crashed two times now saying ran out of memory. I have 32 gigs of RAM and only level 6, so I haven't played. I've heard of some people burning pretty much all their memory, actually. It's happened. The game is a memory hog. There seems to be some sort of memory leak. I would recommend rebooting your computer if you run out of memory, because it will free up your it'll free up your memory. Memory leaks are basically a situation where the memory has been consumed but not re-released. So after a system uses memory, it's supposed to re-release the memory afterward. And apparently what's happening is it's not re-releasing the memory. So the easiest way to get the system to release all the memory so that it can be used again is to just do a fresh reboot.
I used to have a script for that it does it without rebooting for another game that had the same problem, but I don't know why I had it.
They called me crazy for buying 64 gigs of memory.
So, world boss time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
12
I wanna
minutes.
get out of my layer. There's a 14 and a level 8 here.
I don't run out of memory though.
I don't like what's going on with this stuff. The crafting recipes, there's multiple crafting recipes that convert things back and forth. Like, so I just accidentally converted an item back and forth like 6 times. Because I didn't realize that's what was going on. I looked over and it's like, oh, you need some howler moss. And the recipe to create howler moss literally uses the gallow vine. So like, and then the gallow vine recipe literally uses the hallow moss. So you just convert the hallow moss and the howler vines, and the gallow vines back and forth to each other, and just waste money. It's really freaking weird.
Character stats page.
Yeah. You go to materials and stats, click the eyeball on your character sheet.
Ah, okay. I was like, I can't figure out how much resistances I actually have.
Speaking of which.
Wait, my 19.4% cold resistance reduces incoming cold damage by 9.7%?
Yeah, it's weird. If you add up all the resistance on yourself, it's even a lower number in the tab, and then it still reduces an even lower number of actual damage.
Oh, so it's got DR on it. Why don't... Ugh, what a weird way of displaying that. Sorry, my brain doesn't like that I have 30% light resistance, but it only actually reduces incoming damage by 15.3%.
Right.
My brain doesn't do math that way.
I don't know what math it is. I had stacked like 110 poison resist, but when I went to my panel, it was only 68, and it said it only reduced poison by like 40.
Yep. It's not like a raw resist like it's in other games. It's just a percentage scaling.
I am at 31.9. Probably gonna die. Let's go.
Alright, anybody got room for one more?
Yeah, I need an invite too.
Like you're increasing the base resist, not adding resist.
Not enough space in your party, Ginger.
Yeah, somebody else accepted before you.
You gotta make your parties in a bigger home.
Go on.
Well, if someone's in your lair can invite me, then at least I'll be with y'all and not the lobies that I'm stuck with.
I mean, you could always come all the way out here and teleport back and forth, and teleport back and forth until you see us. So you want to see some GGM tags?
Oh, well, it'll
Wait,
switch layers.
teleport back and forth. What? You reset the instances with that?
Yes.
Every time you teleport back to town and teleport back to the area, it basically puts you in a new game, just as if you're leaving your game in Diablo 2 and joining a new game.
Hmm. It's interesting.
So if you guys are curious whether you've achieved the wolf pup, if you go to the collections, so you go map, collections, challenges, scroll all the way down to feats of strength. Click on feats of strength. First of many, enter Kyovashad during the open beta or early access. Reach level 20 during the open beta or early access. See, it says completed right there. And it also says 1969 for some reason. I don't know. I think they like the number 69.
I don't even see that. The Kyovashad entry one. Does
Have you
not
got-
show up to level 20 until you get it.
Have you not gotten level 20 yet?
Nah.
Squiddy's looking for group. Squiddy, make a group. You're a captain. Make a group, Squiddy!
Let me at him.
I'm dragging Squiddy up here. Why don't you make a group, Squiddy?
I'm joining a group. Screw it.
Make a group!
Who else needs in?
I do. Acid. Dank.
I'm currently teleporting back and forth looking for GGM tags.
Dank needs a group too. Or, actually, he needs a group. The person teleporting back and forth needs a group. Hey, if you got a GGM group on your honestly, I think like a good 25 group can usually pull it off by themselves. But like, it gets a little rough. So if you, at least if you're in a GGM group, you should be okay. Unless you guys are all low level at Jank.
Oh, I'm 25. I'm good. I tried it at 23. It went.
What character are you playing?
I'm playing a rogue.
The rogue? What'd you go with? Shadow what? Stealth? Melee?
Oh, yeah, melee, twisting blades. I was trying flurry for a while.
I've heard somebody say that Twisting Blades is broken OP.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
The flurry with the Nova passive is quite nice with the explosions of the shadow imbuement. That's what I'm running.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Alright, I'm heading over there.
Chop-a-dee, 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 chop. Chop-a-dee, chop-a-dee, chop, chop, chop. Chop, choopy, 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 chop. What do you guys think? The damage over time effect for Ashava, or should I do the raw explosions?
Shava.
She's a really big gal. She could possibly be sitting in multiple damage over time, like puddles, right? She's a big gal. Maybe I should do the DOTs.
There's probably like 50 Necro minions on my layer.
They'll be dead soon enough.
Oh yeah, they will die. They need to be resurrected.
Yeah, I sacrificed my minions for this boss fight.
Oh yeah? I need the corpses though.
I generate corpses from other abilities.
I do too, but it'd be nice to have all the corpses.
Ashava usually drops corpses. It's probably not the ones you want.
It's not really a lot of good mage sacrifices.
If I could explode you, I would.
Hmm. Hmm. But I could do that.
What if I start teleporting and crash? Just for looking for you guys. What if I crash?
We don't have a full group here according to the map. There seems to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we seem to be missing 2 people. Squiddy just grabbed everybody with his tentacles, so
Oh my
he
god,
was
there's
like,
a
"Get in the
level
group."
level 5 and a level 6 in this one. I'm out. Fury. You should teleport to town. Acid.
They need your strength though to beat the boss.
There's a level 5 in that layer.
And they're contributing.
This ability has such a wide arc.
Yeah, that's like 6 people here.
You think I'd be better off, just out of curiosity, with instead of Reap for a single target? Because Reap seems like it'd be better for big like AoE fights. But I think Decompose would probably give me more corpses than Reap for Ashava.
Maybe.
Like, let me see if I
Decompose is the
can.
king.
Like, I think Decompose is going to be better for big groups. Let me
They gotta change that. They don't allow you to respec lower points because you have them higher.
You can do it. You just gotta know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, just take away from the end and put it at the beginning, and then take the other one away and put it at the end. You just have to do it that way.
Yeah, and then you replace the one at the end, and it works out pretty well.
Yeah, no, but it's still cumbersome.
Yes,
you can
it
change
is.
that.
But you can get around it. You don't have to do the whole tree.
All right, babe.
And we only got 2 that are
Boobus.
We gotta get to town.
I got your
now.
tail,
We'll play that
Boobus.
later.
I got your tail.
Well, it's not gonna let us. We already tried once.
We have to go.
You have to all go back to town,
in town.
and then make sure you're in town, and then come back. but it begins in 40.
Wow, this is a level 19.
Honestly, it doesn't matter because when you teleport back in, she'll just be spawned. We've tested it, so you can get multiple Ashavas. So all you have to do is after you kill your Ashava, teleport back to town, and then teleport back, and it'll shift you to another layer, and you can potentially kill a second Ashava. Alright, so decompose. Oh. We've had so many mic issues today. My god dang. Trains in the background. Somebody started duplicating everything that was being said. Like that was a whole thing.
Yep, this one's good. I'm not even bother res. Ow.
Did he just kill that golem in 2 bites?
Yep. Did we just change layers? We did.
Sometimes it will just auto. Sometimes it will just shift you layers. It's pretty stupid.
My
It
Zoom
also
just
messed up my
all
camera.
fucked up.
Yeah. I'm going back to town, bro.
Good game, me too.
I was literally just walked away so I could shift something in my inventory. And she ended up coming over and like deliberately killing me. Rude.
Healer. There we go.
Let's see if I can get it to reset.
Oh, love it. Load in and get chomped. Thank you.
Nope.
Nothing wrong with that.
Why is no one throwing CCs on Ashava so we can stagger her? I'm like the only one who's building up her stagger bar. On my instance.
I need more time.
It's like none of these guys are using CC abilities whatsoever.
I mean, I stagger her every single time I do a corpse explosion, but 16.5 stagger did absolutely nothing, by the way.
Oh, you can see the little bar below her life healing. When that fills out, she gets staggered. Like there's some kind of stagger damage that also gets stacked there.
I need more time.
She has some sort of diminishing returns too, I'm noticing, to prevent multiple staggers from affecting her. So like my Decrepify, it hits her for a certain amount of stagger when I Decrepify her, but then if I Decrepify her again, instead of staggering her for the full amount, it did half, and then the second time it did 3/4, and then it finally did like nothing, like it was down to like doing absolutely nothing to her per cast. Yeah, decompose with the modifiers that I have produces some serious corpses.
I need more time. I need more time.
If you haven't checked your potion, there's an spoken. Do that now, because I forgot.
I'm not really putting out the damage that I'd like to here, though.
Lasts for 30 minutes.
Oof. I was trying to dodge in. I didn't dodge in quick enough.
Oh, break. What the hell?
I need time to do that.
We haven't even gotten her down to the rake phase yet. I'm a little bit worried we're not going to make it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at on ours too.
Hey, we got to up the DPS. Come on, guys. I'm going to try switching to the DOTs. See if that helps out more with the corpse explosion. Maybe if I can put the DOTs underneath of her, it'll do a little bit better.
Yeah.
I like how people have already learned the boss and they're not getting hit by the forward slash backwards that one shots you.
Yeah, we call it the rake. Unfortunately, we don't even have ours at the rake yet. We're really low on damage output here. I'm trying to get my my damage over times on her. See if that helps a little bit here. I'm like covering her in DOTs. Honestly, it feels like our damage has gone up a little bit. So I guess everybody's churning it up.
Ow. I'm not ready.
This is gonna be close. We might not make it.
Ooh. There we go. That's already got two got down by the rake. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, you got to be right under her butthole.
I'll just dodge her. I have like 3 dashes I can use to dodge that. Rogue is really broken for this build. You like never get hit if you're good.
Alright, well we got her down to the rake. 6 minutes 49 seconds left. I'm casting Decrepify on her literally every single time I have an opening, and it's just doesn't really add a whole lot of stagger to her, unfortunately.
Mine's about to get staggered.
Corpses, 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 corpses.
Stagger.
Rake. Oh, she got me with it. Well, she's down to half. We got 5 minutes. We gotta pull her on the DPS, guys.
I've almost downed her, so I'll be trying to join yours. Maybe someone could leave the party and invite me so I can join yours.
Mage Necro, no.
I can get kicked out. It's dangerous.
Ooh.
I need more time.
Frickin' Blood Mist is so broken. Like, it's not just...
The poison, too. It's great.
It's not just that it, like, there's so many times where I've almost died on this character, and, like, during this fight, even, and, like, I can just pretty much just use Blood Mist at any point, and just cancel out any damage, any poison that might be affecting me, anything that's going on. Like, I can just cancel it out. Like, the poison that's literally killing me is gone.
Yes. Yeah, the power.
Break. 4 minutes left, and she is now finally below her second potion, or third potion mark.
Alright, we killed her. I'm gonna try join yours.
We're getting there. I mean, it's... We might do it. It's gonna come close. Our
If you free up
DPS...
a slot, I can come straight on that and invite me.
I mean, we got all level 25s here. We're pulling our weight. It's the rest of the group that's not pulling their weight. I mean, the number of frickin' damage over time effects I put underneath her butthole. Her stagger bar is almost full, too.
Yeah, I switched over to Earth just specifically for that.
I've been spamming Decrepify on her literally the entire time, too. Like, every single time I have a chance, and she's outside of range, it's the easiest thing for me to do, because it's like a max range ability.
Off of the table and into the bird. Little meatball, right out the door.
Mm-hmm. I got it stuck in your head, didn't I?
Yeah.
I love it.
It's your fault. Oh.
I'll take it. I'll own up to it.
But this Ashava is not even half health down.
Looks like you got your work cut out for you. We got 2 minutes 31, and we're currently at like 25%. I've gotten so used to her combinations now that I just know exactly where she's gonna go. Like she just jumps. She jumps all the time right after like one particular attack. Like it's like every single time she always jumps during that attack. So like you know she's gonna be jumping.
Yeah, her pattern is pretty simple. And this one is...
She got staggered. She got staggered. Yes. Get her. Get her. Get her. Oh, that was it? All that work to get that stagger bar full, and all we got was a little momentary little lapse? I mean, I feel like we did wail on her pretty good while she was staggered, but... Still.
Please, please. Let me steal the loot, please.
Alright, 135. Hey, we did it.
There's a 1 minute shovel left, half health now.
I don't think we're gonna get another one, unfortunately. That was tight. That was tight.
Alright, time for me to build a Necro.
Mage Necro, where are you at?
That's an interesting
6 people
aspect.
around here. I think there was a 7th too.
Alright, well I got another Bloodlance one. That's the second Bloodlance one I got. It's not better than the one I've got. Mine's a little bit better. Or are they two different Bloodlances? Bloodlance deals times 17% increased damage to its primary target. Bloodlance hits an enemy that has already lanced. It has 16% chance to fire another Bloodlance. Ooh, a shield. Enemies afflicted by your Iron Maiden have a 17% chance to be stunned for 1 second when they deal direct damage. It's a cool looking shield, too. Mine's just increased armor value. Increased armor value helmet. With nothing really all that amazing on it, I guess. Better than what I got. Could throw this shield on too, since it has a different. This helmet has the same effect as my shield. Oh wow! Look at my shield. It looks like angel wings or something. I don't know what's going on there. It's cool looking. Oh, I got the when a segment of bone prison is destroyed, it deals 13 damage in an area around itself. So that's kind of cool. Bone prison has a lot of segments. I imagine that's a lot of damage over, like spread over a large number of explosions. Oh yeah, we got to open up our Doojank too.
Doojanks!
Wow, several rings. Deal 5.8% increased damage for each second you stand still. Attacking enemies with basic skill increases the damage of your next core skill cast by 7% up to 50%. Critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed by 34%. When at full life, blood orbs grant 10 essence. Necromancer only. It's a blood necromancer item there. I've kind of fun fighting her on this freaking character. All I did was pretty much just like use decompose until there was a pile of bodies underneath her feet, and then I would just blood mist through the pile of bodies, just putting millions of dots underneath her feet, dishing out like I don't even know how much damage. Rinse, repeat over and over again, and every time I got into trouble, I would just blood mist out of it. Pretty powerful. I need another stash tab.
How many stash tabs
Total are there? I don't know. We haven't farmed all the gold to find out.
Yeah, I hear you.
I think I'm going to take a quick restroom break, though. I'll be right back.
Back to daddy duty for me. I'll catch you all later tonight.
When's the next boss?
Should be in 10 hours.
That's like 2 a.m. for me. I mean, I'll be awake, but still.
Or 11 hours, I'm not sure.
The fact that we don't have Molten Boulder on Druids makes me sad because I can't name my character Meatballs with Cheese or something like that. Because they're not meatballs.
Still gotta get 2 more levels so I can max out the Necromancer.
I got the corpse explosion blood in this one now. Time to pump. Gotta put it on a weapon. That's even more OP. Some enemies. Should put in a visual indicator of how many minions you have up of each type somewhere, like at the top.
Down
There
the
is
bottom.
an indicator. That's right below your mana bar, mana ball, or energy
Oh,
ball,
on
or
the right,
whatever.
I see it.
It's your essence bar. There's two little bitty orbs. They need to be bigger or more prominent.
Is there
I
one
like
for the
the
golem?
small.
I didn't see one for the golem.
Interesting. So they put those.
Yeah, because right now I only have 12 minions. It's not like Diablo 2 where I can have 40.
Oh my god, this Blood Mist legendary is so good. I don't even have the good version on the weapon. I love this. What the fuck?
Werewolf is savage, bro.
You gotta get the Blood Mist legendary. You have to try this, everyone on this Discord.
I'm gonna farm on the Necro as soon as I'm done with the Druid and try to test that build as well.
The most ridiculous thing.
I need to try that and see what else you can do with that. But it's most likely gonna get nerfed in some way or another.
For sure.
Probably maybe a cooldown increase so that you don't reset the cooldown on packs. Or something like that. Or maybe even reduce the cooldown reduction to half a second instead of a second.
It won't matter. You can stack enough cooldown reduction.
But if you're already having the problem that it won't sustain itself so much on bosses, and that you only need like a 10 mob pack.
If you spec right, Decrepify reduces your cooldowns. If you itemize right and get cooldown reduction on all your pieces of gear, and you actually get plus skills to Blood Mist, the cooldown goes down every plus skill. So you can pretty much do the build without the legendary if you have all the full gear, but the legendary just takes it over the top. And it makes it way more fun.
That's too much stacking of cooldown reduction, I think. I would nerf it there from the cooldown reduction. I don't know. I'm not a dev.
They have to either increase the cooldown massively of the skill, or they have to change it where you're... The first thing they have to change is probably you're not immune to all damage. Because not only are you dominating, you're just immune to all damage while you're dominating.
Yay! I got Wolbies.
I always miss one of these stupid blood boil things. Where are you?
Oh, you can send your wolves,
Yes.
like a leap. Nice. That's actually.
Yep.
What's the damage? Oh, it's actually AoE?
I use all my companions to scale my own damage. Not for their damage, though.
They hit hard, though. The wolves.
Yeah. There's definitely builds you can do to scale all your companions. But I'm just using my companions to scale me.
Because you're egotistical.
Yeah. I like the power. Okay. Where do I leave this last blood boil? Tell me. Is there a command minions to attack action? Because, like, my decompose, they don't even attack some of these things sometimes. It's really weird. They just
Not
stand
for Necro. There is a leap for wolves, but I don't never seen Necro ability that lets you direct your minions. I don't think so, no. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna have to up my sense. Train is still triggering off my mic. And that should be good.
Doesn't Discord let you set up a noise gate too? Not just the
Yeah,
sense, but the type of sound? Or only picks up certain decibels, like hey, voices and not other things?
Not that I know of. No, there's no noise gate.
I thought Discord had that. I know I set that up when I used to stream. So it didn't pick up anything else besides my voice. Like for frequencies and things like that, you can. It sounds weird. There's so much to audio. Or I just use push to talk because I'm an old school gamer. Ventrilo. Because the auto thing on Ventrilo was the most garbage thing ever.
Yeah, it was. Hmm. Is anyone running dungeons for its speed? Can they have to power level this guy?
You can level up pretty damn fast if you just run like dungeons and stuff with people.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if anyone's wanna run some dungeons. I don't want to run them solo and bore myself out.
Bloodless is super fun. I'm not going to get addicted to it though, because it probably will get nerfed. Tried it out.
Oh no, the fingerprint scanner on this phone is in the screen. Like it's so much better when it's on the back. What I read on the potty, I was actually setting up my Pixel 7. I just got it, it was free. Verizon had some stupid deal where they were like, here, have a phone for free. And I'm like, okay. I'm not gonna get mad. Wow, that thing really is like right between the screen. Face unlock, no thanks. Face unlock is probably the stupidest thing I've ever seen. You could like hold up a picture of somebody and unlock the frickin' screen. I've seen so many people cheese the face unlock system. I need to order a case for this thing. Can't stand using phones without a case. I don't know how anybody in the world can do that. First time you drop it, it's like effed up. See what kind of cases they got. Amazon. Pixel 7 case. I kind of want one that has a little dewjank on the back. They're so much easier to hold when you have something on the back to like stick your finger through or something like that. They just work a hell of a lot better. That one looks kind of nice. OK Zilla case. 360 rotation ring. No fall off kickstand. Military grade drop protection. It's got 4.5 stars, 147 ratings. Looks good to me. The case is a little smooth, but it does have the ring to hold on to, so yeah. I got it in multiple colors. Ooh, they got blue. They got green. Well, I like that one a little bit better. The dark black, it's got like a... Oh yeah, I like that one. It comes with tempered glass. But... man, they want me to set up everything in the world. Like, can we do this later? Yeah, Pixels honestly are the best phones. Like, hands down, bar none. I don't care what nobody says. You're not going to find a better phone than the Pixels. They do have some errors every now and then, catastrophic failures like most phones do. Usually they end up covering their warranty pretty well. But quite honestly, like, I generally tend to have no issues with Pixels other than like the fatal errors that like usually come by like manufacturing defects, but they're solid phones, they're fast, they're like freaking amazing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I love my Pixel.
They're just copying data back and forth to each other right now. I'm going from a Pixel 5 to a 7, so I wouldn't have even done it because the 5 is such a solid phone that like I just probably wouldn't have upgraded for a very long time. But then what happened was they sent me an email and they're like get a Pixel 7 for free, and I'm like, what do you mean free? And I squinted. I was like, free? It's like, I don't know about free. But I mean, I researched it, and it actually is like free right now. Don't know why. Don't ask me why. So now I have a Pixel 7. I guess I can clear out my old phone, get it all nice and set up, and then sell it, I guess. I think it's worth about like 120 bucks. It's funny how quickly it went down in price. I might be able to get a little bit more from it for that. I don't know. I mean, it's 2 years old plus now, right? When did the Pixel 5 launch? October 15th, 2020. So it's 3 years old. Well, 2.5.
Oh wow, there's so much lore I haven't read on Lilith.
The catch, as far as I could tell, is it puts me back under contract, which is what they want. So, like, they're not actually giving me the money for the phone. So the phone costs like $699 or whatever. So what they're doing is they're just giving me the money for the payment plan for the phone. So technically, I'm still under contract, so I can't switch. So what they did was they pulled me back under contract. So for 36 months, I'm going to be paying off this phone or whatever, however many months the contract was. And what they're doing is like, say if the phone costs $16.99, like per month, then they're just crediting me the $16.99 every single month. So it's not actually costing me anything. But the charge is there, and then the credit is there every single month. So I have to stay with them for the entirety of the contract to get the phone for free, which I don't even really care about because they just gave me a free phone, and it's a 2-generation upgrade from what I had. So whatever, I don't care. I wasn't going to leave Verizon anyway. I'm not exactly sure what it is they get out of it, to be honest. In my particular situation, I was already on the unlimited plan that they wanted. I was already paying that money in the first place. I owned my phone, so I wasn't paying any payment plan to them. They gave me the phone for free, so now I'm under contract, but I'm still not paying them anything extra, and my plan didn't change. So I really don't know. I don't know what they gained from this, but I'm just going to take advantage of it while it lasts. I probably would have eventually upgraded my phone anyway, and I would have actually paid them money for it. They just gave it to me for free. I've tried a bunch. I had Sprint for a while. I really did not like Sprint. Sprint's service is really bad and spotty. Like, I don't know what it is about their service, but like, I swear it's just like you could be in the middle of a city and you're going in the city, and one place you've got really good connection, and then like half a mile down the road, like you can't even get service, and then another half a mile down the road you've got like half a bar, and then another half a mile down the road you've got like full bars again, and like it doesn't seem to make any sense. And you'd think it was just cell service and you're just in a bad like dip or something like that, but then when you switch to another company in the same place, you've got good service, and it's and the good and a lot of the other companies do much better as far as service is concerned. And then what happened was for a little while I was on hard times. You know, I lost my job. I was working like self-employment, and I still needed to have a phone so I could do my business. And so I had Virgin Mobile, I believe it was. Come to find out, Virgin Mobile was also owned by Sprint. And so Virgin Mobile, what Virgin Mobile is you're like a second-class citizen. So if two people make a call, and one of them is a Sprint customer and one of them is a Virgin Mobile customer, the Sprint customer gets the precedent over the Virgin Mobile customer. So you're basically second-class Sprint citizen. And so I had second-class Sprint for quite some time, and that, oh my God, was terrible. Because Sprint was already bad when you were a first-class citizen under their plans, and it was even worse when you were the second-class citizen. So I had to ditch that phone and go with a different company. I mean, the only reason I stayed with the Virgin Mobile for so long was because it was so dirt cheap. I mean, and I really only used it for phone calls anyway. But like, God forbid I ever tried to look anything up on the internet. I was so excited when I paid off my Pixel 5 too. Like I had finally paid it off. I was like, yes, I own it. It's mine. My own, my precious. And then, of course, as soon as I own my phone, they come along like, you want to upgrade? They didn't say anything about me sending them my other Pixel either. So, like, unless they actually contact me and tell me, like, in some email form or something that I need to send back my Pixel 5 for the upgrade. They didn't say anything about requiring me to send it back. They didn't send me a mailer or a label or nothing. Like, I don't know what's going on. I might have to call them and ask, but, like, I think I'm just going to sell it on eBay. I'll probably just wipe it, clean it completely, factory reset, basically, and then maybe even do, like, a wipe program on the free memory just to make sure none of my pictures get, like, restored by somebody who wants to be an idiot. And then also remember, if you sell one of your devices on eBay or something like that, you also need to go into your Google account and you need to deauthorize the device, because if the device is authorized to connect to your Google account, even if you factory reset it, there's a good chance it can still connect because you gave it prior authorization. So you got to go like deactivate the device inside your Google account. I sold a device once a long time ago that was activated inside my Google account, and some guy in Russia got it, and literally like 2 days after he got it, like there was a login attempt from Russia on my Google account, and he had gotten into my account, and I had to like delete that from the account, change the passwords and everything. But this boy, like with a freshly factory reset device, managed to hop right into my account like it was nothing. Hellfrost Nova, you got a bug where you're trying to scrap a piece of gear and it won't scrap. I mean, there were some situations like that even in Diablo where you'd have a piece of equipment that you try and sell in town and you just couldn't sell it. The unsellable item.
I'm kind of wondering why is it that Russian people are always the best hackers? What's up with that?
I mean, I wouldn't really call it hacking so much as just simply like the device was authorized for my account and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, most good hackers are from Russia. They're like, I don't know what's the deal with that. There was this guy that I used to follow on YouTube that's from Russia that hacks into, you know, these bogus call centers from like India that they're like 20-30 people trying to make other people give them their credit card information and scam them. So he goes like and does a full video on YouTube of like taking control of their computers or their cameras and talking to them and messing around with their desktop. It's really, really funny. And sometimes he goes like into character, like he calls himself Vladimir, and exaggerates his accent and goes into voice calls with his victims, and it's so fucking funny. I don't know what is it, but they have a knack for that.
Yeah, no rune words at the moment, but they have said that they're going to be adding some. Oh, you're in this too, Jake. What are you doing in here, party time, son?
What do you do for upgrades on the wolves? What's a good one?
If you're going to do a companion one, we were playing around with the companion one. I did like a full build on it earlier, and I couldn't figure out quite how to get them like maxed out with the amount of points that we have. We just really don't have enough points. But there's a large number of things that can beef up the wolves. It just doesn't all quite work out right.
Yeah, I see. We're like
there's just not enough. There's just not enough points. One thing you do want to get your hands on though, if you're going to do a companion build, is there's a ring or it's a legendary effect that increases Blood Howl and makes it work on all your allies nearby, including your companions, and it gives them like a huge attack speed buff and a bunch of other stuff. And that's like I would say that's mandatory for a companion build so that you can constantly keep buffing them with increased attack speed and crit chance and stuff like that. And there's a couple other ones too. There's also like some little things that here and there that say like, and your minions also get access, or your companions also have the ability to do this. So like it kind of like stacks between the two of you.
Let's see.
I seem to be stuck in a load screen. The load screen. Da-na-na-na. Stuck in the load screen. Da-na-na-na. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I don't want to go. Don't send me to the desktop. I just want to stay for cones. Don't boot me. Na-na-na.
What's up, gang?
We're getting booted.
Boozed?
Booted. We're getting booted.
No, booted. That's not good.
I kept all my pixel boxes. I remember when I sold my Pixel 1, I had the box with it and everything. I got my Pixel 5 box up there. Can't remember what phone I had before the Pixel 4. I remember something catastrophically bad happened to it, and I can't remember. I was very upset. Like, lost a lot of stuff because I couldn't transfer. And, like, I didn't have any choice but to go get another phone because I can't remember what was going on, but I like, had to have a phone at that particular moment. And, ended up paying a whole bunch of money for another phone. Didn't even want the damn phone. And then, like, I was going to get the Pixel 5a. And then, like, when I looked at what the Pixel 5a had and, like, how much the price difference was between the 5a and the 5, Like the 5 was like way better. Ended up, you know, like they get you with them little upgrades.
It's like, well, for just $50 more. Let me tell you what, you can get a sunroof, power seats, a automatic ball scratcher.
Like, dang, for
$50.
just $50? I mean,
I'll take that.
I mean, I guess.
An automatic ball scratcher sounds really nice.
For just $50. You know what I'm saying?
You for login.
Okay.
You'd be like, Alexa, scratch my balls.
I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna assume that I'm crashed because it's not doing anything. It's just sitting here forever.
Yeah, feels like servers went down.
I guess I need to task manager crash. Wonder what my current memory usage is. 19.2. That's not bad. How much for the game itself? Let's see.
We are performing rolling restarts for some of our services.
So
That message has been up for a while now. At least since I woke up, it's been there.
there it is. It's currently using only 3 gigabytes? What? There's no way. It's probably because I'm stuck in the loading screen. Just crash it. Queued for login, I got 2 minutes. Might be 4 minutes, might be 3. We don't know cause we move it all around now. Gonna give you 2 minutes now, but 7 minutes later. Then like straight up be like 2 minutes, and then you'll like blink and it'll go to like 6, and then you'll blink again and it goes back down to 2, and then you'll blink again and it'll go back up to 3. They had me one time. They had me one time. I was like, it was like 8 minutes. I was like, yeah, 8 minutes. That's not bad. And I like looked over here, and then I looked back, and it went to 16. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Just don't blink, bro.
You try not blinking. Ooh, ha ha ha. I didn't even have to do that one. Joy got you.
Werewolf skills are just savage.
They feel powerful, don't they?
Yeah.
Like you feel like you're in the fight. You feel visceral, like you're in there, just rah, 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 rah. Like you just feel like you're a monster, just in there, just being a monster.
Definitely done a really good job on the animations and how heavy the hits feel for this.
Oh yeah. And not only that, but it like he really seems like he does a lot of damage. The
He does.
the shred ability, like that like third on the combo, you always want to make sure you've got enough essence or whatever to hit the third combo, because that third combo is the moneymaker. Like the third hit on the combo, because that he swings around and he does like an AoE like just 360 hit, and it's got pretty good range on it too, and it hits everything. That's probably the best one of that ability right there.
But it actually doesn't spend essence on the third combo. It only spends on the first one, and if you don't wait between hits, it won't spend for the third one. Like it spends only one time for the whole combo. So if you couple that with claw and some spirit reaching and stuff, you mostly never run out. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, the butcher came in. And I'm like,
Get him. Get him. Get him.
I'm gonna die.
Get him. Get him.
can't. He's too strong.
Oh, I was telling the butcher. I was telling the butcher to get you, actually.
Oh, you're mean. You're just being mean. Who wants to try?
I was
save me?
telling the butcher to get you.
Oh, he hooked me.
He
gave me
said.
the hook.
He said, "You looking pretty good in them jeans, my friend." Should you get a 1440p screen to replace your 1080p screen for your new PC? I mean, 14. You can get like a really nice 1440p screen with like 120 hertz. I would focus more on the hertz than the resolution. But a 4K 60 would be fine, or a 1440p like 120 or 124. The one I have is pretty nice. This is actually a really nice one. It's a curved monitor. It's like the Samsung G7. It's got like 1440 resolution, and I think it's capable of 120 hertz, which is pretty nice.
Much more of a 1080p 165 hertz guy.
Muy gusta. Yes, you want a specific version of Proton. I actually pinned it to the top of that video, but if you didn't see it, it's version 51 Proton, and it actually says Diablo _ 4 beta. So you want to actually download the QT Proton that specifically is made for the Diablo 4 beta, which I believe is number 51. And it actually says, it doesn't just say 51, it says 51 _ Diablo _ 4 beta. So it's a Proton layer that is specifically made for Diablo 4. I think if you check my Steam Deck video where I was testing out the Diablo 4 on the Steam Deck, by the way, I show it on the video. I'm pretty sure it's this one right here, Muy Gusto.
Proton, what's that?
So on basically the Steam Deck is not Windows, it's Linux. And there's this program called Proton, and Proton is basically a compatibility layer that allows you to play like Windows-based products on Linux. And basically, Proton keeps coming out with new compatibility versions. So like when I originally made the video that he watched, I think they were up to like 27, and now they're up to 51, so they keep putting out new compatibility layers all the time. But when Diablo 4 beta came out, they actually released a Proton layer that literally said Proton 51 for the Diablo 4 beta, and it works. So it's basically a compatibility patch made specifically for Diablo 4 beta.
Nice.
Which is pretty cool, if you ask me, like that you'd have something like that so quickly. Like it was literally during beta that it came out. It was like the day after beta launched, it was up there. I'm gonna go do Core Dragon. That sounds like fun. Anybody want to come do Core Dragon with me, or is it even on event? It might not. Oh yeah, it's on Stronghold. So yeah. Let's go clear the Stronghold.
Gaming at 4K is actually it's kind of useless for me. I don't like it. There's no card that can actually run at 140 FPS 4K. Like there's nothing that can do that.
Yeah, the new ones can.
Why?
The 4090s can easily.
Wait, what games?
Like all games?
I mean,
you get like 140 FPS.
It really depends on the game, but you also need a system that can handle the 4090. That's also a problem. So it's not just the 4090 itself. You have to have a CPU that can actually handle the 4090 without being bottlenecked. So there's very few CPUs out there that actually will not bottleneck the 4090.
This place is overrun.
It's actually kind of crazy. My CPU, the one I just bought, is one of the few that actually doesn't bottleneck the 4090. And it's kind of crazy because, like, apparently so I have the 5800X3D. The 5800 and the 5900 and the 5950X, none of those will actually run the 4090 without it being bottlenecked. a lot of the newer CPUs actually that came out recently, believe it or not, won't run it without being bottlenecked. It's crazy.
Yeah, you need like a 12900K overclock to the max.
There's a list like you could pull up online that literally just shows you all the CPUs that are getting bottlenecked and with the 4090 and the ones that aren't. No, nice. The X3D is a very nice chip. I would recommend doing the underclocking process on it, but it is a very amazing chip.
It's like nowadays screens, like I have a 32-inch 1080p screen curved monitor. I need more time. I don't know, but I did have 1080p and I see no jagged edges. There's something about nowadays rendering and filtering and sharpening that just I don't see almost any difference between a 4K resolution and 1080p on these.
Well, there's DLSS now, and DLSS is doing a lot of crazy things like making fake frames and all sorts of stuff that I really can't even like express my worry about, because a lot of it is kind of jankety. But with DLSS turned on nowadays, even with like a 1080p screen, it'll like render that game at 4K, and then what it does is it like downscales it or whatever so that it can actually fit on the screen, and somehow rendering at 4K and then downscaling it actually makes it look better. But it's still not going to look as good as a 4K resolution native. I've played around with it for a while. There's still noticeable issues. One of the main issues that I really don't like about the super sampled stuff, like the DLSS stuff that like takes the 4K image and brings it down to the lower resolution, is text is hard to read. Text gets lost in the equation a lot of the times, and if you have a game that has a lot of text on the screen that you need to read, you may find yourself in a difficult situation actually trying to read it.
But games can get around that with software-based solutions.
I've tried. I remember because I used to do the NVIDIA Shield, and the NVIDIA Shield was 720p, and it would take a lot of games that were rendered on my computer, and then it would put them onto the system so I could play them. And it's just I ended up not being able to read anything, so I ended up avoiding games that had a lot of reading, because like you just couldn't read anything on the screen. A lot of it was so blurry or so small or like so messed up that it was just impossible. Yeah, Leo said the same thing. Text is really blurry. I mean, the game looks good. It's just the text, it's all messed up. I mean, if you're playing a game that doesn't have any text, then you're fine. This corpse explosion build is nuts.
I guess I can't go into Paragon with level 12, right? I'm gonna get stomped on.
Correct.
Yes. It's not going to scale. Some of these places don't scale. You bring these guys in here.
I'm actually liking that, because that's actually what we were worried about. That maybe scaling was global and every area would be like, well, you never feel like you're powerful enough or that you're not powerful enough. You're just like, mobs just die no matter what level I am. I'm glad it's zone based, so if it's only limited to Act 1, I'm really gonna like that.
I mean, I'm assuming that we're going to find more and more places that are not non-scaling, and more monsters that eventually that are non-scaling, but I don't know exactly when that's going to end. me and my brother though, we did this Core Dragon the other day with a bunch of low level characters, like extremely low level characters, and I think he was like level 19, I was like level 15, and then he had his boys with him, and his boys were like level 13 each. And we ran this together, like as a group, trying our best to, you know, like support each other. And it was rough, like, but it was fun. Like, it was very difficult. It was very much so like a challenge, and very enjoyable. I think there's room for difficult content like this that is, you know, like higher level and a little bit more difficult to obtain or to get to. Everything doesn't have to be scaled. The monsters can be higher level than you. Like, why not?
At least we have precedent that it does happen in certain areas, so we won't have this be ruling the whole game, this scaling thing.
So I haven't done any of the big dungeons yet. Anybody want to do any of the aspect dungeons?
I need that speed, so if you can invite me to any dungeon, I'll be glad.
Okay. I need to figure out how to do that. I'm clanned up. How do I invite you?
Right click on my name, I just wrote in the chat.
There is...
Ooh, goblin, 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 goblin! Goblin!
Get him. Get the goblin. Do not let the goblin escape.
Yeah, no worries.
There we go. Now.
I missed something somewhere. I think I forgot to destroy this big one over here.
Are you inside the dungeon already?
Not yet, I'm on the outside.
Oh, you're on the other side of the map. Let me port to you. I thought it would port me to you.
Yeah, I haven't partied up yet. I don't know how to. Is there a way to fast zoom somebody to you?
Yeah. You just port to their portal on town, because you don't need to open a portal for me. It opens automatically on the waypoint.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So I can just port to your location whenever I feel like from town.
Cool.
Let me just fill up my glass.
Yeah, no worries.
With a bit of chocolate milk.
I just changed
I
my
like
build to
chocolate milk.
upheaval, so I need a little practice with it. Heyo.
Oh, great. I thought I crashed.
Your wolf showed up first.
What's up, Neil Carter Bishop? Man, this damage over time effect is sweet. Poor unfortunate soul.
For a second.
Rekindle the Wanderer's Shrine. I've played a Summon Necro. I played around with like a Scythe Necro. I played a Scythe Summon Necro. Corpse Explosion, like full Corpse Explosion with the Blood Mist was really cool. I mean, there's a lot of things like that you can do. Somebody said, if I don't... I guess it really doesn't matter. Dragon. Welcome to the monsters. There's lots of monsters. Gonna explode up all corpses. Gonna kill them dead.
Such a mad shred. No Dujanks given.
Blood Mist is insane.
I got frozen! There we go.
I mean, if it's realistic enough. Oh, I got the janky minions again. Ugh. Ugh. Not the jankety minions. Look at these guys.
Ooh, legendary
janky minions.
They're so jankety. I can't even look at it. Why? Why are they so jankety? That's not the stream lagging, guys. That's just some bug that happens every now and then, and the minions get all jankety. I don't even know what the hell's going on. They're just jankety.
Core skills deal 7% extra for each companion. Should I get like a bind?
Do a little jank. Make a little jank. Get jank to jank, 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 jank. Get jank to jank, 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 jank. Do a little jank. Make a little jank. Gonna get some jank. Copying is done, it says. Let's see if it tells the truth. It tells the truth, or else it gets the hose again. Getting your phone ready. There, have a charger.
Wow, when the wolf gets all bathed in blood, like the werewolf. That's so nice.
Yeah.
Like I'm drenched in blood.
Apparently there's some like legendary effects that will make your werewolf into different types of werewolves. Somebody said they found one the other day that turned their werewolf into a dark werewolf or a death werewolf or something.
Okay, I think I'm changing my mind on the druid just because of the werewolf skills. I won't be anywhere near strong skills, but shapeshifting is really good. Really fun.
I mean, it's really nice how seamless it all is too, and there are some good abilities on both trees. So you could even do like a ones that swaps back and forth between the two different ones. There's a whole like there's a capstone for that too, like swapping back and forth between the two abilities a lot. And it's not like you actually have to shapeshift. So it's just like when you use a werewolf ability, it just turns you into a werewolf and uses the ability. And when you use a bear ability, it just turns you into a bear and uses the ability. So like it's pretty seamless. Unlike in Diablo 2 where
it's really comfortable.
It's a lot more jankety. I like the word jankety, okay? Jankety, jankety, going to jank it up.
I mean, it is a quite proper term. Why would you say something else?
I'm not ready yet.
Swing, 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 swing.
That shred third hit, bro. Holy hell.
Jinkity 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 jink. Jinkity 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 jink. Jink 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 jinky 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 jink.
That was an unexpected spike in difficulty.
I shouldn't be holding this in my hands.
I wonder if it will fix itself if you just port it to town and back out.
Ah, yes.
Most of those things it fits with porting. It's too funny though. Teleporting skeletons.
Here we are,
Yeah,
born to be kings.
Where are these boxes at?
I have one on my back. The other
Oh,
one
yeah, okay.
should be on the other part we've not rebuilt yet. Placed.
Jinx said it was done. And then now I looked on it and it says downloading applications. 2 out of 168 applications downloading.
You have 200 applications?
Be like, yep, you guys are totally done.
It's done. Ooh. What was I gonna do with my level? Oh, right, I'm gonna get another summon. Do you get more than 2 wolves? Or not?
I don't know. There might be a thing later to get you more than 2 wolves. Whew, this phone's so hot. Like, all you've been doing is copying, Giant. Why are you so hot? Phone's like a molten magma. Alright, let's do a fun video real quick. I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, guys, we're going to do a video on this blood mist. This blood mist is crazy, so I feel like we need to do a video on it. Let's pick a dungeon to go to. Something fun. We hadn't been to the Occultist Refuge yet. Let's go to this one real quick. I'm going to do the intro, play, you know, we'll do a little uploaded video on the Blood Mist and talk about how OP it is and whatnot. I got a couple videos I want to do, actually, so we'll, maybe we'll knock out a couple videos real quick and I'll upload them. Alright. So I'm gonna stop this. Alright, I'm gonna play the intro, I'm gonna hit the record button, I'm gonna do my spiel, and we're gonna do a video. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome! So Diablo IV Open Beta has been in the swing for a full day, and we also managed to kill the world boss a couple times. That was pretty fun. Again, I've had a chance to actually visit and play around with my Necromancer, which I've had a lot of fun with. And there's some pretty cool builds. I'm actually very pleased with the Necromancer overall. Just to give you, before I even start in this video, just give you my impressions of the Necromancer. I very much feel like the Necromancer in Diablo 4 is very much so like the Necromancer in Diablo 2. In fact, it felt like putting on an old pair of gloves or an old pair of socks. Like, they just fit quite well, and like there was really no big deal. Like, I have my army, I've got my golem, I have to summon them from corpses. There's corpses on the ground that I can use. I have my corpse explosion, and the corpse explosion feels right. And then just in general, the character just really felt like the Necromancer from Diablo 2, and I had a lot of fun with it. However, there are some pretty crazy builds that you can make, and usually they revolve around things like this ability, which is Blood Mist triggers corpse explosion on surrounding corpses. When Blood Mist detonates a corpse, its cooldown is reduced by 0.7 seconds. So what I've done is I've created a build around this, and other people may have done it too, but I didn't cheat and look at anybody else's homework. So what I did is I actually created a build around this particular item. So I got Reap, and the reason why I got Reap is because it has a chance to it forms a corpse once every 5 seconds. I also built up this particular ability, Hued Flesh, which allows me to have a 12% lucky hit chance to make a corpse every single time I dish out damage. I capped out Blood Mist to its maximum amount, and I also grabbed the Enhanced Blood Mist, which reduces the cooldown of Blood Mist by 2 seconds if I overpower, and also the Leave Behind 1 corpse every second. I also went for Max Corpse Explosion, of course, because that also affects the damage, and went with the Blighted Corpse Explosion, which allows me to get the really cool like damage over time puddle on the ground. Now you can go with the other way, which is the Blade Corpse Explosion, and either one of them worked just fine with this build, but I did find that this one worked better with bosses because it applied the damage over effect many, many times. I also am running the Fueled by Death, which is you deal 8% increased damage for 4 seconds after consuming a corpse, up to 12%. And basically what this does is every single time I use a corpse for corpse explosion, I get a damage buff. And as I burn more and more corpses, I get more and more return. I'm also grabbing Decrepify just so that I can spam that on monsters so they get the slowdown and what like that. And it does help my damage a little bit because I do have some damage bumps from attacking monsters that are under crowd control effects. And other than that, there's really not a whole lot more that I do with this build. And as you will see, the build is actually kind of insane. I forgot my minions. Okay, so with the minions, what I did was I have my Reapers carving off a corpse, so it's a 15% chance to carve flesh off enemies. So I get 1 corpse 15% of the time, 4 minions, so you got 4 minions, 4 15% chances. It adds up to a lot of corpses. The mages, I ended up going with the Shadow Mages with the chance to stun, and the Bone Golem, which is the only one you can have access to right now, I did the sheds a corpse. So each time your Bone Golem takes up to 20% of its maximum life and damage, it sheds a corpse. So I have corpses like raining from the sky everywhere. And as you will see in just a second when I actually use the ability, things get crazy really fast. Let's get a couple corpses on the ground, and then let's use our Blood Mist ability. Now, as you can see, even though I just used Blood Mist, what happened? It's already back off cooldown, because this ability right here reduces the cooldown of it by 0.7 seconds for every corpse that I consume. And I consumed so many corpses that it came immediately back off cooldown. And I have so many corpses on the ground at all times that I can just spam it to oblivion and back. And the really crazy thing about this ability is that, number one, Blood Mist makes you immune to all damage during the duration. It is a massive, like, defensive cooldown. And by utilizing this method, you can literally just spam the defensive cooldown over and over again, and also annihilate every corpse from existence over and over again. And also get the nice damage bumps and various things that go on for consuming the corpses. And you don't even have to actually use a core skill. There's no spenders involved in this build. It's literally just corpse explosions and Blood Mist. And obviously every single kind of corpse generator that you can possibly imagine. And the really cool thing that I think about this build that is something that we don't have to worry about, I don't think this build's making it to live. It's a little bit too powerful, alright? It's just something that's fun to play around with in beta, and it's something that I can almost guarantee you is going to get balanced out in the future. Because it just doesn't make any sense for it not to. I'm going to explain why a build like this is going to get nerfed, and I'm also going to go over why you shouldn't be surprised. So, it would be okay if Blood Mist was an actual damaging ability, because this kind of makes sense from a damage ability standpoint. The problem with this, and the reason why it's probably going to get nerfed, is because Blood Mist is a defensive cooldown. As a defensive cooldown, it is so powerful because you are essentially immune to all damage during the duration of Blood Mist. And by using the reductions in cooldown as well as getting enough corpses on the ground, you are essentially always immune to damage because you are always using Blood Mist, and every single time you use Blood Mist, it's back off cooldown. If you do it properly, the skill never has a cooldown. It is always up for you to use at all times, which means you are always immune and invulnerable to all damage. I recently just did an Ashava run with this character, and despite the fact that Ashava has some pretty devastating abilities, at any point that I felt like I was in danger, I always had Blood Mist available to me to be able to escape danger. Even in situations where I would literally almost die, I would just simply switch to Blood Mist and immediately save my life. And it even works pretty good on bosses, because you can do one of two different setups. So you can do the number one, which is the poison one that I'm doing, or you can also do the corpse explosion one. So if you do the corpse explosion one, it looks a little different, and it doesn't work as well on bosses. It looks like this. And the corpses are then gone at that point, so they no longer dish out any damage past that point. And the reason why I'm going specifically with the damage over time one is because they last for 6 seconds, and they dish out a pretty decent amount of damage, and they also stack very nicely. And they sit underneath of the boss for a very long period of time. So when you're fighting a boss with these particular ones, the blighted ones, they just do really well. In fact, you know what? Let's go fight a boss right now. We should have one coming up. And with the damage output, there's two different ways you can generate corpses for bosses. Obviously, you can utilize this Reap ability, which is better for groups. Or you can take advantage of the Decompose ability. So the Decompose ability also generates corpses. It's 1 every 2.5 seconds, and it also takes advantage of this passive, which generates more corpses. And in the process, what you're doing is you're creating as many corpses as you can on a single target. So this one works much better for trash. And this one works much better for bosses. So we're going to swap this out for bosses. If you haven't done this before, the easiest way to swap out is to take one from the top and then put it into one on the bottom. Take one there, and then take one there, and then put this back at the top. It's pretty easy to do, and you can swap out lower abilities that way. And now we're going to swap out to Decompose for the Bousy Bouse. And I should be able to generate about 1,000 corpses underneath of them and annihilate them from existence. Let's see how it goes, shall we? Alright, there's all our corpses. Of course, this isn't the boss room. This is the room before the boss room.
I'm not ready yet.
Come on, big old boss. Isn't the boss room right ahead? I thought the boss room was right ahead. See, now you're making a fool out of me. Man, some of these things are just graphic. I mean, look at this couple right here, just all tied up. Hey, I was trying to look at the... Y'all just gonna be rude like that, alright. Let's let out big boy over here, too. Come here. Come here, big boy. Yeah, get some corpses underneath your feet. Alright. Now look at the HP just melt. Just bring. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm finding the game to be very interesting, though. And what I mean by very interesting is I really do enjoy the wide variety of ways that you can create characters. And the unfortunate side effect of being able to create a wide variety of characters is that you will end up with overpowered builds. Alright? And it's Blizzard's job to fix that. So their job is going to be to have to fix those things. And there's nothing wrong with that. Alright? It's the natural consequence of having a robust and varied system of skills and effects that the players can take advantage of. All right? Always remember that like this kind of thing is just the side effect of the good part of video games. And the developers will nerf this stuff. But in the meantime, you can play around with it and have fun with it in beta. And you can run around blood misting everything to death and watching everything melt into oblivion. Oh wow, 2 chest armors from 1 monster. What? Your maximum number of skeletal mages is increased by 2. Boy, you better give me that dujink right now. Don't even. Hell yeah! Now I got 5 skeletal mages, suckers. Ooh, a sword. Basic skills gain 23% attack speed. Holy crap, another chest? What the hell is going on up in here? I ain't found this many freaking items in like the whole day. And now they just popping out of the woodwork like candy. Basic skills grant a 25% reduction for 4 seconds. Damage reduction. Ooh, it's like that's a tanky piece. Come on out of there, Mr. Dujant guy. Corpses, 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 corpses. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, what's up, High Priestess? I'll come and generate some corpses, and I'll be over there in a second. And I'll blow up everything, and I'll kill you dead. Anyway, I just wanted to show you guys this crazy, ridiculous build. You probably might have already seen it on the YouTube channel or something, because I figured other people have probably figured this out by now. In fact, somebody was telling me about it, like, before I even figured it out. They were like, have you heard about that blood mist ability? And I'm like, I don't know. But it's really cool, and there's lots of really cool things that you can do like this in the game. I had a freaking druid set up who was literally just shooting lightning bolts everywhere. It was absolutely insane. Like, everywhere I walked, there was just, like, lightning striking down from the sky and lightning shooting out of everything. I had a freaking Barbarian that literally just uses one ability and everything on the screen is just bleeding into oblivion death. I did a Rabies Druid that literally poisoned everything on the screen. Like, could literally walk into an area, just start attacking, and everything on the screen would be poisoned and dying from poison. And not just rabies either. Like, literally every single attack that this freaking werewolf druid did was poisoning things. And it was absolutely hilarious to just run into a group of monsters, start swinging my claws, and everything was getting poisoned. And it's so very much fun to come up with these crazy builds on these characters. There's hundreds of crazy builds that you can potentially come up with for characters. And I think that's the one thing that I like about this game the most so far, is just the crazy, ridiculous amount of theory crafting that you can do. You can sit here on this panel for hours. I mean, hours, maybe even days, just theory crafting builds, coming up with cool ways that you can take advantage of legendaries, building things like a melee summon mancer, a ranged summon mancer, a corpse explosion mancer, a blood mist mancer, you know, like a blood mancer specifically. You could build things like a pure minion mancer with, like, you know, like Army of the Dead and some other cool things. And like, we're only level 25. The sheer number of crazy builds that you can create so far in this game is very promising to its longevity. Because one of the main things that makes Diablo 2 so amazing, and the reason why people come back to it time and time again, is because of all of the crazy cool builds that you could create in Diablo 2. All of the fun theory crafting that you can you know, do. You can create everything from a frickin' bow sorceress to a frickin' melee necromancer and everything in between. And Diablo 2 is just great like that. And it honestly seems like Diablo 4 has followed suit very, very poignantly, because there are so many different ways that you can build a character in Diablo 4. And I mean, yeah, you can go online and you can just look up a build guide and you can just follow someone else's build. But if you want to take the time to be creative, if you want to take the time to build your own character and have fun discovering and learning how to make characters, like, this game has hundreds, if not thousands, of ways that you could potentially build a character and have fun with it. And I freaking love it. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's just me showing off some crazy OP Blood Mist build. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so that video's out of the way. I likes it. Except bow characters. You can do bow characters. What's wrong with bow characters? What is wrong with the bow characters? Bow characters are in the game. You could totally take the rogue and just focus extremely on bow skills, and you could make pretty much an Amazon. Your rabies build is struggling at level 25. Let me take a look at my items real quick and see if I got anything. Boom, bum, ba, dum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba. Hold on, let me go over here real quick and do the salvage first. So when you see that little salvage icon, that means there's a new look. So if you want to get like all the cosmetic effects or all the cosmetic looks, you want to look for that new look symbol. And then once you've done that, you can go back over to the shop and sell your doojanks for cash. Rare two-handed sword, 266 power. or 461 damage per second, 356 item level. It's actually a really high eye level item. Doesn't have 2 sockets or anything, but it is really high. That one has 2 sockets.
Anything else?
+1 rank all macabre skills. +1 rank all corpse skills. +1 rank blood mist. What am I using right now? I'm also using blood mist right now. This one has +7 intelligence, +4 all stats, and the other one has 1 dodge chance and +1 bone prison. I'm not using bone prison, so that sounds like a better option because it's got more intelligence and whatnot.
Anything else?
Bone spirit, not interested. You said you're struggling on your rabies druid. Let's go take a look at my rabies druid. Sorry, I'm coughing and dying for some reason. I don't know why. Let's go take a look at my rabies druid, and I'll show you how I have mine built, and maybe you can compare and figure out what to do with yours. Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck. Hey, I'm level 25 now. I can finally get access to the extraction vendor.
As I'm sure of you. No witchcraft here. Only honest magics.
What was I gonna? I was gonna imprint the necklace. That's right. Hold on. I have an effect for my necklace I was gonna put on there. And then I will show you how my doojanks work. Yes. If I can remember where my necklace is, or the item that has that effect on it. Oh Lord, I got so many items now. I'm gonna have to like keep these all organized differently later, like when I actually play the game. I can't remember where the one is for the druid. No. Critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed by 5%. I believe that's my Barbarian's one. God, I can't remember which one it was, and I've got so many items in here. I know it was something good. And I know I held on to it specifically for the druid. Druid. It's a specifically a druid effect. I know it is. Boulder is now a core skill. That's not it. 16% critical strike chance against injured enemies. No, that's not it. Pulverize, that's not it. Damage, sort of earth skills, stealth skills. Rogue, that's rogue. Thorns has as damage dealt as chances, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of good for a Thorns build, but not for me. Fortify, earth skills gain 2 ranks. Your core skills deal up to 28% increased damage based on your amount of fortify. I think I already have that one. Must have taken it off. Attacking enemies with a basic skill increases the damage of your next core skill. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I must have gotten rid of it or something, or did I already... I didn't remove it. You know what I was thinking of is what if I take this Night Howler's effect and put it on the amulet. Usually the amulet has a stronger effect. I'm kind of curious. And then I could put this ring on instead with the core skills, which I believe I don't have. No, I do already have that one. Where's that one in my list? Dang it. Oh, it's on my weapon. Okay. That makes sense. I need some damage over time, Jules. Hold on. Where's my DOTs? There's my DOTs. Diablo 2's loot mechanism is really good, Pancat. Honestly, they'd be wise to copy it. It does go an amulet, and power is increased by 50%. I like that. Alright. So let's take our amulet, put it up here. Throw that aspect in the amulet. Hold on before we do that. Let's enchant the amulet. See if we can replace one of these effects with something better. Let's try... Should we do the reduction to close enemies or the healing? I feel like the healing would be better. Let's change this one. Crowd control duration, damage reduction. I guess the damage reduction for right now. Dang, alright. I'm just like not getting anything good. And it's costing more and more gold per time. I guess we'll just stay with the damage reduction. Alright, so we're going to take this. Put our aspect on there. Yeah, now it becomes even better. Now it's got 13.5% crit chance, which is better, way better than 9. And as for the ring, I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter, but I'd like to have something else on the ring slot. Let me see what other rings I've got in there. I've already got that effect too. I got so many rings that are already like effects that I already have. I guess I could just throw this one in there for the time being for the standstill damage, even though it's not really going to do me very much good because I move all the time. Alright, let me go show you how my boy works real quick and give you an idea of what kind of damage or rotation or whatever you want to do. Let's just go to a dungeon, doesn't matter which dungeon, we'll just run it real quick. I've been using a two-handed weapon. It really doesn't matter as long as the damage is nice and the effects are what you're looking for. This one in particular, I just stack damage over time numbers in there. You'll see how it works when I get in there and start bonking everything to death. You know what? We might as well turn this into a video. Sounds like fun to me. Alright, so... Hello guys and gals, and welcome! So, Diablo 4 beta has been up for a little while, and I've had some time to play around with the Druid. And what Druid did I make you under? I made a Rabies Druid. Why not? I figure, hey, let's make a Rabies Druid. What did I go for skills with the Rabies Druid? Well, first off, I had to get a basic skill, so I did use Claw. And I decided to go with all poison damage. I thought that would be fun, so I went with Claw, Enhanced Claw, and then of course the Fierce Claw, which applies the poison damage. And then down here, I went with the Predatory Instinct, which is 3% crit per tier for close enemies, because I'm a close range fighter. So I get a nice 9% crit from that. I also have 5 points into Shred, specifically because this ability is very nice with the poison damage builds. And I also built the Enhanced Shred and, of course, the Raging Shred, which also applies another poison damage effect on the monsters. Then I grabbed 2 points into Earthen Bulwark, and that's just for the defensive cooldown. I do have Blood Howl, but only 1 point into it, because there's really no reason to actually stack points into it. But you do want to grab the Blood Howl. Also increases your attack speed by 15%, because that gives you a very nice boost to your attack speed during that time. And this is all going to be about rotations, so I'm going to show you my rotation here in a little bit. You're also going to grab Rabies, of course, because this is a Rabies build. And you're going to grab the Savage Rabies, which does even more poison damage over 4 seconds. You can also, if you want to, you could change that out for the Natural Rabies. Either one is fine. Then you're going to want to go down to Neurotoxin, and then you're going to want to dump 2 points into Toxic Claws. Now, the reason why you do this is because every single time you hit, and a critical hit is done instead, you are going to end up with another poisoning effect on the monster for each critical strike, which is another reason why y'all ain't going to let me record this video, is ya? That's right, back it up. Which is why you end up going with this passive in the beginning to give yourself the 9% increase. And then on top of that, we usually end up doing nothing in the ultimate tree, which is kind of important because we need those points in other places. Now, for legendary effects, I've just got pretty much everything that I can squeeze into this character. One of the most important ones, however, is the Night Howler aspect, which gives me the Blood Howl increases critical strike chance by 13.5%, which means that when Blood Howl is active, I have a pretty massive crit chance of... where's my crit chance at? Right here. So crit chance of 8%, right? And I trigger my Blood Howl. And now I have 21.5%. And I get even more than that under various circumstances. So I'm constantly dishing out lots of poison damage via the crits and other sources. I've got other things on, like I've got Lucky Hit, gives me crowd control effects to another enemy. I've got Earthen Bulwark, it lasts for a little bit longer, which helps defensively. Attacking with a basic skill costs increases the damage of your next core skill, which is nice for shred. And then the armor buff, which is very nice to help keep you alive. Critical strikes give me extra movement speed, which is nice for when I'm in combat because I get lots of crits. I also have the core skills that deal up to 44% more damage based on my fortify amount, and I do tend to get a pretty decent amount of fortify. This one is not really important for me. It's just an extra ring that I have on until I find something better. And then I have the 31% increased damage while I have an active barrier, which feeds into the Earthen Bulwark, which feeds into having 1 point into Earthen Bulwark at least so I can spam the barrier. And after it's all said and done, it's actually an extremely powerful build. I can pretty much shred most monsters with ease. The last hit on shred is an AoE circle attack, which pretty much just hits everything. And let's hop into a dungeon real quick and let's actually play a little bit with my character. And you can also see that I do have 1 point in Cyclone Armor, and that's really because I just had an empty spot, and Cyclone Armor is a passive ability that helps me defensively. So I don't really have to actually use the ability, although sometimes I'll tag it just cause. But it basically provides me with 20% non-physical damage reduction, which does make me a little bit tankier. And that comes from just like a random piece of equipment. I didn't actually put anything in it. I can't remember which piece of equipment that's coming from. Yeah, there it is. But if you have plus the skills on a piece of equipment for something like that, it's actually useful. Cyclone Armor can be useful even if you don't invest in it. Alright, so this is... what is this? The Path of Blood. So there should be a bunch of monsters up ahead. So our basic rotation involves, number 1, building our essence. So you got to do that first. Go ahead and build your essence. And once you have your essence built, what you're going to do is you're going to tag your Howl, your Earthen Bulwark, and you're going to tap your rabies on something, and you're going to start rending everything. And once you have your basic buffs up, you can see I can pretty much just like rip through most elites with relative ease. And I need to rearrange my buttons. For some reason, they're all out of whack. Oh, hold on a second here. You can rearrange your buttons anytime by opening up the S panel, by the way. And you can like shift things around. So this one is supposed to be there. You're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be there. I don't know how they got all messed up, but I hate it when they get messed up. So your shred is really your main ability. Rabies is nice, but it's not your main ability. Shred is your main ability for how much poison damage it does. It's an amazing ability as far as the werewolf is concerned, and it hits like everything around you with the 3rd hit. So when you're in a fight like this and you tag your abilities, you can see pretty much everything dies. You don't even have to really even worry about it. The monsters like this that hang back, they're single target. So all you have to do is just come up on them, build a little bit of essence, and start shredding them to death. And the poison pretty much takes care of them on your own. Like, a lot of the times with the rabies, you can pretty much just tag a target with the rabies and just move on. And in boss fights, oh my god, he does really good in boss fights. I was actually kind of impressed at how quickly and how well he would just tank the boss fights completely. These conduit shrines are great. Now, one of the main issues with this build, and I actually had theory-crafted this build, is that I don't have access to any of the totems. And I had actually theory-crafted it with access to the totems. And if I did have access to the totems, this character would be a lot more powerful. So the reason why this character kind of doesn't meet his potential is because this crit ability right here, number 1, I would want to cap it. Because I want to make sure that I'm getting as much poison damage as I can with as many critical strikes as I can. But the thing is that inside the spirit panel tree, I believe it's on the wolf here, there are 2 abilities. One increases your critical strike chance by 5% base, and the other one increases your critical strike damage by 50% or 30% or whatever it is. And then there is another one, I believe it's down in the snake tree, that gives you 3% life return for every critical strike that you do. So the entire idea of this build is to increase your critical strike chance as much as possible, eventually with the idea of having crit strike on pretty much every piece of equipment, so that when you look in your tree here, you know, you look at your crit strike chance and it's like 50% crit strike, and then you use your howl and it goes up to like, you know, like 60 or 70% crit chance, and then you add on like the crit chance that you get from various items and things like that stack it up even higher. And by the time you're done, you're literally like so high that every single attack that you get is a crit. And in general, every single attack that you get would also then therefore be poison damage, which would be added to another target from any source that you make. So it wouldn't just be about rabies anymore. It's about literally hitting all of the targets that you possibly can with every single attack that you possibly can, dishing out massive amounts of poison damage to all of them. Take this boss right here, which is what? Cold Enchanted. Let me go ahead and build up a little essence on this boy. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to show you what it's like when you have all your cooldowns up. So, Howl, Bulwark, Rabies, and of course he teleports away, right? The middle of my combo. And as you can see, I pretty much like 3-shot him. Bye, mister. And it's just really fun playing with these abilities. Tornado will seek up to 5 targets. Wow, that's kind of cool. That'd be interesting for a Tornado Druid. Haven't played around with the Tornado Druid yet. But when you go through this tree, there are just so many fun ways that you can build a character. You can build a character with Hurricane running around you all the time. You can build a freaking tanky bear. I mean, some freaking Grizzly raging bears. And we don't even have access to the capstones yet. We don't have access to the boons yet that come from the spirit totems. I tried out a companion wolf, and it was interesting. But one thing I know for sure is that you really can't cap it out. Like right now, it's very difficult to actually cap out the companion wolf because you just don't have enough points and it's too far down the tree. And that's where some of this stuff really comes in as an issue, because like rabies is so far down the tree that you have to spend so many points into so many various things just to get to rabies that by the time you get there, you've already wasted the majority of your points on everything else. Same thing for Toxic Claws, which is extremely useful for this particular build. And also, we got the poison enemies take 10% additional crit strike damage. I can't remember if you can actually get both of these. Yeah, you can get both of these. So, like, as a poison druid, as like a rabies druid, as this particular build, I would want to cap this out. I'd want to cap this out. I'd want to cap this out. I would probably also want to cap out my basic, because my basic is doing some pretty serious poison damage. I would probably also want to delve into some of these down here, like... where's the other passives? There was a couple more that were rather interesting for like a poison tree. And like as you go through and you start looking at all these, like there are some really interesting ones that help out with things. Like this one might not seem like it would be a damage one, but like it increases the amount of fortify that you gain from all sources, right? Well, overpower and various other things actually use your fortify to determine how much damage you're going to do. So increasing the amount of fortify that you get could potentially increase your damage over as a whole if you're going down that particular road. So if you're going down a road that has tons of fortify, you know, like damage improvements, then yeah, you're probably going to freaking triple out this thing, because it's going to increase the fortify that you get from all sources by 15%, which is going to also therefore increase the damage that you deal by utilizing fortify amounts. The same thing goes with barriers. So like, for instance, I have this item right here that increases the amount of damage that I dish out when I have an active barrier. So every time I cast Earthen Bulwark, which now lasts for 9 seconds, I get a nice little 31% damage bump for casting Iron Bulwark. And the two effects feed into each other. I get more defensive capability for having Iron Bulwark up, and I also gain more damage for having Iron Bulwark up. So I get to combine all those nice cooldowns together. I get the Blood Howl, which gives me the increased crit. It gives me the increased attack speed. I get the the Earthen Bulwark, which is protecting me and also giving me the additional damage. I get the Rabies, which I can just tag onto one target and let it do its thing. That's the really cool thing about Rabies, is that like you don't have to do anything with Rabies. You just walk into a group of monsters, you maybe tag your abilities first beforehand so you can get the damage bumps, and then you just tag one target with it, and you just walk away. And the monsters will all just infect each other and kill each other. The rabies spreads between all the targets, and they just slowly murder each other. I mean, you can see that one got infected by these guys. These guys won't reinfect him, but literally, like, if you bite somebody with rabies and they just touch another target, like, they just keep spreading it. So it's really just a set it and forget it, like Ronco Rotisserie Grill. Say it with me, guys. Set it and forget it. And then you spend the rest of your time actually using Shred, Claw, and running around, you know, like getting your actual damage on. Because Shred is really where the majority of my poison damage is coming from anyway. Because I'm in there in the thick of it, and then I'm right-clicking with my Shred, and it hits with this nice AoE ability and causes everything to bleed really nicely. And that's not even the rabies. Then I apply the rabies too, and then they're double bleeding. Now, there's obviously builds out there that probably could, you know, like, beat this. I'm not going to say every single build that I make is the most endgame build. In fact, we're level 25, so all these builds are not endgame builds. I am actually very interested to see, actually, how these builds would turn out with more skill points. Like what potentially I could do to improve this further. How many more points I would put in here or there. What other secondary skills I would get. I actually have a free slot. This Cyclone Armor slot it's not doing anything. It's just an extra skill that I have put in there. So I have potentially a option open for another skill. And looking at the tree, I'm not really sure which one I would pick. I had been thinking about it, and I was like, maybe I'd grab Lacerate, but I wasn't really too impressed with the way that Lacerate worked. But I also couldn't get to Supreme Lacerate, which has a initial strike is guaranteed to critically strike and deals 150% increased damage. Now, I have my whole character built off of critical strikes, right? So this, the Toxic Claws, would feed into this, right? So that means that because it's going to guarantee that initial strike crits, and also I have extremely high crit chance, it's going to hit, 10 times, and then this is going to stack that poison damage on top of it, so I'm going to be literally getting a whole bunch of poison damage with this ability. And I'm interested to see how it would work out if I could max it out and use it properly. But I tried to get it earlier, and honestly, like, I had to sacrifice way too many points out of rabies, and I had to sacrifice points out of Toxic Claws, and I really just couldn't make it work while maintaining the build that I was using. So I would need some extra points and a couple extra points here or there to actually figure out whether it would be worthwhile. And then on top of that, you know, no capstones. So, like, I can't get access to any of the capstones, and I would totally want to use some of these capstones. This one right here would just work in so beautifully with my critical strike build, because it's every 6th werewolf skill is going to guarantee a critical strike and has 60% increased damage. So this Toxic Claws, that means that every 6th attack that I do is going to apply my Toxic Claws damage every single time. And then on top of that, I've got really high crit chance anyway, so I'm going to be putting the Toxic Claws on everything that I'm touching. And obviously I would feed into this eventually with like other items that might increase my poison damage, gems in my weapon that give damage over time bonuses, all sorts of things to just like really stack on the poison as much as I possibly can, which would, you know, feed into the entire thing. Anyway, I just thought I'd show you guys my my poison druid, and then also you know, tell you that I think the druid's pretty fun. I think I'm still going to start with a necromancer, but the druid definitely is a very interesting beast of a character, and it looks like you could make a lot of fun builds with it. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. No, I do not, Nautilus. I have not found all the items yet. There's a ring that causes rabies to spread faster. I mean, rabies already spreads. What specifically does it do? I'm curious. You got me curious now. I want to see if I can find it. Because I have a ring slot that needs to be filled too. This is like a placeholder ring. Yeah, speaking of rings. Speaking of rings. Empty socket. Damage to crowd controlled enemies. Earthen bulwark. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, you accidentally switched your audio source to Valve Index. My audio stuff gets switched all the time, all the damn time. I hate it. Every time I install drivers, anytime I do anything, like it'll switch my freaking audio sources all the time. Can't stand it. These armor racks that pop up out of the ground are really cool. Whoever designed these, like, bravo. That is some disgusting work. Bravo. Like, they don't give enough credit to the individual artists that come up with these crazy art designs. And some of the stuff in here is just absolutely beautiful. Like, and when I mean beautiful, what I actually mean is not beautiful. Just absolutely crazy. Like, there's some disgusting stuff. Like, there's some pretty disgusting stuff in here. Like, I don't know if you guys actually have been paying attention to some of the disgusting stuff, like, that's in the game. But, like this right here. Look at this, like, disgusting arm. Oh, how dare you break my disgusting arm thing? I was trying to show it to them. Or these, like, little tentacle things, like, sticking out of the side of the wall. Like, way to give people arachnophobia over here. Shing, 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 shing. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. It was a little sad that they did that. I don't know why. Alright, I'm gonna hop back into Discord since I'm finished recording videos for right now. Let me, I jumped out so I could record. What's up, guys?
What up?
Man, we got two different Discord chats bumping up in here. I don't even remember which one I was in.
How's the Diablo IV?
Hard to get a word in at the main one.
I mean, yep.
What level did you get your druid?
Always 25.
Oh. Nice.
I've been playing with different builds all day and having fun, like, theorycrafting and stuff. It's pretty fun.
I have 2 very dead rogues that I'm happy about.
One on hardcore?
Yeah.
Ginger, I did the most important type of theory crafting on the druid a little while ago and realized that the hair color selection of your druid changes the fur color of your ships.
The fur color of your ships.
Yep, so if you choose a white hair druid, you're a polar bear bear, and it's definitely the coolest thing. But like, if you choose a poison hair, your bear is green.
I chose red. How come I'm just gray?
Yeah, the one of the red hairstyles was like a brownish red with like patches of gray. But it's subtle for some of them, more pronounced on others. But it definitely changes like both the wolf and the wolf and bear colors.
Is there a neon blue option?
I think there's like a tealish one that has like a gray teal pattern on it.
The color of my hair. Slay all the ghastly enemies. That was a whole group back there. Do I think that they should allow us to use more skills? No. The way they have it set up and the way that the game is kind of like formed, if they allowed you to use too many skills, it would completely break the game. I can honestly say that they've got it balanced around the 6 skill system. And I can already see many different situations where if I could just have like a million skills on my bar and just like spam everything, especially since a lot of them are like 1-point wonders for the most part. Like some of them, like there's no reason to put more than a certain number of points in them ever. Blood Howl, for instance, the only thing that the Blood Howl does when you level it up is increases the HP that you heal. So unless you want to specifically get like a really nice heal, you pretty much just put 1 point in it so you can get the buffs, and then you move on with your life. What's up, creepy boy? Bam. So these 1-point wonders would just become like, if you had like a million skill slots, would just become like the most amazing things in the world. You could just go through the tree and you could just grab every 1-point wonder, and you could just use them all. Take for instance Cyclone Armor, which Cyclone Armor is absolutely amazing because literally just having it on your bar gives you 20% all non-physical damage reductions. And you can obviously use it to like as a defensive cooldown, but you don't have to actually use it. It's a 1-point wonder. You literally just put 1 point in it, and it gives you 20% all non-physical damage reduction. I mean, you can literally see it just whispering around my character right now. It is permanently active. And then there is an active effect, which is this. Like, pushes everybody away from me. So, a very defensive cooldown for, like, as far as that's concerned. But imagine if I had, like, freaking 30 skills slots on my bar. I could just put Cyclone Armor on there no matter what. I would just always make sure that I had a point in Cyclone Armor and just throw it in. Same thing with Hurricane. Hurricane, like, goes around you in a circle, right? And it's just kind of like a passive effect. And if you set it up properly, you could just put 1 point in it for, like, the vulnerabilities and things like that, and you just have it on the bar, and you would just be, like, constantly hurricaning all the time. Like, every time the cooldown's up, just hit it. Why not? So it kind of comes down to, like, balance and how they have things set up. And I think around the 6 skill system seems to be right. Because anything more or less than that, you end up running into problems. Like, I almost always end up using up all 6 slots. This particular character, I think, is the first one that I just didn't have enough skill points to actually do what I wanted to do. So I ended up using Cyclone Armor as a 6th. But if I did have enough skill points, I would totally have filled up all 6 slots. And I wouldn't be using Cyclone Armor either, because there's better things for me to put in that slot. But if I had a 7th or an 8th or a 9th or a 10th slot, you could be damn sure that Cyclone Armor is going to be in one of those slots.
So many slots in Las Vegas. No defense.
How are you liking the game so far, Chunk?
I like it.
Your favorite character so far?
I don't know. I'm only level 9 on the Druid. The barb was very, very fun. The source did seem a little OP, but I mean, I liked it.
I did think that the sorceress was, I think, the easiest to level up, followed by the necromancer.
Yeah.
The necromancer was pretty easy to level up too. I would definitely say the sorceress was easier though.
I figured like once you get to where you can go beyond 25, I could see the Necro, at least the fishy mancer, like kind of dying off.
I mean, I feel like the minions build could just keep getting better. Like, it's kind of hard to just say that the minion build will die off, because like I was just recently running along and I found an item that gave me 2 more mages, and then
I don't mean it die off. I just mean it won't. I don't think it'll get as strong as like a a completely decked out sorcerer as of right now. I mean,
well, yeah, right now.
like to be proven wrong. Yeah.
I don't know though. Have you seen my my fishy mancer?
No, I haven't yet.
Oh, he's he's a little broken.
825 too.
Mm-hmm. So
How you
basically,
getting to 25 so quick? Didn't you just make him today?
yeah, I've been playing all day though.
Well, you also got a party going like all the time.
My druid, I mainly was solo the entire time. Still managed to get 25 pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm still solo and I'm level 9. And I'm not even doing the main quest. I'm just doing like every side quest I can along the way.
Just do the dungeons. The dungeons seem the best place to get EXP. I just run around doing dungeons. And events. Whenever you see an event, stop for the events.
Oh yeah, I'm hitting the events. But I'm hitting all them blue exclamation marks and
Alright, here we go, boss. You ready? I'm about to hit you with my wombo combo, boss. Wombo combo time, my friend. Wombo combo.
You fighting the world boss again?
Nah, just a regular boss in a dungeon. I like how quickly I rip down his HP. Especially since I'm just poisoning him to death. I'm just gonna walk away and let you die from poison. Goodbye.
What did you find was better on the druid, in your opinion? Like a one-handed weapon and the totem, or a big...
I was using two-handed weapon on the druid for the most part. It seemed like it was better. I don't know. I just found a tornado legendary chunks. Check that out.
Is it in clan chat?
Yeah, I just posted that.
Oh, it will seek up to 5 targets.
Sounds pretty
that would
powerful.
help. It will seek them.
Yeah,
I
seek-
didn't like the way it was aiming.
I will seek ye out.
Did not like the way it was aiming.
I feel like I should just go back to town and like take every legendary I have and just shove it into my like all the druid ones, just dismantle them and shove them on my druid. All the barbarian, because I got like so many legendaries just sitting in the stash. But like I feel like none of them are in like good bases, so I might as well just like rip them off. And I don't know if I got enough money for all that, but. Is that what you're doing, a windy boy?
I did at first, but I don't know, it was hard to aim it. And I know some people said, oh, that's how it is on D2. And I'm like, no, I can aim the one on T2.
I mean, you face tank them, right? There's Hurricane in here too.
Yeah, I saw that. Seems like you can go exactly how Windy Druid would be. Right now I'm a bear.
A bear's pretty fun too.
He hits like a tank. I'm building him like a tank.
Well, you can definitely make him tanky. I imagine he's
Yeah,
probably
I'm
one of
going
the tankiest characters in the game. Looking at all his
Going in
skills and
like the
and all the fortify he can
passive
build
skill.
and all the barriers he can use and like
Yeah, I'm building up the passives too, like not just the bear skills, but also like the little like ancestral fortitude and predatory instinct, iron fur.
Oh God.
iron fur.
Yeah. I'm trying to see how tanky he'll get. Well, level 9 though, if anyone wants to party up.
Hey, I'm level 9 too.
Oh wow, 2 sockets with rank 1 earthen bulwark on it. I could make a nice swoopy swap.
Fair trade.
You're probably ahead of me on the quest, because I haven't really been doing it.
The quest that I did last is I'm on Tarnished Luster.
Oh, that's what I'm on.
Oh, nice.
Act 1, Golden Faith. Chapter 3, Quest 1 of 3.
Yep.
Hey, Chuck, you can send me an invite too. I'm on the same quest. Acid.
Acid.
Is this a tone? It sounds like a tonus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got him invited.
Okay.
Now you made a Necro 2 Acid?
Yep.
Nice. How do you like it?
I like it because I'm playing Blood, so I'm having a blast with it.
Yeah, I actually decided to give it a try, and I enjoy it actually.
I've been having lots of fun with mine too. So many different ways you could make fun corpse explosion builds and summon builds and like the summons are actually very nice tools that can just be used very easily to either enhance or like even just sacrifice, like, but if you look at them and like use them appropriately, they really do add
A lot of utility.
a lot
Is
of
that
utility.
Your name,
Hmm?
Acid's name.
They
His character name. Morning
summons
Wood.
didn't do good against the butcher though.
You don't need the summons to do good against the butcher. All they needed to do is distract him for a couple seconds while you generate corpses.
Yeah, no, I fought him first time at level 9 and he wrecked me.
What I've been doing is I use them to generate corpses, and then once they generate the corpses for me, I don't even have to worry about it anymore. Like, I'm actually hoping I can fight the butcher. I'm actually want to see if I can get him again. Let's go do a dungeon.
Do you have to go to this not garrison guy, Tonus?
Yeah, I gotta go to the.
I'm
garrison.
right by him.
Yeah, I can't teleport to you. It said I can't teleport.
Let me walk out of town and then.
Yeah, then you probably can.
Alright, try teleporting to me.
I mean, that freaking video I did on that graphics card.
Hang on here, I'm getting attacked.
Well, you're not that far away.
No, there's a event going on here, and I'm getting.
Yeah, I'm coming up there.
Oh, I don't think I have a key.
Poor guys. My Gigabyte
No.
3080 Ti bricked on the cutscene for Sanctuary.
Oh.
Bricked my 3080 Ti Eagle just now playing Diablo 4. I wish I saw your video first.
What'd he do?
You haven't heard?
No.
Yeah, apparently there's some sort of fatal flaw in a specific 3080 Ti. It's the Gigabyte 3080 Ti. And apparently there's a cutscene within Diablo 4 that apparently allows the graphics card to run wild. You know, kind of like slamming your foot on the gas on your car. And like apparently during this cutscene, during the time when the game is at its, you know, like pushing the system at its hardest, whatever flaw it is that's in the card reveals itself, and the card dies. It's pretty bad, but it's only that specific card. So if you have a RTX 3080 Ti made by Gigabyte, there are some steps you can do to try and prevent it, because apparently it just like runs like 4,000 FPS during this one cutscene. And one thing you can do is set a limit, like an FPS limit, hard-coded into the NVIDIA driver, which is apparently the only way to bypass the fact that it's not like doing what it's supposed to do. But if you don't know and you play the game with that particular card, like the game isn't necessarily killing a good card. It's killing a card that has something wrong with it, and it's exposing a hardware fault. And hopefully Gigabyte eventually comes forward and, you know, like replaces them. But as it is right now, it just dies, and then you're out of computer basically.
The potion chick. Is there not a potion chick in every town?
Yeah.
No,
you can
potion.
Oh no. Yeah, open beta ends at the end of this weekend, Monday around like 12 o'clock. PDT. God, this build is so stupid. Check out my crazy build, Chunks.
I already gave you a like, so I turned you off. It's typically what I do whenever I turn it on. I just like it and turn it right back off. I'm talking to you.
I need more time.
I'm sure I'll have to watch some ads.
I don't know how to stop that, Chunks. Alright, so let me see if I can get a big pack of monsters so I can really show this off. Here's an elite.
Let me get through the ads first.
Okay.
Maybe.
Oh, I found a freaking cosmetic item earlier. I was pretty excited about that. There was a apparently you can find cosmetic items on the ground.
Interesting. Alright.
They're pretty rare though. Alright. So basically how this build works is it utilizes a weapon that activates corpse explosions. So it does it automatically. So the whole build basically revolves around just building a bunch of corpses, which doesn't even take that long. And then utilizing the blood mist ability, which literally just procs all the corpse explosions for you and demolishes everything. And then for every corpse that it consumes, it literally just like reduces the cooldown. To the point where most of the time when you use it, the cooldown is completely done, like back around, and you can just spam it a second time.
Oh, nice.
and it's kind of insane. Like if you basically set up all your minions and everything to just like do massive amounts of corpse shedding, so you do every single corpse option. You don't even have a spender, so you're just constantly full on resources, and you're just constantly just running around just blowing everything up with your corpse explosions. And then the kicker is that Blood Mist makes you immune to all damage when you use it. So like during that time period, you can't even be hit. And it's constantly up. So you basically always have the ability up. And it's ridiculous. Works really good against bosses too, because the DOTs seem to stack. So like this girl right here, I'll just get a couple corpses underneath of her real quick. Just melt her off the face of the planet. Where's the weapon? What weapon, Turtle? Talk about this one. When is the next world boss spawn? It's not till tonight. 10 p.m. PDT, I believe. Unless they changed it.
What time is that? Your time?
It's late. Pretty late.
It's like what, 12 or 1?
It's like in the middle of the night.
It's
And then
4:30 for me, so it's 5:30 for you or 3:30?
One rank of light. That's interesting rare.
Crazy builds. Destroy skeletal constructs. What's up, over the car? You're dead. Ooh, a swad. Basic skills gain 32% attack speed. Maldux. Cold Claw. $501 is a lot. It is. But as long as you're not having any trouble killing anything, you're fine. As long as your magic find doesn't negatively impact your kill speed, usually you're okay. And if you're just farming Andy, I can't imagine it would have that much of an effect on your kill speed anyway. So you're probably fine.
So Cyclone armor lasts
Forever. Forever. It's really great, actually.
Yeah, Cassia just does a knockback.
And there is a buff that you can get on a legendary item that literally makes it so that all of your companions and your party members get it too.
Yeah, and it turns it so it has physical.
Yeah, so like, yeah, and it has physical damage reduction too. So like honestly, that buff right there is so good. I'd love to have a druid in every group. come on, druids, let's go. We're doing the dungeon. We need your cyclone armor. Come on. What kind of spec do you want me? I don't care as long as you have cyclone armor.
With the 30% physical resist.
Yeah, with the physical resist. All right, get in here, ready.
Who needs a conviction paladin in your party?
Yeah, there's another one too that the druid has that like does something else, like that shares something to everybody else as well. And then there's also the blood howl. Like there's a really nice one with blood howl that goes to everybody as well too. So like if you could totally make a party druid from what I'm seeing. Like there's totally a party druid build.
Party doo-doo?
Come on down and get yourself a party druid today. We got party druids everywhere. Party druids in your hair. Poor guy, he didn't even stand a chance.
Still waiting for the GGM album to come out. GGM sings the hits.
I need to pay somebody to go back through all my streams and pull out all my hits.
Right.
Call 1-800-GGM today. And you too can own your own 35K in the bank, 35K in the bank, 35K in the bank, 35K in the tank.
I've yet to sell anything yet worth 35K.
How much does this cost? 35K. 35K what? Just 35K? Stizzle said party druid does copious amounts of cocaine. So what you're saying is it was a cocaine bear. That's what I heard.
I want to watch that.
This build is going to get nerfed so hard into the dirt. Ain't no way they're letting this go live. I don't care what nobody says. Ain't no way.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
I mean, we're right back to the Shockwave Druid all over again with this, too, because it's like the Shockwave Druid was basically immortal with that Shockwave that did 7.3k damage a Shockwave. I mean, he literally was stunning everything on the screen for like, what was it, like 15 seconds? And then also dealing 7.3k damage to everything on the screen. So, like, he was immortal. It's the same thing with this build. Like, as long as I have enough corpses, as long as I'm literally, like using my blood mist, nothing can kill me because I'm basically immortal while I'm in blood mist, and my blood mist is spammable as long as I have enough corpses. So I'm just immortal.
Should I get the debilitating roar?
I haven't played around with that one yet.
Yeah, that's actually really good. Hey, Chump, should you go down? Oh, you just left the party.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you're not here with us.
Well, I hit accept. And it says I'm down here. So I guess just invite me again.
Ooh, an amulet.
Weird.
Yeah, it's the same one I've seen 1,000 times.
I'm leveled up. Level 11.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, just go ahead and teleport to us. Oh wait, you're already in here.
Just gotta run to get.
Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Boom, boom, boom.
There we go.
I mean, I was already like, right here. Whenever it, I don't know, it said accept or decline going down into this place.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work.
Accept.
Sometimes it just don't
Booted
work.
me out.
Sometimes they come back.
And sometimes they come back
Yeah.
again.
Sometimes they still come back again.
Yeah, after this boss, I'm gonna have to take a break to get something to eat.
Interesting how the bone spear fires and comes back like a boomerang.
So it's cool when you look at the map, you can see all the other areas. Like if you go upwards, north of this place is Scotland. It says undiscovered, of course. And then we got dry steppes to the west. And there seems to be a whole lot of places over there in the dry steppes. And then to the south of us is Halwazar, which seems to be a higher level zone. Level 36, level 37, 40, 35. You can like hold your mouse over it and see the zones. And then all the way in the west is Hedgestan, which is level 35, 45, near the river or near the ocean. We don't see any level 50 zones, though. Shouldn't there be level 50 zones?
I would think so.
Highest I see is level 45 in Kedgistan.
Maybe there's another map that unlocks after that or something.
Well, the campaign ends at 50, so that makes sense. And then you up your world tier, and then everything starts scaling up.
Hmm. I'm just glad I got my puppy. I got my little puppy. I got my little puppy for my little pet.
You just have to hit 20 for that, right?
Yep, I said just level 20. I get so hungry because I stay here all day and I don't do nothing. And I'll just be crunching on stuff. That's why I got to make sure there's like healthy snacks near me, so I'm not just like chowing down on garbage.
Some pumpkin seeds.
Yeah, those things are good for you though. They're delicious too. I like them.
Are you still streaming? Yeah, you're still streaming.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, no, I'll talk to you later.
Somebody's in trouble.
No. Just need to ask you something.
Well, here, hold on. Bink. All right, go ahead. They can't hear you now.
Oh, hush, Lois.
Did you already put it in Captain Chat?
No. We had a small discussion about it yesterday or day before.
Oh, about the the RMT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's
I know. I know.
Somehow slipped me something else and wanted me to put it up, and I just said, I don't know. So I'm just
I know.
right now.
I know. Trust me, I know. I mean, it's the end. We're getting toward the, like, I mean, I don't want to say that the season 3 is finished, but like, I think Diablo 4 has undoubtedly caused some undue, like, end to the season.
I don't know what all these people gonna do having to wait till June.
Oh, we're coming back,
I'm
of
still gonna
course,
get
but
something to do.
I guess what I mean is that, like, it's the closer we are to the beginning of a season, the worse that kind of stuff is. Put my big old head on top of the beast jank.
Like you said, if it, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, probably a duck. You don't do anything with it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing, is that I think it's obvious to most people. Like, we're not dumb. Like, most people who play the game on a regular basis, like, is able to tell. We not stupid, okay? We not stupid.
No, we not. What is that? Signet?
None of it usually goes beyond my my vision, but like I have to pick and choose my battles, unfortunately. I was actually thinking about that the other day. I was wondering how much of a problem is that going to be in Diablo 4? Like, obviously there's a lot of items that are account bound, but I mean, theoretically, you could potentially be purchasing like perfect rare bases and stuff. Who knows?
I think gold will be a thing.
Purchasing like just large amounts of gold. Can you actually trade gold?
I think so.
I've never actually like paid attention to what you can like do in the trade window.
Well, if we meet up in town, we'll try to trade some gold.
Big ass
I
rats,
imagine
man.
you can.
Rats are much faster than this in real life, by the way. Just to let you guys know. Rats are way faster than this in real life. You ever try and catch a rat? Mm-mm. I'm curious whether gold will actually be a viable trading currency. What else you can potentially trade? Well,
I think rares are
well, rares will definitely be the things that are of value. But it's akin. It's very much so akin to what do you do? Like I have a fancy pearl comb, and she has a, like a knife that she made. Like, how do we make this trade? Is her pearl comb worth as much as my knife? Like that's the reason why currency was invented in the first place. So, like, what it comes down to is the rares are definitely going to be the traded items, but then like what is going to be the currency to be used to trade for them?
Might be gold. I mean, it's expensive to upgrade once you get past like the first two and three upgrades.
It depends on what we can trade, I guess. Does anybody want to come to town with me and like just play around with the trade window? And
You can trade gold. I do know that because there have already been gold sellers in the beta.
The beta?
Yeah.
Who's buying gold for a 4-day weekend?
It's gonna get wiped in the
Put
end.
it in the chat. He put it in the kinship ladder chat or.
You guys didn't play Classic WoW?
Kinship chat. Something. Took a screenshot of it. Ow.
You're gonna get your perfect character in the beta, and it's gonna get wiped in the end.
Well, I think they're just
It can be
testing their
more perfect
systems
now
out.
for 2 days.
There are people with way too much money.
I don't know. We were talking about the other day, and they were saying like in Venezuela the currency is so bad there that like the currency of video games, like grinding gold in a video game, is better than working. And I'm like,
I think I was in that conversation.
It's been true in a lot of countries for a long time. That's why there's so many WoW gold sellers for the last 20 years.
could you imagine you get all dressed up for work and you're like, all right, honey, I'm going to work, and then you go sit down at your computer and start grinding gold in WoW or something?
Yep. I might as well get paid. That's how much I played video games.
I've never liked though that whole market. I feel like they must get screwed over on a regular basis. Like, you got to think about the fact that like one bug or a patch or something like that can just completely ruin your entire inventory. Like, could you imagine you had like an inventory of Shakos, like Harlequin Crest Shakos, and then one day they patched it and it took from +2 skills to +1 skills, and then the value of Shakos goes down, and all of the items that you've hoarded are basically worthless now? Like, the value of items in a digital landscape can change at the drop of a dime. And it all comes down to literally like a patch from the developers, or like a new build that comes out like from a YouTuber or something. And like literally it's very difficult to have like a stable system with things like this, because you never know what's going to be worth anything like from day to day. Especially with like gold. Like, you know how sometimes gold is worth a lot and sometimes gold's worth nothing?
Yep.
Like, they could be farming all this gold, and then, like, one day, like, something happens, like a glitch happens or something, and, like, people are, like, producing endless amounts of gold all over the place, and then, like, the value of gold has gone down tremendously, and all the hard work they put in is, like, for nothing. And it's worth, like, 1/10 of what they actually were going to get originally.
I mean, that happened in Classic WoW.
I can no longer feed my family, for the price of gold has decreased manifold.
I'm in Kavashad.
What town are you? Oh, me too, but I don't see you.
I'll have to invite you, or you can invite me. It don't matter.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta get something to eat.
Where are you? On the list. Clan members.
So Sue, he's back.
I don't see you. Oh, Westman, there you are. Yeah, let's see what we can add to the window, what we can't add to the window. Like, let's just look. I mean, I obviously we know the count bound items can't be added, but like, what about blood opal? I mean, blood shards, and I don't have any blood shards, but obols maybe, gold. Is there anything else we can add? Can we add aspects to the list? Like, I don't know. Like gold. So can I add gold? We can. There seems to be a gold down. Oh, there we go. It just has an add gold button. All right, so I could just like trade you gold.
Okay.
I could put consumable potions up there. That's interesting. Fat girl. All right, heckin' fat ass. Go ahead. Give me the Kubus Aboobus then. Do you got an aspect? I don't have an aspect on me. I'd have to go rip one off real quick.
I'm not high enough level on this character.
All right, let me rip one off real quick because I'm just curious. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but
Say account bound on them, but you might as well try.
well, also though, I have aspects that are not account bound. So what happens if I take a legendary that's not account bound and I rip the aspect off? So like, I got a couple in here that are not account bound. So this one right here, this damaging elite barrier thing is not account bound. So I'm going to rip off two. I'm going to rip off this one that is account bound and this one that's not account bound, just as an idea. And I'll try and trade both of them and see if either one of them is tradable. My gut instinct is no, probably neither one, but like if some of them are tradable, then that also eventually is gonna like affect the way things work.
Yeah, that'll be money.
All right, so this one that's not bound says binds to account on pickup.
Do what now?
It says binds to account on pickup. Oh, does that mean it's bound? I think it looks like there's bound. They're bound, but here, let me just see if I can throw them in there. Yeah, so they're grayed out, and I'm not allowed to put them in the window, neither one of them. So once you extract them from the aspect, they're no longer tradable. But what this means, though, is that if certain things are tradable, the item itself is tradable, then I can still take a legendary that is tradable, and I can literally put it in the window. So, like, if I take my boots off, because I don't think you can trade items that you have equipped.
No, I was just trying.
So, like, my boots are tradable because they're not. So that means that if you find an item that has a legendary aspect on it, and you find it in a non-account bound state, that you can still sell and trade that item that doesn't have the account bound state. And how many items in the game don't have account bound states? Like, we don't know. They seem to be random, and I can't figure out exactly where they're coming from other than just the fact that they're not account bound. I mean, they could be glitches, could be bugs or something, but if that's the case, I guarantee you that freaking gold sellers will sell those too. I mean, I'm not entirely against that, like, them not being account bound, but we're just reasoning it out.
Account bound, account bound, account
I have a pair of legendary boots that's not account bound.
What's up, BNK Zilla? That's the K-Zilla, the Thriller. Coming at you with the Pillar Killer Miller. You want me to power level you up, Chunk, or are you trying to like roll through it normal?
Yes.
Oh, well, let's go do some dungeons, bro. Come on, come on.
Can I get in on that?
Yeah. Let's do some Dujanks. There's a couple good dungeons we can do. I'm trying to... That one that's outdoors, I think I like the best. Mallwood, it's over here by Margrave. I like the outdoor ones better than I like the indoor ones. Cobus, you are always so starving to death. What do you want? Here's a tin can. Why don't you eat this? Oh, you don't want tin cans no more now that you had to poop one out, huh? Huh?
I figured that core dragon place.
Oh, I was just gonna run the dungeon over and over again. There, we can reset the dungeon. It's really easy. You just go to the panel and reset it. Who else in the clan wants in on these little power runs? Let's get some group together.
Me, definitely.
Just post in, type in clan chat so I can invite you easy. I left myself bootless. Oh no, bootless. My boots. I need my boots. Did I trade you my boots? Or I put them in the stash?
I think so.
I must have put them in the stash. I'm bootless. Oh no. Where's the Chinchilla? He was on stream earlier actually. But the player must complete the prologue before they can join. Cheesecake, you gotta complete the prologue. You gotta get to Kyavashad and finish the Lorath quest first.
There's a campfire at Core Dragon that increases your XP with each stack, and it keeps stacking up. I don't know how it works exactly and how much XP. That's what it says.
Yeah, I don't know the amount, but it stacks to 15 stacks, and it slowly decreases over time.
Well, if you guys want to go sit by that campfire real quick and get some EXP bonuses, I guess.
Yeah, you can just stay there for like 5 minutes and stack up XP free. I just logged in, did the Core Dragon farming, and I got the Course Explosion Blood Mist aspect on a legendary level 19 sword.
Nice.
So up to you, dude.
I got it. I got one too, which is pretty sweet. I think I'm gonna try out this Iron Maiden thing.
Use a blue dot.
You can teleport to me from town.
I think I'm right behind you. This blue dot is you.
I'm inside the dungeon. I went inside the it's called Kroll Forest. I can hop back out real quick so you can see me.
No, I'm right on.
Oh, okay. You need a bone CS Necro today? You're Sonata?
Yep. No, I am Chunk. Chunk is Chunk.
Oh, Chunk's not here yet.
Yeah, I am.
I don't see you.
I see you. I didn't see him on your screen. I see me on your stream.
Sonata? I see Sonata. I don't see Chunk. That's weird.
I think I went in and you went right back out. And then I went back out. And then yeah, now I see you. I'm right behind you.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Alright, let's murder stuff. Oh, where's my skills missing? What is supposed to be? Oh yeah, that's my Iron Maiden. Yeah, come on, Cheesecake. Let's go. Get in here and let's power level. You guys ready to see some craziness? I just need corpses.
Kill your friends.
Why not? Somebody just died.
Blow him up.
The hell was that? Jack said, "Ooh!"
I heard it. Maybe we'll run into the butcher. That'd be nice.
That would be cool.
Yes.
And get my revenge on him for him killing me.
Yes. Do I need to reset this dungeon or something? I might need to reset this dungeon, actually. I think I do, because there's like nothing in here. Yeah, quest panel. It's quest panel. I just go like this. It'll pop up on your screen. Just hit yes.
Yeah, the funny thing is when I ran into the butcher, I had the conduit trying and I still couldn't kill him.
He's mean.
He hits hard.
Yeah, it just depends on your build.
He runs really fast too, so it's like trying to run away from him and he's like, nope. Where are you going?
Hey, I don't see you in here. Did you get your wolves? Like any summons?
You talking about oops.
With your companions.
I played around with the summons. I mean, I didn't actually like build it specifically, but I had some fun with it. I feel like you don't really have enough points in the beta to actually get good use out of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, the only good use for Druid summons right now is the Vine Creeper is just broken with Landslide.
Well, it has like a 20% crit chance with when you do the Strangle, which is really freaking nice.
Yeah, the Poison Creeper's cool.
Hey, don't give away my build so soon.
I think
Don't tell anyone about it. It's so good. Leave me alone.
Trying to figure out how to frickin' like. There's no like
I deleted
auto.
the butcher.
Deleted him.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm dropping all this junk on the ground.
I'm not playing the Necro build specifically because it's gonna get nerfed. It's super fun, but it's gonna get nerfed. So I'm like, I'm gonna avoid that fun. That way, when the game comes out, I won't be disappointed.
I mean, I'm not going to be disappointed when they nerf this, but it's fun to play on the beta. It wrecks bosses too. If you do the DOT on the corpse explosion, and you just build up a bunch of corpses around the boss, and then you just stack them on top of the boss like crazy, it just wrecks the boss.
Wait, does the dot stack now too?
Oh, it has to, because the rate at which you can kill an elite, it has to be stacking, because it just like drains them into oblivion. You literally watch their HEP just go. Yeah, 25 is max level right now. I just got a pretty crazy shield too for the Necromancer. It's enemies affected by your Iron Maiden have a 17% chance to be stunned for 1 second when they deal direct damage. So as soon as they get like, as soon as they try and attack anything, they immediately just end up getting stunned. It's pretty cool.
know the blacksmith in Kyovashad? It sounds like the same guy that did Skyrim.
A lot of voice actors cross over video games.
Yeah, but he has the same lines too.
Talking about, I was an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the knee.
We need one more bandit sentry hiding somewhere. There's a little offshoot over here. This one's pretty easy, and it's got lots of monsters in it, so. I like the outdoor nature of this dungeon as opposed to the indoor ones, too. I don't know why, I just really like the outdoor ones a hell of a lot better.
All the stuff on the ground, I think I need to jump away from it, but it's like, oh, it's just yours.
Friend. Friend. Friend.
Another necklace to roll.
There we go. I was starving. I'm back.
He's back from outer space. Now he's gonna come and do some doojanks with his friends, 'cause he wants to kill some things and slay some demons in the wings. 'Cause now he's back.
Any dungeons running or anything? I needed to.
Yeah, we're running dungeons right now, and you can't join us because we're full. Meh.
Aw, that's sad.
Meh. Boss fight.
Oh, we're going the wrong way here.
You guys aren't even in here with me.
I was following the wrong person.
There's stuff over there. Kill the boss on it. We already did.
I ain't doing nothing. I'm actually specifically trying not to kill anything. My minions are doing a good job, though. All on their own.
Minion build.
Oh, the minion build's great. The Blood Mist build, which is like the most overpowered build right now, relies on the minions to generate corpses. You can get so many corpses, and you can just like literally just spam Blood Mist over and over again while your minions do the work. A rudimentary wand.
It's a stick.
It's a nice stick, though. Ooh, what is that? Black walnut?
Birdie.
I like how if you're in the like cold zones, you see like frozen guards or frozen anything, and they're portrayed as enemies that you can just break them. Like, those innocent people just frozen, could just throw them out and save them. No, we just click on them and they get shattered. Frozen miner. Without the use. Game's cruel.
ding, 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 ding. Well, Cheesecake is level 7 now. I just told my golem to use his ability in the middle of the skeletal totem, and he couldn't get to the middle, so he just ran around it in a circle like a Three Stooge. But he didn't stop either until the skeletal construct died.
Oh wow, I died. Not do janking hard enough. I died.
Why would you not do jank hard enough? You can stop do janking. Don't never stop do janking. Don't stop do janking. No, whoa, whoa, whoa.
What was the brightest idea to group 3 elites together, one beside another? I'm dead again. Oop. I'm gonna reset this dungeon.
In our dungeon that we farm, we had 6 stacked together, and we want more.
The elites are dangerous, and like when you have them all together with the specific modifiers, they get real nasty. In higher difficulties, I imagine that we're going to run into groups that are like almost completely comprised of champions.
Yeah, and they'll have invulnerable, and you have to kill the champion first.
I think that's it. I'm pretty sure we're done. So we can reset this dungeon and do it again. Unless you guys want to do a different dungeon.
This one's good.
Alright, request went up.
Please stop stunning me, bro. Thank
No.
you.
No. Stun him again! If you're listening. You can hear me. Stun him. More.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Resurrect!
Having 4 elites on your ass and one stuns you and the other 3 just maul on you, it's not fun, you know? And my butt cheeks hurt.
I need more time.
Ow. Yeah, that hurt.
I'm not ready.
Be cool to find a treasure goblin or something.
Can they spawn in dungeons, or are they only open world?
I don't know. I only found one.
I've only found them in the overworld. I haven't found them in any dungeons.
I need more time.
Three.
I cannot carry more.
There you go.
Now that's interesting. Blight's defiled area when spawned pulls enemies around in the affected area.
Yeah, that's really good. It's a big vacuum.
Question is, does that work for the blight that's coming out of my my corpse explosions? Is it the same thing?
Does your corpse explode cause blight?
Causes a puddle on the ground.
No.
Calls it miasma.
Your asthma?
Miasma.
Better get that checked, bro.
Let me eat some chocolate. That's what I'm gonna do.
I just had a ham and cheese tart. I was starving. Real yummy.
I had Chinese food.
Oh, I do have some chocolate lying around.
I'm not ready yet.
One-handed gaming. Looks like we missed this area down here.
What's with the spirit offering?
You use them to unlock the spirit boons, but you don't. We don't have access to the spirit boons, so.
No boons for me. There is no boon.
I mean, it pretends you can do it, but it's way out there in the middle of no man's land.
Don't try to bend the boon. That is impossible. Instead, try to realize the truth.
It's raining yellows.
Actually, you know what? You guys got a point here. Hold on. You guys can probably use half this stuff. Hold on. All my stuff is higher level than the stuff you guys are finding anyway. Here.
Instead of a mark as junk button, there should be a save button that prevents salvaging and selling.
You guys feel free to use whatever you need. I guarantee you guys will find something good in there. I mean, I'm just literally just sitting in my inventory. I was going to take it back down and destroy it all anyway. So, like, probably half of it would be upgrades for you.
Yeah, it was some good upgrades.
You guys want any either chunks and cheesecake? And there's a bunch of crap on the ground over here.
Stuff.
I mean, I know. I was trying to drop some items for you.
Some GGM stuff.
Yeah, we're having a swap game up here. It was over here if you guys missed it.
I picked up some of the stuff that was on the ground. Not that much.
Yeah. I dropped like everything.
It's all Necro skills.
There's some Necro stuff there, but there should be a bunch of non-class stuff too. It's all really high eye level stuff, which is what I was thinking. Like, I'm level 25, so all my stuff is level 25. So it should be better than the stuff that you're getting. Because your stuff is probably going to be dropping at the eye level that whatever you are. So like 14 for Sonata and Chunk and 9 for Cheesecake.
We already clear this place?
There should be more up here. There's a boss up here.
Yeah, this should be the boss fight up here. I mean, technically you do have private games, and like in D2 events, they're just kind of like weird. You just don't invite anybody to your party. I mean, for the most part, you're by yourself.
It is nice to have some help for events sometimes.
I know, it's like sometimes I'll be like struggling and some guy will show up right at the end and like help me with like something like prevent the monster from dying or like or the NPC from dying or whatever, and I'm like, yes.
Yep.
Well, there's one guy that said he was on the barb there, trying to level. Takes like 20 hits to kill something, and then level 7 Sorc just walks by and one-shots the entire screen.
Is that the thing you're using?
Hey, yeah, that's the legendary, yeah. Yours is a lot higher than mine in cooldown reduction. 1.4 seconds. Mine's only 0.7.
Do you want it?
Oh no, I'm fine with what I got.
But yeah, that is an enigma.
The Enigma Cube. Pants! Legendary pants!
Oh yeah, that is a very good roll too. Put that on a 2-hander.
Ooh. Basic skills grant 25% damage reduction. Also, +1 corpse explosion. Takes away my bone prison, but I'm not using it anyway.
Damage reduction, but you're immune all the time.
So, I like to be more immune. Damn, another legendary.
Jesus Christ.
That one's just like a generic shield. It's count bound. It's got that bubble on it. Hey, a legendary ring. The hell's with the drop rates?
Good grief.
Lucky hit up to a 10% chance to generate 40 essence when hitting a vulnerable enemy with your bone skills. Oh wow. It's kind of a cool bone skill one. Ring of the Exposed Flesh.
You want to go to the Core Dragon place?
Sure, why not? Go up to,
Room for one more.
we are full.
Full. That place, everything's 25 no matter what.
Gotta break some stuff down first, though.
Where's this fire he was talking about that gives us a buff?
Oh yeah, so where's the fire at?
It's just inside the entrance, but you have to have done the stronghold already.
Okay.
Or you have to zone in so someone has it done.
And yeah, after you do the stronghold, there's a random event that spawns there. It's the Endless Horde, and it spawns level 30 monsters.
I think I'm still too low level to try gambling a weapon. Only level 14.
You start getting legendaries around level 10 pretty easily. But it depends on if you want to save your shards or not.
I got 285, so.
It's probably better to just gamble gloves because they're offensive as well, and then just put them on a good weapon you find rare. Like you can get 3 glove gambles for the price of a 1-2-ender.
I got some gloves.
Upgrade my potion.
And attack speed.
Make sure you also craft elixirs. Elixirs give you 5% XP bonus.
Yeah, I've done upgraded to my level 10s.
No, the actual there's elixirs.
Oh yeah.
Like these.
I'm there in Core Dragon if you guys want to come in and kill some stuff.
Yeah.
Free slot? Or no? Still no?
Full.
Where
I want
is
me some
the
Core Dragon.
wagon? What are those elixirs called?
If you go to the alchemist
Yeah,
vendor,
but what the experience? What are they called?
They all
they're-
give XP.
everyone gives 5% XP.
The cheapest one is the basic
Oh.
thorns.
Yep.
But it gives you a 5% XP for half an hour.
Looks like someone's doing the quest here, so they're already killing everything.
Ow. Ow.
Oh.
Oh, even me.
Yeah, these are level 30 monsters. They're going to be lethal to you.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm just in the dungeon. I'm still getting killed.
Oh. Well, ow.
So,
Ow.
I'm at that point right now, Sosu, where each cast is like 8k damage when it crits.
Are you Druid?
Yep.
The Overlord
pretty
has
good.
returned. Whatever that means.
It's decent.
What's up, Overlord?
Blood Bishop.
Alright, watch this. You guys ready? Corpses. Look at him melt. Look at him just melting. Just melting into oblivion. Let's build some more corpses up. Put some more DOTs underneath them.
No. I died right before he did.
Yeah, these guys here are tough. The Gathering Legions, they're level 30, so and they don't scale, so they're just level 30.
It's just I died right before he did.
Yeah, that event's pretty difficult if you don't have enough DPS to get the +3 generals.
He was going down.
Well, yeah, with a Corpse Explode Necro, you probably can do it easily.
Over to the fire and make sure your buff gets stacked all the way here.
The level 15, the level 10, the 14 weren't doing very much.
Was it stacked at 5 or
15.
50? Oh wow.
So how long does it take for the Gathering Legions thing to pop back up?
It's a pretty random timer. I don't think anyone knows the schedule.
Hmm.
It just
Well,
kind of happens. It gives you a 5-minute warning and then whatever.
You guys can get your EXP buffs here.
Yep, and go back to a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep clicking it over and over.
Just stand near it.
You just have to go near it.
Oh, I just kept clicking interact.
Yeah, you just throw a log on the fire. As long as it's lit, it works.
And that lasts how long?
I don't know if there's a timer or if it uses that as you gain XP, but it does go down gradually.
And it goes to 15?
15 stacks, yeah.
Well, I'm at 10.
I got a level 20 wand.
I got some level 18 stuff that I can't put on yet. But I'm definitely going to be hitting a lot harder whenever I can.
Alright, I got my stacks.
I got one more to go. Alright, got it.
So where are we going? Dungeon?
There's an event.
There's an event?
Event right here.
Let's get it.
This I just realized this puzzle box cube looks like the puzzle box from Hellraiser.
Don't summon him. Where's an event? I don't see an event.
I see a big circle on the map that says event. It's nearby, level 14.
Oh, I don't see it.
Yeah,
I don't
sometimes
either, but there's guys.
it happens sometimes.
It's on my map.
Oh, there's a silent chest over here. I'm gonna go grab a key real quick.
Where do you get the keys?
Whispering vendor, the curve, same one you gamble from. It's at the bottom.
Ah.
Well, y'all have to get one, don't we?
Yep.
Gotta go to the Whispering Eye lady.
Whispering Eye.
Leaking eye?
Whoa. Let's see if my mods are awake. Are they awake? Are my mods awake? No, dear. The porn bot is getting out of control.
Yes, it is.
Tinder chat. Want to join some Tinder chat on you?
Nothing. I got gold and 2 measly old potions.
No.
Oh, man,
Did it open for everybody?
Oh, it did. I didn't use my key.
Does it and it respawns and I can use a key too? Is that what it is? Is that why they're so good? Is because it opens for everybody?
Maybe. I didn't get anything good out of it though. It just got gold.
I got gold and the potion.
Maybe if I open it because I'm actually high level. I haven't used my key yet though. You guys use your keys and I didn't use mine. I still have 2 keys in my inventory. I bought 2.
I didn't use my key. I bought 1 and I still have
Oh
it.
no, the butcher again. Please leave me alone.
I don't know. It doesn't want to respawn for me.
I also had him spawning just a
You
moment.
need that one right there, Gaming Ginger. That one right there, right there, right there. Right there on the screen. Right there. Right there.
What's in this water area? Nothing.
I need more time.
I like a murder.
Man, there's a dungeon over here. Oh god, Chunk. What the hell happened to you, buddy?
What?
You did.
Right here. I'm dead.
Yeah, you did.
Wipe yourself off. You did.
You did, son. Were you all the way up here? You did too.
I'm not dead on the stream I'm watching or my screen. Okay, now I'm dead. Not on my screen, but on your stream I am.
I rezzed you. That's a lot of monsters. It's no wonder you died. There's a whole bunch of elites over here.
Yeah, I was walking around over there. By this water pole. Or water hole.
It's like you got ambushed.
See some kind of red on my map. I walk into the circle.
I need more time.
Oh no, I'm lagged out. I can't even click on nothing. That's why I'm dead.
Blood mist, the mist of the blood.
You weren't joking about this build being insane, Ginger.
It's not. It's like it is. It's broken. Straight up broken. It's
I
going
don't
to
even have the effect yet, and it's broken.
I'm gonna see if it'll let me back in.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, some gloves.
Invite me again.
I just found some twisting blade gloves.
Oh, I see what killed me up here.
Oh, you found it, eh?
Well, it brought me right back in the same spot.
Well, we killed everything before we rezzed you.
Well, I'm not in a party right now.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to...
I just see what I clearly wasn't seeing on my screen. Leave me alone.
You're stuck on the fleshless warrior again? What's up, Chunks?
They were over here.
You want revenge? He wants revenge. Revenge. Use these little riddles.
Yeah, this one is.
Thanks.
I appreciate that.
Gold rains upon you. Oh, there's nothing to kill, though.
After my next kill.
I'm not ready.
Gotta be somebody who needs some killing.
Is there somebody around here who needs to die? I'm gonna kill you. Let me kill you now. Chunk has engaged a Grorak Gore Taint. Oh god, Chunk. Don't touch the taint. Don't touch the taint, Chunk. Don't touch the taint. Oh, the taint got me. He blew up after he died, and the taint got me. Oh god, I'm tainted, guys.
Don't forget to wipe.
Did you ever fight that bear guy in that last village you go to?
No.
Pics or whatever.
I don't know.
It says whenever you try to go to it, like you have to have a party.
Icy grave.
Like started with an M. attack power just went up.
I have gotten some good things from the loot goblins before, but not like super duper amazing.
I got a legendary one time, but most of the time it's just blues and yellows.
Mm. I did get that cosmetic from which was like a random monster though. That was pretty cool. I was just running along killing monsters and just like out of nowhere this teal item drops. And I'm like, what the hell is a teal item? I thought it was a quest item. It said cosmetic something like Ariat Summit Shield or something, and I was like, okay, and I went in my inventory and it was just an item. And then you right clicked on it and it added the cosmetic to your account. And that's the stuff I like to see when it comes to cosmetics. Not everything in the shop, like you can find cosmetics. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, no, totally.
Let's go down this way. We can farm that level 35 monster maybe, and then like all the wolves that are around him.
The town right above where the world boss is, that guy's like level 30, I think.
I think Nostrava is like level 27, isn't it?
This is some Moloch or something. I'm not ready. I didn't get to fight him because I didn't have a party.
Well, where is he? You gonna mark it on the map?
It's that town above where the world boss was. I don't have that open on this character.
You're talking about here?
The place
I marked
that
it.
you were talking about. What's the name of the town? That last waypoint that you get above the world boss. Yeah, in there, in that area.
I don't think that is a waypoint. That's a quest.
Oh well, I thought there was a waypoint in there.
I'm pretty sure it's just a quest. It's an Arius, and then there's a dungeon in there that you can't go into because it's mean to you. On my Barbarian, it says I can go into it. I actually didn't check it out. There's a quest to go into it, and I don't know if I can actually get in there or not. Might have to play around with that.
I'm gonna take a short nap. I'll be right back.
Nice, Kratz Vince.
Oof. Poor bats.
Poor bats.
Yeah, when you nuke them from orbit, it's like...
I haven't been up here. Did you know if you let the bats, like, hang around, they coalesce into a vampire? Ooh, there's an event up here. Core Benetar.
Whoa.
No, a focus. Oh my god. Boys, I didn't think Blood Mist could get any more OP. Blood Mist leaves a trail that lasts for 4 seconds and deals 84 shadow damage per second to enemies who stand in it. Your movement speed is no longer produced while Blood Mist is active.
Yep.
Boys.
Now you're playing the game.
Boys.
I am
Men, boys to
sitting
men.
on Corpse Explosion at the moment, and it's pretty dope.
Boys to men. Did I accidentally mod? No, Smoke J. Franklin's been here for a million years. He shows up to like every single stream. I like to reward people that have been here for a long period of time. You hang out in my stream long enough, dedicated enough member, I want to reward you.
The buff is gone.
I pay attention.
Yeah, that campfire buff doesn't last very long.
Boobus. What's the matter, Boobus? You gonna cry your little eyeballs out, Mr. Boobus? Hmm?
I think the campfire buff is mostly there for people just gain XP while waiting for the gathering horde to start.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely enough mobs to make use of it.
Like one random monster she keeps tethering to like all the way on the other side of the map. Why are they so far away? I've never seen monsters be so far away from the from the freaking like fighting zone. I was like, let me follow the red tether, and like I was following the red tether and I was running and I was running and I was running. I was like, where the hell is this guy? On the other side of the planet?
Make it real easy to kill him before the sacrifice.
Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, where's a boo-ba-doo? Into the hole in the ground. What's up, Kai Wolf? Kai White Wolf. You don't want to be on the mod list, Smoking Jay Franklin? I mean, I can take you off if you don't want the power. Wait, can't you like demod yourself? Only a mod can make another mod, not a mod. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Darkado. You're still relatively new. I don't give it out to just anybody. But if Smoking Jay Franklin really doesn't want it, I mean, I'll take it away. If he really doesn't want the powers of a god, then so be it. Cody, what are you doing? And why do I feel like it's something bad?
Probably is.
That's when I want to die on hardcore. Also while checking my map.
There's an event over here.
No, 3060 Ti, and there's been no reports of that. Radiance Field Cemetery. Sound like a legendary fell. I only see a rare though.
There's a boss.
Wrecked. Bunch of obols. Oh man, I got way too much crap in my inventory again. If anybody wants this one's actually pretty nice. It's not bound. It's one of those ones that crowd control effects spread.
That's a nice one for freeze.
Yeah. Also have this one that's a Necromancer. It's also not bound. Swap game.
Guys who are down for the ossuary, I'm there now.
The what?
Just a second, I'm in the middle of an event.
Swap game.
Oh shoot, it's on the other side of this mountain.
Where are we going? Ossuary?
The ossuary.
The swear what's up?
Doo-doo-doo.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Fair trade. Anything else?
Alright, about to teleport to you guys for the offshore.
I'm almost there.
Who's portal?
Not while I'm in town.
I don't think they're in our group. Because everybody in this group is in town.
Yeah.
Everybody in this group is sitting in town. Apparently I got a quest here. Let's go do this one.
I gotta talk to some druid. Oh, you got an Act 2 quest and Act 3 quest.
Going to the Lights Watch.
Open the door.
Lights Watch is the one I hate the most.
Why is that?
Oh, because the boss in that one with my rogue, I fought her 35 times before I actually killed her.
Sounds terrible. Freaking butcher ambushed me while I was here one time. I was on my own with my rogue. Hadn't quite figured her out yet. Also, she's very CC orientated, and like she just really couldn't do much against the butcher because the butcher was immune to all CC. So didn't really help very much.
I don't know where you went.
You can just teleport to us.
I did teleport to you.
I will wait.
No, it took me to some other town.
Well, 3 people are here. I'm here, Cheesecake's here, Sonoda's here.
I think I'm like lagged out or something. Cause I'm awfully choppy. I need to take a break anyways. So I'll be back.
Alright. Yeah, there's a couple places to farm like high level items and stuff. That level 35 monster is one of them. Although he's kind of slow to spawn, but you can get some pretty nice items from him. Level 30 door cannon or whatever the hell it is. That one goes to level 30 when you beat the stronghold, which is pretty cool. It's here. It's right here. Core Dragon right here. This place. Core Dragon.
received the order. Our company has been called.
There's a couple dungeons that actually have really fun bosses. The Den Mother. That one is really fun at the end. I like doing the Den Mother one. She like stealths away and she comes back and she like ambushes you. It's a much more fun and engaging boss fight than some of the others.
I need more time. New recruits are proving themselves strong.
Ooh, new socket weapon.
I need more time.
Yeah, I think this is the Den Mother one. I think that's why I was reminded of it. The Den Mother one is really fun. I like this one. And he's got the key. Give us the key, sucker. That messes that. Artillery Shrine's crazy. Especially when it's interaction with certain skills. Like a lot of the skills it just fires forward, but there are certain skills that actually does like mini AoEs and all sorts of other things.
Well, the Hydra Sarg is broken.
I need more time.
You ain't seen broken until you've seen a corpse explosion, blood necro.
I got a wand that let me summon a whole other pack of Hydras.
I'm not ready. I need more time.
I got this layer to myself right now.
I'm not ready.
Let's go.
Let's go, Blood Mist. Let's go. Let's go, Blood Mist. Let's go. Necromancers, let's go. Into the
Sorry about
boss
that,
room.
Phobos.
Let's go.
Oh, good.
didn't even realize you were dead.
There she
I was sneaking
is.
him and he got me.
Alright, build the corpses. 3, 2, 1, and poppity 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 poppity. And then she's gonna run, because she always runs.
I mean, I would be running too.
I do believe the other corpse explosion aspect is even stronger than this. That's why they moved to D.
Hmm. Honestly, I don't see this one making it to live. No way. It's not that it's like broken in terms of damage, which I can totally see this as an actual damage build. It's that it makes you invulnerable and does this. It's the combination of the two. There's no way they're gonna let it sit like this.
Yeah, it's the blood mist part that's going to get nerfed.
It's if they converted Blood Mist into a non-defensive cooldown and just left it as it was, I'd be fine with that. But because it's a defensive cooldown, you're immune to everything during the duration of it, so it's kind of like,
They need to make it just like an immune thing or something. Or not immune, fortify or something like that. Barrier. Something not that's immune. Immunity is broken.
Look at this corpse. Ooh. Look at this corpse.
Look at the chest I just linked in guild chat.
Yeah, the
oh
guild
yeah, those
stuff
are
is
nice.
great for quality of life.
Oh yeah, being able to chat to each other inside the game is great.
So awesome.
Speaking of which, does anybody still need to get into the guild? I mean, we got a couple days left on beta, so
Yeah, how do I do that?
I got some join requests. Invite from application. Invited by Meow. Invited by Meow. Invited by Meow. I mean, easiest way would be for me to send you an invite. Let me see here. I don't know how many of you are not in the kinship, though. I mean, easiest way for me would be for you to, I don't know, actually.
What's the name of it?
Well, I locked it down for the moment because people were searching for it, applying randomly. But here, I'll open it for the moment and make it non-private, so it'll be public here. So anybody who wants to enter right now, go ahead and get your dojanks in. It's Ginger Gaming Mentor, and then the clan tag is GGM.
Alright, I just requested.
Alright, slow-mo's in. Anybody else? Alright, cadmium. Accepted. Who else needs in? Same game crashed. This is why we didn't do it on day one. I told you guys we weren't inviting anybody on day one because the game was crashing, and it just crashed on me. But that's okay. The queue times are not bad right now, which is why I said we'll do it later when the queue times are not terrible. Yeah, less than 1 minute to log in, so I'll be fine. Just get all your requests in now, everybody who needs to get into the clan. Let me put like a dojank on Discord real quick.
Does anyone know what item level is the min for +2 skills?
I'm not sure what it is.
I have not found any +2 skills that didn't come from that level 35 monster.
found some from some dungeons, but it was only +2 to Boulder.
I found one earlier from Cordragon. I just don't remember what level it was. It was on my barb. I have to log over and look.
I think probably like required level 17 is the minimum, I want to say.
Yeah, because I want to start re-rolling my higher level things.
I know you can get it from a regular dungeon. Like, you don't need a high level event, but it's rare. You might have to upgrade to get it, though.
In the future, we'll have to keep it private and just like send out invites or something. I don't know. Last time I remember we, when in Diablo Immortal, we made a clan and it was open for a little while and like everybody and their mom was requesting. There were randos in there. Just like had absolutely no clue who they were, who the clan was, nothing. Just like complete and utter randos. And then there was a limit on the number of people we could have in the clan. So other people weren't getting in. I guess that's it for now. Alright, I'll just go ahead and close it back up then. I'm gonna take a second and post these videos I uploaded earlier. Oof, so many little windows open. Close. Close, close, close. Sometimes I laugh at my own titles. I'm like, you're a genius, Harry Potter. Dude, I've been on a freaking Harry Potter kick lately. I've been watching like all the Harry Potter movies. Like, I watched a couple of them twice.
Someone watched the entire first movie last week on Discord, and I listened to the whole thing because it was open mic'd. It was funny. Two months. Can I just go into like a freeze chamber for 2 months? Hyperbolic.
No. Not unless you can solve your blood freezing into ice crystals. Hyperbolic time chamber is the opposite, by the way. I don't even know why you said that. That's like the worst.
I was gonna train
But like, it's only 2 days until we get there. Can I just go into a hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days? 7 years later, he emerges 2 days later. Big old beard.
I can beat Frieza down.
But like, I made a mistake. You're like, I fucked up.
Hey, the first expansion will be out by then. Or the third one, maybe.
I mean, actually, no, because it's only been 2 days.
But I have trained for 7 years.
On what, though?
I don't know.
I have a question on Call of the Ancients. What damage, like what weapon is that linked to for the damage? Or is it?
You can link it to whatever weapon you want. Press the S key and then go to the skill, and then you can choose which weapon it's going to be assigned to.
I think he means the ultimate, right? The ultimate, each of them uses a different weapon. Because there's one that does like a slam, one does dual wield, one does like a bleed. So I think
and so that doesn't matter at all what weapon you're using, I guess.
Yeah, I think it scales off your weapons.
Just like all of my arsenal combined, then maybe.
No, for which each skill he uses. Like, just read the skills. Like, one's a bludgeoning, I think, one's a bleed, and one's like a dual wield.
Ah, okay. Just because there's an aspect that gives me 5% to my ultimate damage. And I was wondering, I guess, so if I put that will depend on which weapon I put it in for which character, which ancient gets that boost.
Well, it gives you the damage breakdown, I'm pretty sure, on the skill. So each one of those attacks that they do will gain 5% increased damage.
Okay, yeah, because you get credit for all the arsenals.
Yeah.
Aspects. Okay.
You get credit for all the attacks on that. Yeah.
Oh, about the +2 skill thing, I just found the armor vendor. I have a level 18 requirement, and it has +2 blizz on it, and that's 345. So it's 17 or 18. It starts probably.
All right, so I'm gonna start re-rolling these. Give me the money.
Do you want back in the party, GGM?
Oh no, I'm busy doing stuff. You guys do whatever you want to do.
Okie.
So you can actually shop higher gear than you could get dropping randomly.
Well, if the shops have a higher eye level, or if they go off of your eye level, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they just go with your eye level, but it has a big range.
The shops refresh after a certain time period, right?
Because on closed beta, like, you could shop ancestral items even if you got lucky. Like, that's why the shops have a hour restock, because you can actually get really good stuff off them. You just have to check them.
Whenever I see rares in there, I usually at least look.
But it looks like every single vendor is the same, so it doesn't matter which one you go to. Before enclosed, every vendor was separate stock, which I guess could be a bit annoying, having to go to every town.
So which one's Annika's claim? Where's it at?
It's in the Malnock Stronghold location.
Oh, so it's up north. Or
It's directly east from Kiovashad.
okay.
Oh, there's an advanced tooltip information on in the settings DOA Rave pointed out. Shows all the variables. It's actually really quite interesting.
You didn't have that on?
It was not on by default. Nobody told me about it.
So your weapons were just saying fast or slow?
No, they said what they were. They just weren't saying like what it seems to have enabled is things like what the range of the roll is for pretty much everything.
Yep.
So like telling you whether or not you got a good roll or not. Like for instance, my 2.5% attack speed could have rolled 3, but it also could have rolled as low as 1.5. So 14 strength can roll 10 to 16. It's interesting. Your maximum number of skeletal mages is 2, increased by 2. Apparently it only rolls 2, so that item is always the same. Blood Mist could have rolled between 63 and 84, and I rolled 84, so I got the highest number there. That's interesting.
Oh wow, that's a lot of information.
All the informations.
All the informations.
Hey, searching the clan isn't showing up this Ginger Gaming Mentor clan. Says I can't find it. Or nothing
That's
found.
because I turned it back off earlier. Here, hold on. I'll turn it back on for you. You can make them public and private, and I made it public only for the join requests.
Thanks.
Who's pint-sized? Yay, nay? That's beta. Yep, boot it again.
Okay. I pressed request to join.
I'll get you in a second. I got booted out.
Oh.
It happens.
Well, they got a bands tab. We can see the player ID and the band date.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't see your request up here unless I already accepted it.
Yeah, you accepted it. Thank you.
Yay! Alright, back to private.
Is there any way to invite them to the clan besides being on your friends list? If they're in the party, maybe?
I mean, friends list. If you find them in the wild, I'm assuming you can just right-click on them and frickin'...
Yes, local players. You can right-click on local players in the wild. There's a tab for it, and right-click invite to clan. Okay.
Some trousers.
Alright, that one is up. He's so sleepy. It's funny. There's literally a toxic werewolf build guide right underneath of my video. for my rabies wolf.
I want a horsey.
You don't get a horsey. You're not allowed to have horsey, no bab.
No horse for you.
Can you check the chat how it looks like Diablo 4 on the Shadia's graphics card?
What?
Like, just check on the Diablo 4 chat, and you will see how it looks like on 350.
I think he's asking about low quality graphics on lower machines.
Yeah, but the chat and Discord, I guess.
Oh,
Might have posted it there.
what video card are you trying to grab?
Just, I install already on the game, and it's just like, it's cutscenes shows, everything shows, and after that, it just loaded, it does not load it perfectly, it just shows the columns and all the stuff, it just even not show nothing, just lagging.
Are you on an SSD?
Did you post a screenshot somewhere, or like
Yeah, on the chat,
which chat? Which of the 100 chats that we?
The same which one we're speaking.
Oh, the voice chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like some sort of loading issue. Like your machine might not be able to handle the game. I'm not sure.
It's kind of like that, but it's not handling. But it's the newest card, like 350 Nvidia.
What graphics card do you have? It's a laptop or desktop?
Laptop.
Might not be able to handle the game then.
And are you using an SSD?
But yeah, it's SSD card in memory using SSD, not on HDD. But maybe I need to a little bit put some gigarams. Like I'm using how you're saying 8 gigarams is just it's not really helping. Need to upgrade.
I mean,
16.
by that image, it really looks like you've got something going on with maybe like the just like incompatibility with the game.
Are all your drivers updated?
Updated, it's new ones. Because they do not even let me to go on. And I tried to switch it on. They say you need to update your drivers. You need to update your drivers. Plus, I did not download the full game. I thought it was playable.
Well, I mean, sometimes with laptops, there could be issues, especially if there's an integrated card and you have a discrete card. So some laptops have 2 video cards. They have a integrated graphics card that usually is like part of the CPU, and then they also some of them will also have a discrete card. It could be that perhaps the game is trying to use the integrated card and not the discrete card. If it's integrated, it might just not be able to run the game at all, like if you don't have a discrete card. So like a discrete card is considered like something separate from what it actually is. So like in the case of for instance, like if you have like an Intel processor, the graphics card would be like an Intel HD something graphics card. But a discrete card would be like an AMD or an NVIDIA card alongside that. Like, do you have a sticker on the laptop that says AMD or NVIDIA?
It's in Intel and NVIDIA together. It's Intel Core and NVIDIA 350 RTX.
So you have a discrete card, and you probably also the graphics card that you're running is like way underpowered, and an NVIDIA 350M. You said 350M.
it's 350. The newest, like how say 390s, like just how say the youngest brother.
Yeah, I'm using a 280 on my laptop and it works fine.
Yeah, so it might be using the integrated graphics instead. Because that's what that looks like to me. It looks like it's not using the right graphics card. You've got to actually, like, in a lot of cases, you've got to go into the NVIDIA control panel or the Intel control panel, one or the other. And you've got to, like, physically set it to choose specifically, like, the NVIDIA card when you're playing that game.
NVIDIA's got a game-ready driver for the beta, too.
Yeah. Came out, like, literally yesterday.
Yeah.
There's so much I want to do, but then there's also, like, I've been online, like, for 12 hours. I was thinking about heading out for a little bit and then coming back later. 12-hour streams are rough.
Yeah, take a break, get yourself some good food.
What time is the event tonight?
It should be pretty late, unless they change the times.
10 p.m. PST.
I mean, they messed up the times the first time, and then I felt like the one earlier spawned a little bit early as well. I mean, according to this, it should be 10 p.m. PT, which is 1 a.m. Eastern Standard, and 3 a.m. Eastern Standard for the last one. So the last two are going to be, like, really late tonight. Unless they change the times. I don't know.
It can be, it was auto, can be that thing, how it was like, you know, the management 3D settings. It was automatic, auto select. Now I choose the high performance NVIDIA processor, should be working now perfectly.
Nice. Yeah, because I'm like on a 2018 Razer with a 2080 and it's perfectly fine.
Alright, guys and gals, I'm calling it a night for myself. I might be on later. I'm gonna get a nap at least or something. I don't know. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and